The fires of dusk painted the sky above Troy in shades of blood and ash. The air was thick with unease, a heavy silence cloaking the city despite the murmurs of people bustling through the marketplace. High in the royal palace, Cassandra stood alone on the balcony, her hands gripping the cold marble railing as her piercing eyes scanned the horizon. Her lips trembled, though not from the biting chill of the evening wind. It was the weight of what she saw, visions that clawed at her mind like a beast trying to escape its cage. Her voice, soft yet quivering with urgency, broke the quiet. "They won't listen," she whispered to herself. She had seen it all, the blood-soaked ruins, the screams of her people as Troy burned to the ground, the cursed wooden figure standing triumphant amidst the carnage. But her warnings were always met with laughter, with disbelief. She had long since learned that the truth was a burden too heavy for others to bear when it came from her lips. She was cursed, after all. The gods had made sure of that. Down below in the throne room, Priam sat on his gilded chair, surrounded by advisors who spoke of strategies, alliances, and hope. His expression was weary, the lines on his face etched deeper with every year of the war that raged outside the walls. Cassandra entered quietly, her pale figure like a ghost drifting into the room. The guards didn't stop her, they knew better than to interfere with the king's daughter, though they exchanged uneasy glances. "Father," she began, her voice steady but cold. Priam barely looked up, his tired eyes flickering toward her before returning to the scrolls in his hand. "I've told you before, Cassandra," he said, his tone sharp yet weary. "This is not the time for riddles." "It is not riddles I speak," she replied, stepping closer. "It is the truth. Troy is doomed. The Greeks will enter our walls not with force but with deceit. A wooden horse will mark our ruin." The advisors muttered amongst themselves, some chuckling, others shaking their heads in exasperation. One of them, an aging warrior with a scar running across his cheek, snorted. "The girl speaks madness again. Let us not waste our time." But Cassandra ignored him. Her gaze bore into Priam, her voice rising with desperation. "If you don't listen, you will watch everything you love perish. Hector, your sons, the palace, everything. I see it as clearly as I see you now." Priam slammed his hand on the armrest of his throne, the sound echoing through the chamber. "Enough," he roared, his voice filled with a mixture of frustration and pain. "You bring nothing but despair to this court. If your visions are truly gifts from the gods, why do they not aid us? Why do they only bring sorrow?" Cassandra's throat tightened, and her hands clenched into fists. "Because Apollo's gifts come with chains," she said bitterly. "He gave me sight but cursed me so no one would believe my words. Do you think I want this? Do you think I find joy in knowing the end before it arrives?" The room fell silent, the tension so thick it seemed to choke the air. For a moment, Priam looked at her, really looked at her, and something flickered in his eyes, doubt, or perhaps guilt. But it was gone as quickly as it came, replaced by the stubborn pride of a king who refused to see his city's demise. "Leave us," he said finally, his voice quieter but no less firm. Cassandra stood there for a moment longer, her chest rising and falling with the effort to contain her fury, her sorrow. Then she turned and walked away, her footsteps echoing like the tolling of a funeral bell. As she ascended the stairs to her chambers, the sounds of Troy came alive around her, the laughter of children playing in the streets, the chatter of merchants haggling over wares, the distant clang of weapons being sharpened by soldiers preparing for another day of war. It was all so normal, so painfully oblivious. Did they not feel it? The suffocating sense of inevitability hanging over the city like a dark cloud? In her room, she collapsed onto her bed, her fingers tangling in her hair as the visions returned with brutal clarity. She saw the wooden horse again, its hollow belly teeming with Greek warriors. She saw flames licking the sky, the screams of women and children echoing in her ears. She saw her own family, Priam struck down at the altar, Hecuba wailing as she was dragged away, her brothers falling one by one. And then there was Helen, standing amidst the chaos, her beauty untouched by the destruction around her. Cassandra didn't know whether to pity or despise her. Tears streamed down her face, but she made no sound. She had no tears left for Troy. They had all been shed long ago. That night, as the city slept, Cassandra stood once more on the balcony, her gaze fixed on the stars. They seemed so far away, so indifferent to the suffering of mortals below. She thought of the gods, of Apollo and his cruel curse. Once, she had been a girl who believed in their mercy and their justice. Now, she saw them for what they were, petty, vengeful beings who toyed with human lives for their own amusement. A single tear slipped down her cheek as she whispered into the night, her voice trembling with a mix of defiance and resignation. If no one will believe me, then let the gods witness this. Let them see the blood they have spilled with their games. Let them bear the weight of Troy's ashes. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, its mournful cry cutting through the stillness. Cassandra shivered, though the night was warm. She turned her back on the stars and walked into the shadows of her chamber, her heart heavy with the knowledge that she was powerless to change the fate she had foreseen. Troy would burn. And all she could do was watch. The battlefield was silent, eerily so. The kind of silence that felt alive, charged with an invisible tension. Achilles stood still, his chest rising and falling with the effort of battle, his bronze armor smeared with blood, some his, most not. His eyes, sharp and unrelenting, stared at the horizon where the walls of Troy loomed like a challenge hurled by the gods themselves. In his hand, the great spear felt heavier than it had that morning, but his grip on it was firm, his knuckles white against the wooden shaft. The faces of the men he'd slain flashed in his mind like a parade of shadows. Their cries still echoed in his ears, blending with the faint wind carrying the scent of death. But none of it mattered. Not the war, not the spoils, not even the promise of glory that had lured him here. Nothing mattered except the hole carved deep into his soul, a hollow that no victory could fill. Patroclus. The name struck him like lightning, searing through the haze of his fury. Achilles clenched his jaw, his gaze darkening. He had failed him. The one man who had stood by his side, who had calmed the storm that always raged within, was gone. And it was Hector who had taken him. The pain of that memory was sharp, like the tip of a blade pressing against his skin. He saw Patroclus lying still, his body broken, his lips parted in a final, unspoken plea. Achilles had wept then, not like a warrior, but like a boy stripped of his only comfort in the world. He had screamed until his voice was raw, until the earth beneath him felt his anguish. And then, the wrath took hold. He had killed Hector, yes. He had dragged the prince's body through the dirt, denying him the dignity of a proper burial. But even as he did, even as he poured his rage into every brutal act, it had not brought Patroclus back. The gods, cruel as they were, had only watched. Now, standing amidst the scattered corpses, Achilles felt that rage simmering beneath the surface again. It was a flame that never truly went out, always waiting for the next reason to consume him. His men dared not approach him, not even his closest companions. They knew better than to break the fragile barrier between him and his grief. Achilles was not just a man, he was a force, a storm that could not be calmed. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the plain, a messenger approached cautiously. The young man's steps were hesitant, his eyes darting nervously as if Achilles might strike him down without warning. "Speak," Achilles commanded, his voice cold and devoid of emotion. The messenger bowed his head, his words trembling. "There's word from the Trojans. They have a new champion." Achilles raised an eyebrow, the faintest hint of curiosity flickering across his face. "A champion?" His tone was mocking. "Who dares take up arms against me?" The messenger swallowed hard. "A prince. Paris." At the mention of the name, Achilles' lip curled into a sneer. Paris. The same man who had stolen Helen, who had hidden behind walls while others fought for his mistakes. Achilles dismissed the messenger with a wave of his hand, uninterested. Paris was no Hector. The thought of crossing blades with him felt like an insult. But as the night fell, Achilles couldn't shake a strange unease. He sat by the fire, sharpening his sword in silence, the flickering flames casting shadows across his face.
His mother, Thetis, had once warned him about his fate. She had told him that if he fought in this war, he would find glory, but it would come at the cost of his life. Achilles had laughed then, young and full of arrogance. What did he care for a long life? Glory was eternal. Now, as he stared into the fire, he felt the weight of her words pressing down on him. He had become the greatest warrior of his time, his name a legend whispered even by his enemies. But what was glory without the people who mattered to share it with? What was greatness if it only brought emptiness? At dawn, the call to battle came again. Achilles rose, his armor glinting in the golden light, a sight that struck awe and fear into the hearts of men. As he marched onto the field, his steps felt heavier than usual. The ground beneath him seemed to resist, as though the earth itself knew something he didn't. The battle began with the usual chaos, clashing swords, the screams of the wounded, the metallic stench of blood filling the air. Achilles fought as he always did, with a ferocity unmatched by any mortal. His spear found its mark again and again, his movements precise and devastating. But then, amidst the carnage, he saw him. Paris stood at the edge of the battlefield, his bow in hand. He was no Hector, no towering warrior to meet Achilles in honorable combat. He was slight, almost fragile, yet there was something unsettling in his calm demeanor. Their eyes met across the distance, and Achilles felt a strange unease coil in his chest. He charged toward Paris, his footsteps pounding against the earth like thunder. But before he could reach him, the prince raised his bow. Achilles saw the arrow before it struck, its tip glinting in the sunlight. It seemed almost slow, as though time itself had stretched in that moment. He raised his shield, but it was too late. The arrow pierced his heel, the one vulnerable spot on his otherwise invincible body. Pain exploded through him, unlike anything he had ever known. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, his hands clutching at the wound as blood seeped into the soil. The world around him seemed to blur, the sounds of battle fading into a dull roar. Achilles tried to rise, but his strength failed him. He felt the cold creeping in, wrapping around him like a shroud. His vision dimmed, the faces of those around him becoming shadows. And then, in the darkness, he saw Patroclus. He was smiling, his hand outstretched, as though waiting to guide Achilles to whatever lay beyond. For the first time in years, Achilles felt something other than anger or sorrow. It was peace, soft and quiet, like the touch of a gentle breeze. His lips parted as though to speak, but no words came. And as the light left his eyes, the battlefield fell silent, as if the world itself was mourning the fall of its greatest warrior. The body of Hector lay broken and still in the dust, his blood staining the ground beneath him. The sun hung low in the sky, its warm light mocking the cold silence that had settled over the battlefield. The warriors of Troy, who had once roared with defiance, now stood frozen on the walls, their faces pale as they watched their champion's lifeless form. A single cry echoed from the city, faint but filled with a sorrow so raw that it made the air itself tremble. Inside the walls of Troy, the news traveled like wildfire. Women clutched their children tightly, their wails piercing the air. Men bowed their heads, their shoulders heavy with the weight of a loss they could not yet fully comprehend. The streets, once alive with the bustling sounds of a proud city, now felt empty, as if the very spirit of Troy had been ripped away. In the palace, Queen Hecuba stood at the edge of the great hall, her trembling hands gripping a pillar for support. She had always known this day might come. Hector, her son, her pride, had walked into battle so many times. But knowing and feeling are two different things. Now, she felt as if her heart had been torn from her chest. She wanted to scream, to tear at her robes, to curse the gods who had allowed this. But she couldn't. She stood frozen, her eyes wide, unseeing, as a single tear traced a silent path down her cheek. Andromache, Hector's wife, had been cradling her infant son, Astyanax, when the news came. The sight of her messenger's pale face was enough to make her knees buckle. She collapsed onto the floor, clutching her child tightly as if holding him would somehow shield her from the truth. Her mind raced, her chest heaving as she fought for breath. She remembered his last words to her, the way he had smiled, brave and resolute,
even as he kissed her goodbye. She had begged him not to go, had pleaded with him to think of their son, but Hector had only shaken his head. "I must fight," he had said. "It is my duty." Now, that duty had taken him from her forever. She pressed her face into Astyanax's soft hair, her tears soaking his tiny tunic. The child whimpered, sensing her anguish, and she held him tighter, whispering words she didn't even understand herself. She felt the walls of the palace closing in around her, the weight of her sorrow crushing her like a stone. Hector was gone. Her husband, her love, the father of her child, gone. Outside, Priam, the aging king of Troy, walked toward the gates, his steps unsteady but determined. He had heard the news from a servant, but he needed to see it for himself. He needed to see his son. As he approached the gates, the guards hesitated, unsure whether to stop him. The king's face was pale, his eyes hollow, but his voice was firm. "Open the gates," he commanded, and they obeyed. When Priam stepped onto the battlefield, the sight before him brought him to his knees. Hector's body lay crumpled and lifeless, his armor stripped, his face bruised and bloodied. Achilles had not only killed him, he had humiliated him, dragging his body behind a chariot for all to see. Priam crawled toward his son, his hands trembling as they reached out to touch him. He wept openly, his cries raw and primal, the sound of a father's heart breaking into pieces. "Hector," he whispered, his voice shaking. "My son, my brave, noble son." He stroked Hector's hair, his fingers brushing away the dirt and blood that marred his face. "What have they done to you?" Priam's tears fell onto Hector's lifeless skin, and he bowed his head, his shoulders shaking with grief. He wanted to scream, to demand answers from the gods who had forsaken him, but all he could do was hold his son and cry. From the walls of Troy, the people watched their king and their fallen prince. Some wept openly, their tears streaming down their faces as they clung to one another for comfort. Others stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the scene below. Hector had been their hope, their strength, the one they believed could save them. Now, that hope was gone, leaving behind a void that nothing could fill. In the days that followed, the grief of Troy became a living thing, heavy and suffocating. The air itself seemed to mourn, thick with the weight of loss. The streets were quiet, save for the occasional sobs that echoed through the city. The people of Troy moved like shadows, their steps slow and aimless, their faces etched with sorrow. Andromache sat in her chambers, staring at the small tunic Hector had worn as a child. She traced the worn fabric with her fingers, her tears falling silently onto her lap. She thought of the life they had dreamed of together, the future they had planned for Astyanax. Now, all those dreams were ashes, scattered by the winds of fate. Hecuba sat by the hearth, her hands clutching Hector's shield. She had polished it every day while he was away, praying it would protect him. Now, it sat cold and lifeless in her lap, a cruel reminder of what she had lost. She stared into the flames, her lips moving in a silent prayer to the gods she no longer trusted. Priam, though broken with grief, found a flicker of strength. He resolved to face Achilles, to beg for his son's body so he could give Hector the burial he deserved. It was a risk, walking into the camp of his enemies, but Priam no longer cared for his own safety. His heart ached only for his son, and he would do whatever it took to bring him home. As the days turned to nights, the city of Troy became a place of mourning. The once proud walls felt smaller, their strength diminished by the absence of the man who had defended them. The people whispered Hector's name, their voices filled with reverence and sorrow. He had been more than a warrior to them, he had been a symbol of their spirit, their resilience, their hope. And now, he was gone. The sound of hooves thundered through the plains of Troy, a fierce rhythm that sent chills through the hearts of those who heard it. Dust rose in swirling clouds as the riders approached, their figures cutting sharp and imposing silhouettes against the golden horizon. Leading them was a woman who seemed carved from the very essence of war itself, Penthesilea, the Amazon queen. Her armor gleamed in the fading sunlight, a blend of polished bronze and leather adorned with intricate designs that spoke of lands far from Troy. Her eyes, fierce and unyielding, burned with a determination that silenced even the whispers of the wind. The people of Troy gathered on the walls, their weary faces filled with a flicker of hope as they watched the Amazons approach. Their hearts, burdened by loss and despair, dared to believe that salvation had arrived. It was said that Penthesilea had come not just to fight, but to avenge. She had her own scars, her own pain, and she sought to honor the gods by spilling blood on the battlefield. In the palace, Priam stood with Hecuba and the remaining nobles of Troy, their gazes fixed on the Amazon queen as she dismounted her steed. She walked with a regal grace, her every step exuding a quiet confidence. When she removed her helmet, her dark hair tumbled down in waves, framing a face both fierce and beautiful. Her eyes locked with Priam's, and for a brief moment, the king felt the weight of his grief lift ever so slightly. This woman, he thought, carried the spirit of a warrior his son Hector would have admired. Penthesilea's voice, clear and commanding, echoed in the great hall as she addressed Priam. "King of Troy," she said, "I have heard of your sorrow and your need. I bring you my sisters, the warriors of the Amazon, to stand beside you in this fight. We ask nothing in return but the chance to prove our honor." There was a fire in her words, an unspoken vow that she would give her life if it meant aiding Troy. Priam, moved by her strength and her resolve, nodded deeply, his gratitude too immense for words. That night, the city stirred with a new energy. Fires burned brightly in the streets as the Amazons prepared their weapons and shared their rituals with the Trojans. They moved with a unity that was both mesmerizing and humbling, their chants filling the air with a strange, haunting melody. And yet, beneath the surface, there was a sense of foreboding. Penthesilea stood apart from her sisters, her gaze fixed on the stars above. She clenched her fists as memories flooded her mind, memories of the sisters she had killed in a tragic accident, of the guilt that drove her to seek redemption in battle. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, and whispered a silent prayer to Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of women. At dawn, the battlefield awaited. The Amazons, mounted on their powerful horses, lined up beside the Trojan soldiers. Their presence was a sight to behold, fierce women clad in armor, their weapons gleaming as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. Penthesilea rode at the forefront, her spear held high, her jaw set with unshakable resolve. Across the field, the Greeks prepared their own forces, their eyes narrowing as they caught sight of this new and formidable ally. When the battle began, it was chaos. Swords clashed, arrows flew, and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Penthesilea fought like a force of nature, her spear striking with precision, her shield deflecting every blow that came her way. She was relentless, her movements fluid and deadly. The Greek soldiers, who had expected to overpower the Trojans with ease, found themselves faltering against the unyielding might of the Amazons. For a moment, hope seemed within reach. The Trojans rallied behind Penthesilea, their spirits lifted by her bravery. She cut through the Greek lines like a storm, her spear finding its mark time and time again. Her presence was a beacon, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there could still be strength, still be courage. But fate is a cruel master. It was as if the gods themselves watched from above, their whims deciding the course of events below. Achilles, the greatest of the Greek warriors, stepped onto the field. His armor gleamed like fire, his eyes cold and unfeeling as he surveyed the battlefield. He had heard of the Amazon queen, of her prowess, and he sought her out with a grim determination. Their meeting was inevitable. Penthesilea faced Achilles with the same fire that had driven her through countless battles. Their spears clashed, the sound ringing out like a thunderbolt. The world seemed to hold its breath as they fought, their movements a deadly dance of strength and skill. Penthesilea's strikes were fierce, her speed unmatched, but Achilles was a warrior blessed by the gods. He moved with a precision that defied reason, his every strike calculated, his every step deliberate. The battle seemed to last an eternity. The warriors around them paused, their eyes fixed on the duel that would decide the fate of the day. Penthesilea, though fierce and determined, began to falter. Her breaths came faster, her arms heavy with the weight of her spear. Achilles saw his moment, and with a swift, brutal strike, he pierced her armor. Penthesilea fell to her knees, her spear slipping from her grasp. Blood stained her chest as she looked up at Achilles, her eyes defiant even in her final moments. She did not beg, did not waver. She met his gaze with the pride of a warrior who had given everything, who had fought for her honor and for the honor of those she had sworn to protect. As her body collapsed to the ground, a silence fell over the battlefield. The Amazons, seeing their queen fall, cried out in anguish. The Trojans, their hopes shattered, retreated in despair. Achilles stood over Penthesilea's lifeless form, his expression unreadable. Some say he felt a pang of regret, a moment of sorrow for the life he had taken. Others say he felt nothing at all, his heart hardened by the countless lives he had claimed. The Amazons gathered Penthesilea's body, their grief palpable as they carried her from the field. They sang a mournful hymn, their voices rising and falling like the waves of the sea. The Trojans watched from the walls, their hearts heavy with the weight of another loss. Priam stood in the shadows, his face etched with sorrow as he whispered her name, a silent prayer for the warrior who had come to their aid and paid the ultimate price. The battlefield was cloaked in the eerie quiet that always came before the storm of battle. A hush fell over both armies as two figures stepped forward, their movements deliberate, their presence commanding. On one side stood Achilles, the Greek hero whose name struck fear into even the bravest hearts. His golden armor gleamed under the pale sun, his spear resting effortlessly in his hand. On the other side, Penthesilea, queen of the Amazons, her dark hair flowing in the wind, her eyes burning with a fierce resolve. She was a vision of defiance, a warrior whose honor could not be questioned, even by her enemies. The soldiers watched with bated breath. They knew this was no ordinary fight. It was not just a clash of weapons, but of wills, of destinies entwined by the gods themselves. The air seemed heavy, as though the heavens themselves leaned in closer, eager to witness what was about to unfold. Penthesilea tightened her grip on her spear, her heart steady despite the weight of what lay ahead. Her voice rang out clear and strong, cutting through the tense silence. "Achilles," she called, her tone both a challenge and a warning, "you have taken much from Troy, from the world. Today, I will make you answer for it." Achilles tilted his head, his expression unreadable. He studied her, this woman who dared to stand against him. There was something different about her, something he could not quite name. He raised his spear, his voice calm and steady. "If you seek justice, Amazon, come and claim it." The ground seemed to tremble as they charged at each other, their movements swift and deadly. Penthesilea's spear struck first, the sharp tip grazing Achilles' shield with a force that made the air sing. He countered with a blow that would have felled any other warrior, but Penthesilea was no ordinary fighter. She dodged, her movements as fluid as the rivers that ran through her homeland. Her counterattack was fierce, her spear thrusting toward Achilles with unrelenting precision. The duel was a dance of death, each warrior testing the other, pushing the limits of their strength and skill. Their weapons clashed, the sound echoing across the battlefield like thunder. Achilles was fast, his strikes calculated and efficient, but Penthesilea fought with a passion that seemed to ignite the very air around her. Her strikes carried not just the weight of her own honor, but the hopes of her people, the grief of those she had lost. For a moment, it seemed as though she might prevail. She moved like the wind, her spear a blur as it sought the gaps in Achilles' armor. Her eyes burned with determination, her heart pounding with the rhythm of her resolve. She fought not just to win, but to prove that even in the face of overwhelming odds, she would not falter. But Achilles was relentless. His movements grew sharper, his strikes more precise. He studied her every move, learning the rhythm of her attacks, the subtle shifts in her stance. He saw an opening, a fleeting moment when her defenses wavered, and he seized it. His spear struck true, piercing her armor and driving deep into her side. Penthesilea staggered, her breath catching as pain seared through her body. She dropped to one knee, her spear slipping from her grasp. Blood stained the ground beneath her, a crimson pool that seemed to mirror the heartbreak of those who watched. Achilles stepped closer, his spear poised for the final blow. But then, something unexpected happened. As he looked into her eyes, he hesitated. There was no fear in her gaze, no plea for mercy. Instead, he saw strength, defiance, and something else, something that struck a chord deep within him. It was as though, in that moment, he truly saw her for the first time. She was not just a warrior, not just an enemy. She was a woman of unparalleled courage, a soul that burned as brightly as his own. Penthesilea met his gaze, her voice soft but unwavering. "Do it, Achilles," she said. "End it. But know this, I fought with honor. And even in death, I am free." Achilles' hand trembled as he gripped his spear. For the first time in his life, he felt a pang of regret, a weight that pressed heavily on his chest. He had killed countless warriors, but none had looked at him the way she did, as though she could see beyond the bloodshed, beyond the legend, to the man beneath. The battlefield was silent, the soldiers on both sides frozen as they watched the moment unfold. Achilles finally plunged his spear downward, ending her life with a swift and merciful blow. Her body fell to the ground, her eyes closing as a faint smile graced her lips. She had fought bravely, and she had died with honor. Achilles knelt beside her, his heart heavy with an emotion he could not name. He reached out, gently brushing a strand of hair from her face. Her beauty was striking, even in death, and her spirit seemed to linger in the air around her. He whispered a prayer, a rare moment of vulnerability for the man who had once been invincible. The Greeks and Trojans watched in stunned silence as Achilles lifted Penthesilea's body, cradling her in his arms. It was a gesture that spoke volumes, a silent acknowledgement of her bravery, her sacrifice. For a brief moment, the lines between enemy and ally blurred, and all who watched were reminded of the cost of war, the lives lost, the bonds broken, the humanity that so often went unseen. As Achilles carried her from the battlefield, the soldiers lowered their weapons, their hearts heavy with the weight of what they had witnessed. The duel between Achilles and Penthesilea was over, but its impact would linger long after the battle had ended. The sun rose blood-red over the plains of Troy, casting its ominous light on the weary warriors who had fought through countless days and nights. In the distance, a shadow moved, growing larger as it approached the gates of the city. Whispers spread like wildfire through the Trojan ranks. Hope, which had seemed a fragile ember ready to die out, now flared anew. A figure emerged, riding a black horse that seemed to breathe fire, its hooves thundering like a drumbeat of destiny. The man atop the steed was clad in armor that shimmered like obsidian, his eyes alight with an unquenchable fire. This was Memnon, king of Ethiopia, and he had come to avenge his father. Memnon's arrival brought a hush over the Trojans, their grief momentarily forgotten in the presence of the warrior who seemed to carry the very spirit of the gods. He dismounted with an air of quiet authority, his movements measured, his face unreadable. The people of Troy, broken by the losses of Hector and Penthesilea, looked to him as though he were their last hope. And perhaps he was. Standing before Priam, Memnon bowed his head slightly, a gesture of respect, but his voice carried the weight of thunder. "I am here," he said, his tone calm but unyielding, "to honor my father, Tithonus, and to repay his death in kind. Show me the field where the Greeks stand, and I will bring them grief." Priam's eyes, filled with the sorrow of a father who had buried too many children, met Memnon's. There were no grand speeches, no promises of victory. Only a nod, heavy with unspoken gratitude and desperation. Memnon needed no words. His purpose was as clear as the sun above. The Greek camp stirred uneasily as news of Memnon's arrival reached them. Achilles, ever the unshaken champion, listened in silence as the murmurs of this new foe reached his ears. He had heard of Memnon, the son of Eos, goddess of the dawn, and he knew this was no ordinary man. There was something about this challenger, a weight, a presence, that set him apart from all the others who had fallen before the wrath of Achilles. When Memnon stepped onto the battlefield, he was met with a wall of Greek warriors, their shields gleaming in the harsh light. But there was no fear in his stride, no hesitation in the way he held his spear. His voice rang out across the plain, cutting through the cacophony of war like a blade. "Greeks," he called, his words laced with a quiet fury, "your swords have claimed my father. Today, I claim your lives." The first Greek soldier who dared to face him was struck down with a single, devastating blow. Memnon moved like a storm, his spear an extension of his will. One by one, the Greeks fell before him, their cries swallowed by the roar of the Trojans who surged forward, emboldened by the ferocity of their new champion. It was as though Memnon carried with him the very essence of vengeance, his strikes fueled by a grief so profound it burned like a fire that could never be extinguished. Achilles watched from a distance, his eyes narrowing as he studied the man who seemed to turn the tide of the battle with every swing of his spear. There was a strange feeling in his chest, something he hadn't felt in a long time, a flicker of doubt, a whisper of mortality. But it was gone as quickly as it had come, replaced by the cold determination that had made him the Greeks' greatest weapon. The two warriors finally met as the sun hung low in the sky, its light painting the battlefield in shades of gold and crimson. Memnon stood tall, his armor battered but his spirit unbroken. Achilles approached, his golden hair catching the dying light, his presence commanding even in the face of this formidable foe. The world seemed to hold its breath as the two men locked eyes, the weight of their fates pressing down on everyone who bore witness. Their clash was unlike anything the battlefield had ever seen. Memnon fought with a grace that belied his size, his strikes calculated, his movements swift and precise. Achilles met him blow for blow, his speed and strength unmatched. Their weapons collided with a force that shook the ground, their battle a dance of skill and fury that left even the gods watching from Olympus in awe. For a moment, it seemed as though Memnon might have the upper hand. He struck Achilles' shield with a force that sent the Greek hero staggering, his spear slicing through the air with unrelenting precision. The Trojans cheered, their hope rekindled as Memnon pressed his advantage. But Achilles was not so easily defeated. He regained his footing, his movements growing sharper, more desperate. He fought not just with his strength, but with the cunning that had made him a legend. The final blow came suddenly, brutally. Achilles' spear found its mark, piercing Memnon's chest and driving deep into his heart. The Ethiopian king staggered, his breath hitching as the life began to drain from his body. He fell to his knees, his hands grasping at the spear as though he could will himself to rise once more. But even Memnon, for all his strength, could not fight the inevitability of death. Achilles stood over him, his chest heaving, his face a mask of exhaustion and something else, something that looked almost like regret. Memnon lifted his head, his eyes meeting Achilles one final time. There was no hatred in his gaze, no plea for mercy. Only a quiet acceptance, a dignity that refused to be diminished even in the face of defeat. As the light faded from Memnon's eyes, a great cry rose from the Trojans. Their grief was a palpable thing, a wave that swept over the battlefield and left even the Greeks silent. Memnon had fought for honor, for vengeance, for love, and in his death, he had reminded all who watched of the cost of war, the pain that lingered long after the swords had been sheathed. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the battlefield in shadows. And in the fading light, the figure of Memnon lay still, a hero whose name would be remembered long after the war had ended. The battlefield stretched endlessly beneath the cruel sun, its light bathing the blood-soaked ground in a haunting glow. The cries of the wounded mingled with the clang of swords, a cacophony that echoed the chaos in every warrior's heart. Among the many, there was one figure who stood out, a man whose presence seemed larger than life, whose movements carved through the tide of war with purpose. Memnon, king of Ethiopia, was a force that could not be ignored. Yet even the mightiest flame is vulnerable when the wind shifts. Memnon fought like a lion, each strike of his spear precise, each movement a testament to his mastery. The Trojans rallied around him, their despair giving way to determination as they watched their champion cut down one Greek after another. He was not just a warrior, he was vengeance incarnate, his every step a reminder of the father he had lost. But across the battlefield, another figure moved with equal ferocity, a man whose name was whispered with both reverence and fear. Achilles. The clash between these two titans felt inevitable, like the meeting of two storms destined to collide. Achilles had watched Memnon from a distance, his sharp eyes calculating every move. He saw the strength in the Ethiopian king's strikes, the unyielding resolve in his posture. Yet Achilles felt no fear. He never did. His confidence was like steel, unbending and unbreakable, forged in the countless battles he had already won. But as he tightened his grip on his spear, even he could not deny the strange unease that flickered in his chest. The moment came suddenly. Memnon turned, his gaze locking onto Achilles as though drawn by an invisible force. Their eyes met across the chaos, and time seemed to slow. There was no need for words. In that shared glance, each man saw his own reflection, pride, rage, and the burden of fate. Achilles began to move, his steps measured and deliberate, cutting through the crowd like a wolf among sheep. Memnon did the same, his spear glinting in the sunlight as he advanced. Around them, the fighting paused, soldiers on both sides stepping back as if instinctively understanding that this was no ordinary battle. The first strike came from Memnon, his spear thrusting forward with blinding speed. Achilles deflected it with his shield, the impact ringing out like a thunderclap. The force of the blow sent him skidding back a step, and for the briefest moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Memnon pressed his advantage, following up with a series of strikes that left no room for error. His movements were relentless, his spear a blur of motion. But Achilles was no ordinary warrior. He countered each blow with precision, his shield and sword moving as though guided by the hands of the gods themselves. The battlefield erupted in shouts as the two warriors clashed, their blows shaking the very earth beneath them. Memnon fought with the ferocity of a man driven by purpose, his strikes fueled by the memory of his father. Achilles, on the other hand, fought with the cold efficiency of a man who had mastered the art of killing. They were equals in strength and skill, and for a time, it seemed as though neither could gain the upper hand. But Achilles was patient. He watched, studied, and waited. Memnon's attacks were powerful, but they carried the weight of emotion, each strike a reflection of the pain he carried within. Achilles saw it, and he used it. With each exchange, he began to exploit the tiniest of openings, the briefest moments where Memnon's anger clouded his judgment. Slowly but surely, the tide began to turn. The final blow came with a swiftness that left the battlefield silent. Memnon lunged forward, his spear aimed for Achilles' heart. But Achilles sidestepped at the last moment, his own spear flashing upward in a deadly arc. The weapon found its mark, piercing Memnon's chest with a sickening thud. The Ethiopian king staggered, his weapon slipping from his grasp as his knees buckled beneath him. He fell to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps as blood pooled around him. Achilles stood over him, his expression unreadable. The cries of the Trojans rose in unison, a sound that carried both grief and rage. Memnon, their hope, their hero, was falling. Yet even in his final moments, Memnon refused to let despair claim him. He looked up at Achilles, his gaze steady, his voice a whisper that carried across the field. "You may strike me down," he said, "but you will never defeat what I stand for." Achilles said nothing. His silence was heavier than any words, his face a mask of steel as he pulled his spear free. Memnon's body collapsed fully, his lifeless form a stark reminder of the cost of war. Around them, the Trojans wept, their grief spilling over like a river that could not be contained. The Greeks, too, were silent, their victory tinged with the bitter taste of loss. And so, another hero fell to Achilles' unrelenting power. But in Memnon's death, there was something that even Achilles could not erase, a sense of honor, of sacrifice, of a man who had fought not for glory, but for love and vengeance. The battlefield was left in shadows as the sun began to set, its golden light fading into darkness. The air was heavy, a stillness hanging over the battlefield that felt unnatural, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Achilles stood at the forefront, his armor glinting like molten gold in the dying sunlight. There was something almost otherworldly about him, a man untouched by fear, yet shadowed by a fate he could not escape. Every soldier around him felt it, that invisible weight that clung to the space between life and death. Achilles had always been a figure of power, but now there was a crack in the image, faint but undeniable. Far from the chaos of battle, Paris watched from the shadows of Troy's high walls. His bow was gripped tightly in his hands, the string taut as he prepared to loose an arrow that could change the course of everything. This was no ordinary arrow. It had been blessed, or cursed, by the hands of Apollo himself. The god's vengeance coursed through its shaft, guiding its path with a precision no mortal could match. Paris hesitated for a brief moment, his breath catching as he gazed at the figure of Achilles. This was no mere mortal he was about to strike down. This was the man who had brought ruin to Troy, the warrior who seemed to defy death itself. But Paris's hatred burned brighter than his hesitation. He thought of Hector, of the endless suffering Achilles had inflicted upon his people. The sound of clashing swords filled the distance, but in this moment, for Paris, everything else faded. The arrow left the bowstring, cutting through the air like a whisper of doom. Apollo guided it, his unseen hand ensuring it would find its mark. Achilles, unaware, continued his relentless advance toward the Trojan gates, his focus unbroken, his mind consumed by the singular desire to bring an end to the war. The arrow struck, a sharp, sudden sting in the heel that made Achilles falter. It was not a blow to the heart, not a fatal wound at first glance, but the pain was unlike anything he had ever known. He staggered, his strength betraying him for the first time in his life. The mighty warrior who had once seemed invincible now found himself on one knee, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he clutched at his leg. Around him, the fighting slowed, soldiers on both sides turning to witness what none had thought possible, Achilles brought low. Paris watched from his vantage point, his chest heaving as he lowered the bow. The sight should have filled him with triumph, but instead, a strange hollowness crept into his heart. He had struck down the greatest of the Greeks, yet there was no joy in the act, only the weight of what it would mean. Apollo's presence lingered, unseen but felt, as though the god himself were savoring the fulfillment of a prophecy long foretold. Achilles tried to rise, his fingers clawing at the dirt as he pushed against the pain. He would not fall here, not like this. But the venom of the god's wrath was already coursing through his veins, stealing his strength, dulling the fire that had once burned so brightly within him. He looked down at his heel, at the small wound that now seemed to radiate agony through every part of his body. It was absurd, almost laughable, that this could be the end. After all the battles, the gods themselves had found the one flaw in his invulnerability, the single weakness he had never thought to guard. In the moments that followed, Achilles felt a strange clarity. He thought of his mother, Thetis, who had dipped him in the river Styx and promised him invincibility. He thought of Patroclus, his dearest companion, whose death he had avenged with such ferocity. He thought of the countless lives he had taken, the rivers of blood spilled in his name. And yet, in this final moment, none of it seemed to matter. The faces of the slain blurred together, their cries fading into silence. What remained was a question that gnawed at his soul: had it been worth it? The soldiers around him dared not approach, their eyes wide with a mixture of awe and disbelief. For years, Achilles had been a figure of terror and inspiration, a man who seemed more god than mortal. To see him fall was to witness the shattering of a legend, the unraveling of something they had thought eternal. Achilles raised his gaze, his vision blurred but his spirit unbroken. He looked toward the walls of Troy, where he knew Paris stood, and then to the heavens above, where he felt Apollo's presence watching with cold detachment. "Is this how it ends?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the distant cries of battle. The question was not directed at anyone in particular, but it hung in the air, heavy with the weight of destiny. The blood continued to flow, soaking the earth beneath him as his strength waned. Achilles, the great hero of the Greeks, the man who had defied fate time and again, was dying. But even as his life slipped away, there was a defiance in his eyes, a refusal to be forgotten. He had lived as a warrior, fought as a warrior, and now he would die as one. As the final moments approached, the world seemed to grow quiet. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows across the battlefield. Achilles' breathing slowed, each breath a struggle, each moment a gift stolen from the jaws of death. And then, with one last exhale, his body stilled. The great warrior was no more. But the silence that followed was not one of peace. It was the silence of a storm gathering strength, the quiet before the chaos that would follow. For with the death of Achilles, the war was far from over. The campfire flickered in the cool night breeze, its shadows dancing on the worn faces of the Greek warriors gathered around. Achilles' armor lay nearby, a gleaming symbol of power and glory, but now, without its master, it was a prize that stirred tension among those who once followed him. The stillness in the air was heavy, a quiet more unnerving than the chaos of battle. Everyone knew this contest would decide more than ownership of bronze and leather, it would shape the fate of their fractured army. Odysseus stood first, his gaze steady, his expression unreadable. The clever man of Ithaca had always carried himself with calm confidence, but there was an edge to him now, a sharpness beneath the surface. Across from him stood Ajax, the towering warrior whose strength had crushed enemies and protected his comrades countless times. His broad shoulders and unflinching stare were enough to make most men falter. But not Odysseus. The two men, so different in their nature, were now locked in silent combat before the contest even began. The men watching shifted uneasily, sensing the storm brewing between wit and might. Some whispered among themselves, their loyalties divided. Achilles had been the heart of their army, but with his death, that heart had shattered, leaving fragments for others to claim. Agamemnon, weary and grim, raised his hand to call for silence. His voice carried through the night like the scrape of a blade against stone. Tonight, we decide who will bear the armor of Achilles. Strength and wisdom will guide this judgment. Speak your case. Ajax stepped forward, his heavy steps echoing against the cold ground. His voice boomed like a war drum, full of conviction and raw power. I am the one who carried Achilles' body from the field when the arrows of Troy struck him down. I, who stood in defense of our ships when the Trojans came to burn them. It is my shield, my spear, my strength that has held this army together in its darkest hours. He turned slowly, meeting the eyes of the warriors surrounding him, his gaze demanding their agreement. This armor belongs to the strongest among us. To the one who will carry Achilles' legacy into battle without faltering. Who among you doubts my strength? The murmurs of the men grew louder, a ripple of support for Ajax spreading through the crowd. He stood like a titan, unyielding, unshaken. But then Odysseus stepped forward. His movements were deliberate, his calmness in stark contrast to Ajax's fire. He didn't need to shout. When he spoke, his words cut through the air like the blade of a finely honed sword. Strength alone is not enough to lead us. Achilles' armor is more than a symbol of brute force, it represents strategy, cunning, and the ability to outwit our enemies. It was not strength alone that brought us to the walls of Troy. It was the mind of a warrior who could see paths where others saw none. He paused, letting his words settle, letting the silence stretch just long enough to command attention. When our ships were stranded without wind, who among you stepped forward to ensure our journey continued? When the Trojans sought to outmaneuver us, who devised the plans that turned their tricks into their undoing? It was not the strength of one arm, but the wisdom of a leader that has brought us this far. Ajax's jaw tightened, his fists clenching as Odysseus' words landed like arrows. And where was your cleverness when Achilles was struck down? Where was your wisdom when his body fell? Did you stand by his side in battle, Odysseus, or did you hang back, waiting to claim his spoils? The tension crackled like lightning between them. Odysseus did not flinch. I have never claimed to match Achilles in battle. No man could. But I will claim that my mind, not my strength, has saved more lives in this war than brute force ever could. The armor of Achilles must go to the one who can think beyond the battlefield, to the one who can end this war. The watching men were torn. Ajax's strength had been a shield to them, his presence on the field a reassurance against the enemy's advance. But Odysseus had a way of weaving words, of making them believe in possibilities they hadn't seen before. The camp seemed to hold its breath as Agamemnon and the other leaders conferred. When the decision was announced, it was Odysseus who stood victorious. The armor of Achilles was handed to him, its weight both physical and symbolic as he accepted it with solemnity. Ajax stood motionless, his face a mask of disbelief and simmering fury. The men around him shifted uneasily, afraid to meet his eyes, afraid of what might come next. Later, as the camp quieted, Ajax sat alone, his massive frame hunched over as he stared into the distance. The betrayal he felt was like a wound that no healer could tend. This was more than the loss of armor. It was the loss of honor, of recognition, of the very essence of who he believed himself to be. The night grew colder, the firelight casting long shadows. And in the heart of the Greek camp, a great man wrestled with demons that no sword or shield could fend off. The night was heavy with silence, broken only by the crackling of dying embers in the Greek camp. Ajax sat alone, his great figure hunched beneath the vastness of the sky. His hands trembled as they gripped the hilt of his sword, a weapon that had once felt like an extension of himself, a source of pride and strength. Now, it felt cold and foreign, just like the men who had turned their backs on him. His breath came in shallow bursts, his mind clouded with humiliation and rage. Betrayal. The word echoed in his thoughts like a drumbeat, each strike sharper than the last. They had stripped him of the honor he had earned, robbed him of the prize he believed was rightfully his. The armor of Achilles, his fallen comrade, now rested on the shoulders of Odysseus, the man who had used words instead of deeds to claim it. Ajax could still see the smug calm on Odysseus' face as the decision was announced. It burned in his memory, fanning the flames of his fury. The others didn't understand. They couldn't. He had been their shield, their unshakable wall against the Trojans. When the enemy threatened their ships, it was his strength that stood firm. When Achilles fell, it was his arms that carried the hero's body from the battlefield. What did words mean in the face of such actions? What did cunning matter when blood was spilled, when lives were on the line? The injustice of it all was too much to bear. He rose abruptly, his movements sudden and sharp. His shadow stretched long and distorted against the ground, a reflection of the storm brewing within him. The world around him blurred as his mind twisted under the weight of his humiliation. He could feel the eyes of the gods watching, mocking him from above. Was this their will? To see him brought low, stripped of his honor, reduced to nothing? His fists clenched, his nails biting into his palms. If the gods had betrayed him, then why should he remain loyal to their order? Sleep did not come that night. Instead, Ajax's thoughts grew darker, his emotions more chaotic. Whispers filled his ears, taunts, laughter, voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. He gripped his sword tighter, feeling the pulse of his own anger in the weapon's hilt. His chest heaved as a suffocating sense of isolation wrapped around him. Alone. He was utterly, devastatingly alone. And then, the madness took hold. In the darkness, reality began to shift. The camp around him no longer appeared as it was. The tents and sleeping figures of his comrades became a twisted battlefield. Figures moved in the shadows, their shapes distorted and menacing. To Ajax, they were no longer allies but enemies, Trojans in disguise, come to mock him, to steal what little dignity he had left. His vision narrowed, his heartbeat thundered in his ears, and his rage consumed him. With a roar that echoed into the night, Ajax charged forward, his sword flashing in the pale moonlight. He struck wildly, his powerful swings cleaving through what he believed were Trojan warriors. The air filled with his cries of vengeance, the sound of his blade cutting through fabric and wood. In his mind, he was a hero once more, fighting against the enemy, reclaiming his honor. He saw Odysseus among them, laughing as he donned the armor of Achilles. The sight fueled Ajax's wrath, and he struck harder, faster, his strength unrelenting. When the first rays of dawn touched the camp, the true horror of the night was revealed. Ajax stood amidst a scene of destruction. Tents lay in tatters, supplies scattered and ruined. Sheep and cattle, their throats cut, lay lifeless around him. The blood-soaked ground bore no trace of the Trojan warriors he had believed he was fighting. Instead, the faces of his comrades stared back at him, filled with confusion and fear. The madness lifted as the sun rose higher, its light piercing through the fog in Ajax's mind. He looked around, the weight of his actions crashing down upon him. His sword fell from his hand, landing with a dull thud on the ground. His knees buckled, and he sank to the earth, his massive frame trembling. What had he done? The whispers returned, crueler this time, condemning him for his madness, his failure. He had thought himself a hero, a man of honor. But now, he was nothing more than a fool, a broken man whose strength had turned against him. He felt the stares of the other warriors, their judgment heavy in the air. They said nothing, but their silence was louder than any accusation. Ajax rose slowly, his movements heavy with shame. He walked away from the camp, away from the men he had fought alongside. Each step felt like a nail driven into his heart. The weight of his disgrace pressed down on him, suffocating him. He could not face them, could not bear to see the pity and fear in their eyes. The sea stretched out before him, its waves crashing against the shore. He stood at the edge, the wind whipping around him. It carried with it the scent of salt and the faint whispers of the gods he believed had abandoned him. He stared out at the horizon, his heart a storm of pain and regret. Ajax, the mighty warrior, the shield of the Greeks, had fallen. And in the solitude of that moment, he made a choice that would echo through the ages. The wind carried a chill through the walls of Troy, as if it whispered warnings of what was to come. Paris, the prince whose love had ignited a war, stood on the battlements with his bow in hand, gazing out at the Greek camp below. His eyes, once filled with pride and confidence, now betrayed a flicker of unease. The war had dragged on far too long, and the weight of it pressed heavily on his soul. Yet, he clung to his weapon, a symbol of the one thing he could still control. The battlefield had never been his domain. Paris was no Achilles or Hector. His strength lay in his skill as an archer, a shadowy figure striking from a distance. It was he who had loosed the arrow that felled Achilles, the invincible warrior. That moment had bolstered his spirit, if only briefly. But the war was relentless, and for every Greek that fell, it seemed two more rose to take their place. The gods themselves felt distant, their favor shifting unpredictably. As the sun climbed higher, the sounds of battle began to stir once more. Paris descended the walls, moving with purpose through the city that had become both his home and his prison. The streets were quieter than they had been in years past. The people of Troy, those who had survived, avoided his gaze, their faces etched with weariness. They saw in him the man who had brought Helen to their gates, the spark that had set their world ablaze. He felt their silent judgment, but he said nothing. What words could undo what had been done? He reached the armory and prepared himself, tightening the straps of his quiver and selecting his finest arrows. He told himself that today would be different, that his aim would shift the tide once again. He had to believe it. The Greeks were advancing, their siege engines growing bolder, their warriors hungrier for blood. If Troy's walls were to hold, he had to act. Paris climbed a hidden tower overlooking the battlefield, his favorite vantage point. From here, he could see the Greek lines, the glitter of their armor in the sunlight, the organized chaos of their movements. He steadied his breath, his fingers brushing the feathers of an arrow. Somewhere among them was the man he sought, Philoctetes, the wielder of Heracles' bow. It was said that no one could escape Philoctetes' arrows, and Paris had seen enough to believe it. This man was a threat, not just to him but to the city itself. If he could take him down, perhaps the gods would grant Troy a reprieve. He drew back the bowstring, the tension humming through his arms like a song of fate. His eyes locked on the distant figure, calculating the arc, the wind, the moment to release. But as his fingers loosened and the arrow flew, he felt a sharp, searing pain in his side. Paris staggered, his breath caught in his throat. He looked down and saw the shaft of an arrow buried deep in his flesh, crimson spreading across his tunic. He turned his gaze back to the battlefield and saw Philoctetes lowering his bow, his expression cold and unyielding. The pain surged, pulling Paris to his knees. The irony was cruel. He, the archer who had claimed Achilles, now struck by a weapon he had never seen coming. The world around him blurred, the edges of his vision darkening. He clutched at the wound, his fingers slick with blood. Voices reached him, faint and distant, as soldiers rushed to his side. They carried him down from the tower, their movements frantic, their faces pale. In the quiet of a chamber deep within the palace, Paris lay on a bed, his breath shallow and labored. Helen sat beside him, her hands trembling as she tried to stop the bleeding. Her beauty, the cause of so much strife, was now a mask of sorrow. She whispered his name, her voice breaking, but Paris could barely hear her. His thoughts drifted, slipping between the present and the past. He remembered the day he had first seen Helen, the way her presence had seemed to light up the room. He had thought her a gift from the gods, a treasure worth any price. But now, as the pain gnawed at him, he wondered if it had all been a cruel joke. Was this his punishment for daring to love so recklessly? For believing that beauty could outweigh duty? The healers came, their faces grim. They spoke of herbs, of salves, of remedies that might ease his pain but could not save him. The arrow was cursed, they said, its poison too potent, its wound too deep. Paris listened in silence, his strength ebbing away. He knew the truth, they all did. His time was running out. Outside the chamber, the city buzzed with the news. The prince who had started it all was dying. Some wept, others cursed his name. But all felt the weight of his fate, the shadow it cast over Troy. Paris had been a symbol, flawed but defiant, a reminder of the choices that had led them to this moment. His death would be another blow to their already faltering spirits. As night fell, the chamber grew quieter. Helen remained by his side, her tears glistening in the dim light. Paris reached for her hand, his touch weak but steady. He looked into her eyes, searching for something he couldn't name. Regret? Forgiveness? Love? Perhaps all of it. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice barely audible. She shook her head, her tears falling freely. "Don't speak. Rest." But there would be no rest for Paris, no peaceful slumber. His breaths grew slower, each one a struggle, until finally, the room fell silent. Helen's sobs were the only sound, a mournful echo in the stillness. The next day, the city mourned, though the grief was mixed with unease. Paris was gone, and with him, the defenses of Troy felt weaker. The gods had taken another from them, and the Greeks grew bolder with each passing day. The walls still stood, but the cracks were beginning to show. Helen stood on the balcony of her chamber, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The city of Troy stretched before her, its towering walls a silent testament to the years of conflict. The once proud city now felt heavy, like a dream slipping through her fingers. She had been its queen, its heart, its reason for existing in the eyes of so many. But now, she was just a woman trapped by her own choices. Beneath her, the soldiers moved like shadows, marching to the rhythm of war. Some wore their armor with pride, others with exhaustion etched into their faces. They fought for her, or at least, they had. She had seen them fall, one by one, each life lost in the pursuit of her love, or perhaps the possession of her body. It had all started with Paris, the beautiful prince who had stolen her heart and set the world ablaze. Now, she was left to witness the destruction, her very presence the spark that had lit the flames. But what of her heart? Where did it truly lie? With Paris, the man who had promised her everything, who had once looked at her with adoration and desire. Or with Menelaus, the husband she had left behind, the man who had loved her in a different way, steadfast, unwavering, but distant in his own way. Helen had never been given the space to choose. Not really. Her beauty had been a weapon, a force of nature that had drawn the gods' attention, and with it, her fate had been sealed. She had been a prize, an object of desire, of power, of vengeance. Men had fought for her, and armies had bled for her. But what had she ever truly wanted? What had she ever truly felt? The guilt weighed heavily on her chest, a knot she could not untangle. She had left behind a life, a home, a love. And now, standing amidst the ruins of a war she had sparked, she was uncertain whether the love she had for Paris was the kind of love that could survive the end of the world. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind her. She didn't have to turn to know who it was. He entered the room, his presence like a shadow in the corner of her eye. Paris. The man who had once made her feel as if the world was theirs to conquer. But now, he was different. His face was gaunt, his eyes clouded with the weight of years spent in battle. His body bore the scars of war, but his spirit seemed as broken as Troy itself. "Helen," he said softly, his voice rough, as though it hadn't been used in a while. She didn't respond immediately. Instead, she continued to gaze out at the city, her fingers clenched around the railing. She wanted to speak, to tell him everything, but words seemed inadequate. How could she explain the torment within her heart? How could she express the pull she felt between the past and the present, between the man who had once been her husband and the man who had now become her lover? "I'm sorry," Paris whispered, his voice cracking with regret. "I never meant for it to end like this." Helen's breath hitched, but she didn't look at him. "You never meant for it to begin at all," she murmured, more to herself than to him. The silence between them was thick with the weight of unspoken truths. Paris stepped closer, placing his hand on her shoulder, his touch gentle but filled with the desperation of a man who had lost everything. "I never wanted this," he repeated, his voice barely a whisper. Helen closed her eyes, shutting out the sight of him, the memory of what they had been. She had loved him once, perhaps. But love had taken on so many forms over the years, so many faces, so many twists and turns. Now, all she felt was a deep, gnawing sorrow for what had been lost. For what could never be again. "I don't know what to do anymore," she confessed, her voice trembling. Paris moved around her, his eyes searching hers as if looking for an answer. "Do you still love him?" he asked quietly, his words hanging in the air. Helen swallowed hard, the question cutting deeper than she had expected. She turned to face him at last, her gaze locking with his. "Do you think I want to choose between the two of you?" she replied, her voice thick with emotion. "I never asked for any of this. You think I've forgotten what I left behind? What I lost? But what about what you've taken from me?" Paris stepped back, as though her words had physically struck him. He looked at her with pain, his eyes darkening, as if he, too, was seeing the truth for the first time. "I never meant to take anything from you," he said, his voice breaking. "But it doesn't matter anymore, does it? Everything has fallen apart." Helen watched him for a moment longer, her heart aching with the memory of what they had shared and the tragedy that had followed. She wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but she couldn't. Not when the city was crumbling beneath their feet. The sound of distant horns echoed in the air, signaling the beginning of yet another battle. She turned toward the window, her heart sinking as she saw the smoke rising from the Greek camp. Her people were readying themselves for the next fight, but she wasn't sure how much more any of them could endure. It was only a matter of time before it was all over. Paris moved to stand beside her, his arm brushing against hers. For a moment, they stood in silence, watching the armies below. The choice had been made long ago, though neither of them had ever fully realized it until now. "Helen," Paris said, his voice steady now, a finality in it. "You need to decide. This war, Troy, everything is crumbling around us. And I can't do this without you." Helen closed her eyes, the weight of his words settling over her like a shroud. The woman she had been was lost, drowned in the wreckage of a war she could never undo. But somewhere within her, a flicker of understanding began to grow. She had never asked for this war, but she was here. And now, it seemed, she had to live with the consequences. She turned to him at last, her voice soft but resolute. "I have no place in this war. Not anymore. But I will help where I can. If there is any chance to save this city, I will find it." Her words hung in the air, like a promise yet to be fulfilled, a path yet to be chosen. Neither Paris nor Helen could ever truly escape the weight of the war they had begun, but for the first time, Helen felt as if she might finally have a say in how it ended. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his arrival. The gates of Troy creaked as they swung open, and from the horizon, a new force was entering the city. It wasn't a man who rode at the front of the army. It was a storm, raw, untamed, and fueled by vengeance. Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, had come to claim the war his father had begun, but with a cruelty that was all his own. He was a boy no more. The youth who had once been hidden in the shadows of Troy's war now stood at the forefront of the Greek invasion, a symbol of their future, dark, unrelenting, and swift. His armor glinted like a serpent's scales, sharp and unforgiving. His eyes, once soft and innocent, were now filled with the same fire that had consumed his father. Where Achilles had been a hero, Neoptolemus had become something darker. The blood of the greatest warrior ran through his veins, and with it, a thirst for destruction. As he rode into view, the soldiers of Troy fell silent, their hearts sinking. This was no longer the war of gods and kings. This was a war of brutality. Neoptolemus had come to finish what his father had started, but unlike Achilles, who had fought with honor and rage, Neoptolemus carried with him a coldness, a hunger for death that could not be sated. The whispers of his arrival spread quickly through the streets of Troy. They spoke of the boy who had seen his father's greatness, who had been raised in the shadow of that legend, and now, in his father's absence, would forge his own name in blood. But the legends told nothing of what he had become. Neoptolemus was not just a son looking to avenge a fallen hero, he was a force in his own right, unpredictable and terrifying. As he dismounted from his horse, his footsteps echoed like the drumbeats of an approaching storm. The soldiers around him parted, unwilling to meet his gaze, for in those eyes burned the fury of 1,000 battles. He was a stranger to mercy. Neoptolemus was not here for a fight. He was here to break, to destroy, and to leave behind a city that would never recover. He knew the story of Troy. He knew the legacy of his father. And now, he would add his own chapter to it, one filled with pain and sorrow. "Bring me your leaders," he called, his voice a sharp command, not one that invited negotiation, but demanded obedience. In the midst of the chaos, the elders of Troy gathered themselves, steeling their resolve. They knew that this boy, this brutal heir to Achilles, was no longer the child they had once seen from afar. The blood of his father ran through him, but unlike Achilles, Neoptolemus knew no restraint. His wrath was unhinged, and his rage unchecked. There were no speeches, no ceremonial greetings. Only the cold, menacing silence that followed his every move. The soldiers of Troy stood in a circle around him, watching, waiting, but no one dared approach. They knew the legends too well. This was a man whose heart had been forged by war, whose mind had been sharpened by death. The first to approach was Priam, the aged king of Troy, a man whose wisdom had guided his city through decades of strife. He had seen warriors come and go, but never had he encountered a boy so filled with hatred, so consumed by vengeance. His voice, once firm and commanding, now quivered as he addressed Neoptolemus. "You are but a child, Neoptolemus," Priam said, his words heavy with sorrow. "Your father was a warrior, yes. But he fought with honor. What do you seek in this place? Revenge for a father's fall? Or is it your own name that you wish to carve into the blood-stained walls of Troy?" Neoptolemus' gaze remained fixed on the old king, his expression cold, unreadable. Then, without a word, he unsheathed his sword. The blade caught the sunlight, reflecting its cruel gleam. It was as though the very air around them had thickened, heavy with the promise of violence. "I seek nothing but what is mine," Neoptolemus said, his voice low, filled with a chilling certainty. "My father's death left a void. I've come to fill it." Without warning, he lunged at the soldiers closest to him, the swift and brutal strike sending one man to the ground, blood spurting from his neck. The crowd recoiled, but Neoptolemus did not pause. He moved like a shadow, relentless, swift, his sword never hesitating, his motions a dance of destruction. The men of Troy fought back, but they were no match for the fury of the young warrior. His movements were too fast, his strikes too precise. One by one, they fell, their screams filling the air, mixing with the sounds of clashing metal. There was no mercy in Neoptolemus, only the savage hunger to finish what had been started. As the carnage unfolded, Helen stood on the walls, watching from a distance. She had seen the death of so many, but this was different. Neoptolemus fought not just for victory, but for domination. His every move was an assertion of power, a message to anyone who might dare challenge him. He was no longer the son of Achilles. He had become a creature of war, a force to be reckoned with. For a moment, she wondered if Paris would still be alive had Neoptolemus arrived sooner. The thought sent a cold shiver through her. What had she done to this world? Was it her beauty, her love, that had drawn all this destruction? Or was it the gods, playing their cruel games with lives like toys. She didn't know anymore. As Neoptolemus finished the last of the soldiers before him, he stood, panting, his sword slick with blood. His chest heaved with exertion, but his eyes remained cold, unblinking. He looked over the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the fallen bodies of Troy's finest warriors. He had come to conquer, and he had done so with ease. But the true test of his legacy was yet to come. His father's name would live on, of that Neoptolemus was sure. But it was now up to him to carve his own path. And in that path, there would be no room for mercy, no place for hesitation. The war was not over. It had only just begun. The night air was thick with tension as two figures slipped into the shadowed streets of Troy. The city, brimming with the weight of war, seemed alive, yet eerily still. Its walls, battered and broken, whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. But there was no time for silence tonight. Odysseus and Diomedes, two of the greatest minds among the Greeks, had a mission that could shift the tide of the war, a mission so dangerous that even the bravest warriors in the Greek camp trembled at the thought of it. They had come to steal the Palladium. The Palladium, the sacred statue of Athena, was said to protect the city. As long as it remained within Troy's walls, the city would stand, unbreakable. But the Greeks knew the truth: if they could take it, Troy would fall. It was not just a statue, it was the heart of the city's power. Without it, Troy would crumble. And so, in the dead of night, Odysseus and Diomedes crept through the darkened streets, their minds focused, their hearts pounding with the weight of the task ahead. The city was quiet, too quiet. The streets were empty, save for the flickering light of torches and the occasional sound of a distant guard's footsteps. There was something unnatural about the stillness, as though the walls themselves were holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable. They reached the temple where the Palladium was kept. The stone walls rose high above them, a fortress of strength and faith. But for all the beauty of the temple, it was also a place of fear, of worship, and of an all-consuming devotion to the gods. There, in the deepest chamber, behind thick iron gates, was the statue that held Troy's fate in its cold, marble hands. Odysseus and Diomedes exchanged a brief glance, a silent understanding passing between them. There was no turning back now. They had to do this, or all the bloodshed of the war would have been for nothing. They had to steal the Palladium, and they had to do it without being caught. As they entered the temple, the air seemed to thicken, heavy with the scent of incense and the weight of the god's presence. The flickering light from their torches cast long shadows on the stone walls, making the statues and carvings appear as if they were alive, watching, waiting for their moment. The two men moved carefully, their steps silent against the cold marble floor. Every sound seemed amplified in the quiet, every breath a thunderclap in their ears. They reached the altar where the Palladium stood, its eyes staring down at them, its presence both sacred and menacing. Odysseus reached out, his hand trembling ever so slightly as he touched the statue's base. At that moment, a sound broke the silence, footsteps, echoing through the temple. The guards were coming. "Quick," Odysseus hissed, his voice low and urgent. Diomedes nodded, and together, they lifted the Palladium from its pedestal. It was heavier than it looked, its solid stone formed an anchor, pulling at their muscles. The weight of the mission hung over them, but they couldn't afford to stop, couldn't afford to hesitate. The footsteps grew louder, closer now. There was no time left. With one final push, they managed to lift the statue and turn toward the exit. But as they moved, the temple seemed to come alive with the hum of danger. The very walls of Troy felt as if they were closing in on them. They had stolen the Palladium, but would they make it out alive? The guards appeared at the entrance, their faces shadowed by the flickering torchlight. They hadn't seen the men yet, but it was only a matter of time. The tension in the air was thick enough to suffocate them, and every second seemed to stretch on forever. Odysseus and Diomedes didn't hesitate. With one last glance, they bolted for the exit, the Palladium clutched tightly between them. They ran as fast as they could, their feet pounding against the stone floor, their breaths ragged, the sound of their pursuit ringing in their ears. The guards were close now, so close they could hear the clanging of armor, the shout of a command. It was a race against time, against fate. And then, just as they reached the gate, a guard spotted them. The shout echoed through the temple, a cry of alarm that would seal their fate if they didn't act quickly. Without thinking, Diomedes pushed Odysseus forward, forcing him toward the exit, while he turned to face the incoming guards. There was no time to explain, no time for anything other than survival. With his sword drawn, he stood firm, blocking the way. Odysseus, now at the gate, hesitated for only a moment before he dashed out into the night. The clash of steel rang out behind him, but he couldn't look back. He had to keep running. The Palladium was in his hands, but the danger was far from over. They had the prize, but at what cost? Diomedes fought fiercely, his every movement a blur of strength and skill. He held off the guards, giving Odysseus a chance to escape, but he knew it was only a matter of time before they overwhelmed him. He had given Odysseus a chance. Now, it was up to him to make sure the Palladium reached the Greek camp. The sounds of battle echoed through the night as Odysseus ran, each step harder than the last. The weight of the Palladium seemed to grow heavier, its power pulling him down, reminding him of the stakes. But he didn't stop. He couldn't. Not now. Not when victory was so close. By the time he reached the Greek camp, the first light of dawn was beginning to creep over the horizon. Odysseus stumbled into the camp, his heart pounding, the Palladium still safely in his hands. He had done it. He had stolen the Palladium. But as he looked over his shoulder, expecting to see Diomedes beside him, he found only silence. There was no sound of battle, no more shouts. Just the cold, empty space behind him. The darkness seemed to swallow the night whole. And for the first time, Odysseus realized the true cost of their mission. They had taken the Palladium, but what had they lost along the way? The price of victory was always high, sometimes higher than anyone could ever imagine. The camp was quiet, too quiet. The soldiers, who had once shouted and fought with relentless energy, now sat in silence, their faces drawn with weariness, their eyes heavy with doubt. The walls of Troy still loomed in the distance, as strong and defiant as they had been when the first arrow had been shot, and the war had begun. Days stretched into weeks, weeks into months, and hope seemed like a distant memory. The gods, once believed to be watching over them, were now silent, leaving only the bitter taste of uncertainty on their tongues. In the midst of this uneasy stillness, Calchas, the seer, stood before the gathered leaders. His face, once bright with confidence, was now a mask of concern. His eyes, however, held something deeper, something that could not be explained by simple prophecy. It was fear. His hands trembled as he clutched the staff of Apollo, the symbol of his power to see the unseen. The soldiers gathered around him, drawn by the gravity of the moment. Even the greatest of the Greek warriors, those who had conquered cities and slain giants, stood with bated breath. What Calchas would say next would decide the fate of their army, the destiny of their war. The sun had begun to set, casting an orange glow across the camp, and the shadows seemed to grow long with each passing minute. The firelight flickered, illuminating the faces of the men, each one etched with exhaustion, fear, and a quiet longing for home. The ground beneath their feet felt solid, but in their hearts, there was nothing but doubt. It was a heaviness they could not shake. Calchas closed his eyes for a long moment. His breath was steady, but there was an unmistakable tremor in his chest. The vision had come to him in the dead of night, unbidden and violent, a storm that could not be ignored. It was a vision of the end, the final answer to the riddle they had all been asking: how long must they fight? And would it ever end? The seer's voice broke the silence, low and steady, as though each word carried the weight of centuries. "I have seen it," he said, his gaze turning to meet the eyes of the leaders. His voice trembled with the force of the truth he had to deliver. "The gods have spoken. The war will end, but it will come at a great cost." A shiver rippled through the crowd. The warriors, who had long hoped for an end, felt a coldness seep into their bones. What cost? What would they have to give to see the fall of Troy? "Tell us, Calchas," Achilles' voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding. "What is the price we must pay?"
The seer's eyes glistened as though he were seeing something far beyond the men before him, beyond even the walls of Troy. His breath came in shallow gasps, as though the weight of the vision pressed down on him, threatening to crush him with its truth. "There will be death," he whispered. "Great death, among the leaders, among the bravest. It will be a loss like none we have ever known." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Even the greatest among them felt the sting of fear. The warriors looked around, their faces clouded with uncertainty. How much would they have to sacrifice? Was the blood they had already spilled not enough? Calchas continued, his voice now a haunting echo in the stillness of the night. "I have seen it, a hero will fall. A hero who has led them through the darkest of times. A son of great Achilles, a warrior of unmatched strength, will fall on the battlefield. And when he does, Troy will be brought to its knees." A gasp rose from the men, a collective intake of breath as the seer's words settled on them like a shroud. Achilles' face went pale, his usually fierce expression now one of disbelief. His grip tightened on his spear, the weapon that had once been the symbol of his own invincibility. The thought of his son, Neoptolemus, dying in the war struck him with the force of 1,000 arrows. He had brought his son into the war for a reason, to carry on the legacy, to fight the battles he himself could not. But now, Calchas' words hung over him like a dark cloud, and the shadow of death seemed to loom even closer. The Greek leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Could it be true? Would they truly lose a hero? Would they lose their strongest warrior? The fear in their hearts was palpable, and for the first time in the war, doubt crept in. Could they really win this fight if the cost was so high? Would the fall of one of their own heroes be the end of them all? Calchas paused, letting the silence stretch on. The fire crackled and hissed, but even that sound seemed to fade into the background. The words of the seer lingered in the air, thick and suffocating. "And there is more," Calchas said, his voice growing softer, as if he could barely bear to speak the next part. "The gods are not pleased. Even the winds are against us now. What we once took for granted, our favor with the gods, is slipping away. Only by the blood of a great hero will the city of Troy be brought low." The men shifted uncomfortably, the weight of his words sinking deeper. The gods, who had once seemed so close, so ready to deliver victory, were now silent. Their favor, which the Greeks had once basked in, was gone. And without it, how could they hope to succeed? How could they fight against the might of Troy, whose walls were as impenetrable as the will of the gods? The vision was a curse, not a blessing. It was a warning wrapped in the guise of hope. And for the first time in the long war, the soldiers of Greece felt the cold hands of fate tightening around their throats. Calchas' eyes were now dull, his once bright face now cast in the shadows of impending tragedy. "I cannot see the way forward," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I know this, Troy will fall, but the cost will be too great for any of us to bear." The words hung in the air like an omen, a prophecy of doom that would forever alter the course of their battle. The Greek soldiers stood motionless, as though the ground had turned to stone beneath their feet. The weight of Calchas' vision pressed on their shoulders, each man feeling the sting of it, the knowledge that they were fighting not just for victory, but for survival. In the silence that followed, one thing was clear. The war was not just about Troy anymore, it was about something deeper, something that would change them all forever. It was about sacrifice. It was about loss. And no matter how much they hoped for the end, they knew that the price of victory would be paid in blood, and in the hearts of the men who had stood before the gates of Troy. The campfires burned low, their embers glowing faintly against the ink-black sky. The Greek camp was unusually quiet, yet a charged tension filled the air. Every man knew something was about to change. The long years of war had worn them down, but tonight there was a flicker of something else, a dangerous, burning hope. In the heart of the camp, a single figure worked tirelessly, his shadow stretching and shifting under the dim light of torches. Hippias, the master craftsman, stood before a towering structure of wood and rope, his hands calloused from the endless shaping of timber. His face was set in fierce concentration, every muscle taut as he chipped, sanded, and hammered with relentless precision.
The smell of freshly cut wood mixed with the salty breeze from the sea, but the air felt heavy, almost suffocating. It wasn't just a work of craftsmanship, it was a weapon, a deception, a prayer wrapped in cedar and pine. Around him, the warriors watched in uneasy silence. They whispered among themselves, their voices carrying both awe and doubt. Could this truly work? Could this creation, a hollow horse, succeed where their swords, spears, and endless sieges had failed? They had lost too much, sacrificed too many. Families, friends, entire generations had been swallowed by this war. Now, they placed all their hope in this fragile, unlikely gamble. Hippias wiped sweat from his brow, his eyes darting over the massive frame of the horse. The body was nearly complete, its curved sides smooth and polished, the hollow interior large enough to hold their best warriors. Every plank was fitted with care, every joint sealed tight to keep their secret safe. But it was the head, the proud, towering head, that seemed to carry the soul of the beast. Its eyes, dark and hollow, seemed to stare straight into the distance, as if challenging the gods themselves. Odysseus stood nearby, his arms crossed, his expression unreadable. This was his plan, born from a mind as sharp as a blade and twice as cunning. He had convinced the others that brute force would not win this war. It needed wit, trickery, something the Trojans would never expect. Yet even he couldn't shake the weight of what they were attempting. If this plan failed, it wouldn't just be the end of the war, it would be the end of them all. Will it hold? Odysseus asked, his voice low but firm. Hippias glanced at him, his hands never stopping. It will hold. The gods themselves could ride inside it, and it would not break. Good, Odysseus said, though his eyes betrayed his unease. He turned to the group of warriors standing in the shadows. Among them were Menelaus, Diomedes, and Neoptolemus, their faces grim but determined. These were the men who would climb inside the horse, entrusting their lives to its wooden walls. They were the best of the best, chosen for their skill, their courage, and their willingness to face death head-on. As the final pieces were put in place, the enormity of their plan began to sink in. The horse wasn't just a clever ruse, it was a symbol, a final act of defiance against the city that had seemed untouchable. It was both a gift and a curse, a promise and a trap. The men working on it felt the weight of history pressing down on them, every hammer stroke echoing with the possibility of victory or ruin. The night grew colder, and the wind carried whispers of the sea. Hippias stepped back, his work complete. The horse stood tall and menacing, its wooden sides gleaming faintly in the firelight. It was beautiful in a way that only something deadly could be. The men gathered around it, their faces a mixture of fear and admiration. This was no ordinary creation. It was alive with purpose, its very existence daring the Trojans to believe in their own hubris. Odysseus stepped forward, his voice rising above the murmurs. "This is our chance," he said, his tone commanding yet filled with quiet intensity. "This horse will break the walls of Troy, not with force, but with cunning. When they take it inside their gates, thinking they've won, we will strike. And when we do, we will not falter." The warriors nodded, their hands tightening on their weapons. They knew the risks. Once they climbed inside the horse, there would be no escape. If the Trojans discovered their ruse, they would be trapped, burned alive, or cut down before they could even draw their swords. But there was no room for hesitation now. They had come too far, fought too hard, to turn back. As the warriors prepared themselves, the mood in the camp shifted. It was no longer weighed down by despair, but charged with a fierce, almost reckless determination. They would succeed, or they would die trying. There was no middle ground. Hippias watched as the men climbed into the horse, one by one, their armor clinking softly in the quiet night. He felt a strange pang of pride and fear. His creation would carry them into the heart of Troy, but what it carried out would be up to them. The horse's hollow interior was dark and cramped, the air thick with tension. The warriors adjusted their positions, their breathing steady but shallow. Each man carried the weight of the plan on his shoulders, knowing that a single mistake could cost them everything. They trusted the horse, trusted the craftsmanship that had gone into every inch of its construction, but more than that, they trusted each other. Outside, the Greeks began the second part of their deception. Fires were doused, tents were dismantled, and the camp was abandoned. The Trojans would wake to find the horse standing alone, a monument to what they thought was their victory. It was a cruel trick, but war was cruel, and the Greeks had learned long ago that there was no place for mercy in this fight. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, the horse stood silent and ominous, a shadow against the golden glow of morning. The Greek ships, hidden just beyond the horizon, waited for the signal to return. Inside the horse, the warriors braced themselves, their hearts pounding in unison. They could hear the distant sounds of Troy awakening, the faint murmur of voices growing louder as the Trojans spotted the horse. The plan was set in motion, and there was no turning back. The fate of the war, the fate of thousands, now rested on the strength of a wooden horse and the bravery of the men it carried. The massive wooden horse stood ominously in the shadow of Troy's towering gates, its silent presence unsettling in its grandeur. The city buzzed with curiosity, voices rising and overlapping like waves crashing against the shore. Children tugged at their mothers' robes, pointing at the giant figure. Warriors stood motionless, their hands gripping their spears a little tighter. No one knew what to make of it, this strange, colossal beast left behind by the Greeks. In the palace hall, the debate raged like a storm. Priam, the weary king of Troy, sat on his gilded throne, his face a mask of exhaustion and grief. Years of war had carved deep lines into his face, and now this wooden enigma, was a puzzle he could not ignore. His counselors stood around him, their voices clashing as they argued. Some insisted it was a gift, a sign of the Greeks' surrender and their god's favor. Others warned it was a trap, a final trick from enemies who had proven themselves relentless and cunning. Cassandra, the cursed seer of Troy, stood apart from the crowd, her eyes burning with an intensity that made even the boldest of men uneasy. Her long, dark hair framed a face that held both beauty and anguish. She spoke with a conviction that echoed through the chamber, but her words were met with scoffs and dismissive waves of hands. "Burn it," she hissed, her voice trembling with urgency. "It reeks of death. Can you not feel it? This is no offering, it is poison dressed as a gift. If you bring it into the city, Troy will fall." Her words hung in the air, sharp and chilling. But the room erupted in laughter, cruel and mocking. Cassandra's gift of prophecy was both her power and her curse, blessed to see the future but doomed never to be believed. "You speak of doom with every breath, Cassandra," one advisor sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. "The war has broken you. This is a sign of victory, not ruin. Let us celebrate for once." Priam raised his hand, silencing the bickering voices. His gaze rested on Cassandra for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. He wanted to believe her, he truly did, but the weight of his people's suffering pressed heavily on him. They needed hope, not more warnings of despair. Still, he turned to the others, his voice steady but weary. "What do the rest of you think?" he asked. "Speak plainly." A grizzled warrior stepped forward, his armor scratched and battered from years of battle. He was Antenor, one of Priam's most trusted generals. His voice was firm, his expression grim. "The Greeks are cunning, my king. They've used trickery before. Leaving such a thing behind feels wrong. It would be wise to destroy it." But before Priam could respond, another voice broke in, loud and confident. It was Laocoon, the high priest of Poseidon, his robes flowing as he strode into the chamber. His face was flushed with indignation, his eyes blazing with conviction. "I agree with Antenor," he declared, pointing toward the direction of the gates. "This thing is not a gift, it is a ruse. The Greeks are masters of deception. They may be hiding inside it even now, waiting to strike. We should burn it and scatter the ashes to the wind." His words sent a ripple of unease through the room. The idea that the horse might be a trap was not far-fetched, and the image of Greek soldiers pouring out of its hollow belly sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. But before the fear could take root, another voice rang out, calm and persuasive.
This is folly. Paris, Priam's youngest son, stepped forward, his golden armor gleaming. His confidence was unshaken, his charm undeniable. The Greeks have fled. They have abandoned their camp, their ships, and their pride. Why would they leave behind soldiers? They have been broken by our strength, and this horse is proof of their surrender. To destroy it would be to insult the gods who have favored us. A murmur of agreement rose from some of the counselors. Paris smiled, his words like honey, sweet and convincing. He had always been a master of persuasion, and now he used his gift to sway the room. Priam's brow furrowed, his hands gripping the arms of his throne as he listened. The king was torn, the weight of the decision pressing heavily on him. Cassandra stepped forward, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "Do not listen to him," she cried, her desperation raw and unfiltered. "Paris brought this war upon us with his selfishness. Now he would bring our end with his arrogance. The gods do not favor us, they have turned their faces away. Listen to me, father, I beg you. Burn the horse." Her words were met with silence, the tension in the room palpable. Priam looked at his daughter, his heart aching. He wanted to believe her, to trust the clarity in her eyes. But the laughter of the counselors, the murmurs of doubt, and the desire for peace drowned out her voice. "We must decide," Priam said at last, his voice heavy with the weight of his responsibility. He turned to the group, his eyes scanning their faces. "Do we burn it or bring it into the city?" The room fell into chaos as voices overlapped, arguments erupting once more. Cassandra clutched her chest, her breathing ragged as she felt the inevitable slipping away from her. The vision she had seen was clear: fire, blood, and ruin. Yet no one would heed her warning. Outside the gates, the people of Troy gathered, their curiosity transforming into excitement. They saw the horse as a symbol of their victory, a trophy to be celebrated. Children laughed and danced around its massive legs, their innocence blinding them to the danger that loomed. Priam's decision would not only determine their fate but would seal the legacy of Troy for generations to come. Back in the chamber, Priam finally stood, his voice cutting through the noise. "Enough," he commanded, silencing the room. His gaze lingered on the faces of his children, Cassandra, with her haunted eyes, Paris, with his charming smile, and the absent Hector, whose death still weighed on his heart. With a deep breath, he spoke the words that would change everything. "We will bring the horse inside the city." Cassandra let out a choked cry, her knees buckling as despair washed over her. Paris smiled triumphantly, his confidence vindicated. The counselors murmured among themselves, some relieved, others uneasy. The decision was made, and the fate of Troy was sealed. The horse, silent and imposing, waited outside, its hollow belly hiding the doom that no one could see or refuse to believe. The sun hung low over Troy, painting the city in hues of gold and crimson. Its rays glinted off the towering wooden horse outside the gates, a silent and ominous figure that captivated the people's imagination. It was a day of strange energy, an undercurrent of unease rippling through the air, yet the Trojans, eager for peace, brushed it aside. They gathered near the gates, murmuring and pointing, debating whether the enormous gift was a sign of divine favor or an enemy's trap. From the temple of Poseidon came Laocoon, the high priest, his face a mask of stern conviction. His robes billowed behind him as he marched into the crowd, his presence commanding immediate attention. A hush fell over the assembly as he raised his hands, his voice booming with a force that could have stopped the winds. "Fools," he roared, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do you think the Greeks have left us a gift out of kindness? Do you truly believe they've abandoned their cunning and cruelty after 10 long years of bloodshed? This horse is no offering, it is a trick, a deceit crafted to destroy us." The crowd shifted uneasily, some nodding in agreement while others whispered doubts. Laocoon's words struck a nerve, stirring fears they dared not voice. He moved toward the massive horse, his steps firm, as though he carried the weight of Troy's survival on his shoulders. "They hide within," he thundered, pointing an accusing finger at the towering structure. "Or they've left some devilish scheme inside to bring our walls to ruin."
Mark my words, if we do not destroy this thing, it will be the death of us all." From the back of the crowd, Cassandra watched with a mixture of hope and dread. She had warned of this very danger, her prophetic cries falling on deaf ears. Now, seeing Laocoon's fiery defiance, she felt a flicker of relief. Perhaps his voice, more respected than hers, could sway the hearts of their people. Laocoon's words carried weight, and even Priam, standing at a distance, seemed to waver. But before the king could speak, Laocoon's warning turned into action. Grabbing a spear from a nearby soldier, he marched toward the horse, his expression one of grim determination. The crowd gasped as he hurled the spear with all his strength. It struck the wooden flank of the horse, piercing its side with a hollow, echoing thud. The sound reverberated through the air, unnatural and unsettling, like the heartbeat of something that shouldn't exist. For a moment, the people stared, frozen. The horse loomed before them, silent and unmoving, but that hollow sound lingered in their minds, planting seeds of doubt. Whispers broke out among the crowd. Perhaps Laocoon was right. Perhaps this was no gift, but a trap waiting to spring. Then came the moment that would shatter it all. From the shores of the city, near the altar of Poseidon, there was a sudden, piercing scream. It was a sound that silenced every voice, a primal cry of terror that made hearts seize with dread. Heads turned, searching for the source, and what they saw froze them in place. Two serpents, monstrous in size, emerged from the sea. Their scales glistened like wet bronze under the dying light of the sun, their eyes burning with a terrible, unnatural fire. They slithered across the sand with horrifying speed, their bodies coiling and uncoiling like living waves. The crowd screamed and scattered, fear spreading like wildfire. The serpents paid no heed to the chaos, their gaze was fixed, unyielding, on one man. Laocoon. He stood before the altar, his face pale but his stance defiant. He raised his arms as if to ward off the creatures, shouting prayers to the gods he had served so faithfully. But the serpents were deaf to his pleas. With a speed that defied reason, they struck. The first serpent coiled around Laocoon's legs, dragging him to the ground. The second wrapped around his chest, squeezing with a force that made his bones creak. He fought with every ounce of his strength, his cries of pain echoing through the city as he struggled against the impossible. "No!" Cassandra screamed, her voice breaking as she pushed through the crowd. But no one moved to help. They stood frozen, their terror rooting them in place as they watched the horrifying scene unfold. The serpents turned their fury toward Laocoon's sons, who had run to their father's aid. Their young faces were etched with fear, their cries desperate and heart-wrenching. But the monsters showed no mercy. They struck with brutal precision, wrapping the boys in their coils and silencing their cries with crushing force. Laocoon's screams reached a fever pitch as he watched his children perish before his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the blood that seeped from his wounds. He called out to the gods, to Priam, to anyone who could save them, but the heavens remained silent. And then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. The serpents, their task complete, slithered away, their massive forms disappearing into the sea as swiftly as they had come. The silence that followed was deafening, the crowd staring at the lifeless bodies of Laocoon and his sons, their faces pale with shock. For a moment, no one spoke. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath, as if mourning the loss. Then came the murmurs, soft at first but growing louder with each passing second. "The gods have spoken," someone whispered, their voice trembling with fear. "It was a sign," another added, clutching their chest as though to steady their heart. The gods punished him for his defiance. The mood shifted like a tide turning. Where there had been doubt, now there was belief that the horse was indeed a gift, blessed by the gods and meant to be brought into the city. Laocoon's warnings, his courage, his sacrifice, were swept away in the rising tide of superstition and fear. Cassandra fell to her knees, her hands gripping the earth as she sobbed. She knew the truth, as clear as the stars in the night sky. The gods had not punished Laocoon for defiance, they had silenced him to pave the way for Troy's destruction. But her cries, like his, were ignored. The people turned their backs on the priest's broken body,
their focus shifting once more to the horse. It stood there, unmoving and unthreatening, but its presence now seemed almost divine. The serpents had ensured that no one would question its purpose again. Laocoon, the voice of reason, lay dead. His sons, innocent and pure, were gone. And the city of Troy, blinded by fear and manipulated by forces beyond their understanding, moved one step closer to its tragic fate. The sun sank behind the horizon, leaving Troy bathed in the warm glow of twilight. The gates of the city creaked open, and with great effort, the wooden horse was pulled through, its towering frame casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. Cheers erupted from the crowd as the symbol of apparent victory entered their sacred walls. The air buzzed with excitement, the tension of war replaced by a fervent need to celebrate. Children danced around the horse, their laughter light and carefree, blissfully ignorant of the years of bloodshed that had preceded this moment. The elders of Troy stood together, nodding with satisfaction, their weary faces brightened by what they saw as the dawn of peace. The horse's wooden eyes stared blankly ahead, unmoving, unfeeling, yet strangely alive under the dimming sky. Torches flared to life along the streets, their golden light flickering against the stone walls of Troy. Music filled the air, the soft strains of lyres and the rhythmic beat of drums drawing more people from their homes. Women adorned in flowing garments wove through the throng, their arms laden with garlands of flowers to drape over the horse. It seemed as though the city itself had breathed a sigh of relief, its heart swelling with joy after a decade of relentless siege. Priam stood at the center of it all, his posture regal but his eyes weary. He watched the horse with a mix of pride and hesitation, as though trying to decipher its silent message. Beside him, his advisors spoke in excited tones, their voices filled with plans for the next day's festivities. Priam nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze lingering on the massive structure. But even the king, with all his wisdom, allowed the celebrations to wash over his doubts. The horse was placed in the heart of the city, its immense size towering over the square where countless Trojans gathered to offer thanks to the gods. Priests burned incense, the fragrant smoke curling into the night sky. A gift from Athena, they proclaimed, their voices reverberating through the square. The crowd erupted in cheers, their cries of gratitude rising into the heavens. As the moon climbed higher, its silver light bathed Troy in an eerie glow. The music grew louder, and the people began to feast. Long tables were set with bread, roasted meats, and goblets of wine, passed from hand to hand. Friends embraced, soldiers toasted their fallen comrades, and strangers exchanged stories of hope for the future. The horrors of war were forgotten, if only for this fleeting night. But not everyone joined in the revelry. Cassandra watched from the shadows, her face pale and drawn. Her eyes fixed on the wooden horse, and her hands trembled at her sides. She could hear its hollow silence, feel the heavy weight of the trap hidden within. Yet no one listened to her warnings, her cries drowned out by the jubilant noise of the crowd. Her heart ached as she saw her people rejoicing, blind to the doom they had invited into their midst. Somewhere in the distance, a child's laugh broke through the din, pure and joyful. Cassandra's chest tightened, her breath catching as she turned toward the sound. The sight of the innocent child playing at the base of the horse tore at her soul. She wanted to scream, to shake the crowd and make them see the danger, but her voice had long since been silenced by disbelief and scorn. As the night deepened, the celebrations reached a fevered pitch. Dancers twirled in wild abandon, their shadows leaping across the square. Flames crackled in massive braziers, their heat mingling with the cool night air. Goblets overflowed with wine, and drunken laughter echoed through the streets. Inside the horse, hidden in its hollow belly, the Greek soldiers waited. Their breaths were shallow, their muscles tense, their ears straining to catch the sounds of celebration outside. Each moment felt like an eternity, the air inside stifling and thick with anticipation. Hippias, the craftsman who had built the horse, lay curled in silence, his hands trembling despite the calm he tried to project. Odysseus, the mastermind of the plan, held his sword close, his mind racing with thoughts of what was to come. The soldiers could hear the sounds of Troy, the music, the cheers, the laughter. It felt almost cruel, this strange limbo between life and death.
They knew what they were about to unleash, knew that by dawn, the city would burn. Meanwhile, the Trojans grew weary. The feasting slowed, the music softened, and the revelers began to retreat to their homes. The horse stood tall and silent, a dark silhouette against the pale light of the moon. The fires dwindled, their embers glowing faintly in the cool night air. Cassandra lingered in the square, her heart heavy with despair. She watched as the last of the celebrants stumbled away, leaving the massive wooden figure alone in the stillness. For a moment, she thought she heard something, a faint creak, the groan of wood shifting under unseen weight. Her breath quickened, her hands clenching into fists. But the sound faded, and the square was silent once more. The horse remained as it was, an ominous sentinel guarding the heart of Troy. Cassandra closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks as she whispered a prayer to the gods, though she knew they would not answer. The city of Troy slept, its people dreaming of a peace that would never come. The gates stood closed, the fires burned low, and the streets lay quiet. Only the horse stood awake, its silent frame hiding the fury that would soon be unleashed. The night stretched on, each moment pregnant with a tension unseen by the revelers who had placed their faith in its divine origins. Far above, the stars seemed to flicker with unease, as though they, too, could sense the tragedy that hung over the city. The wind whispered through the streets, carrying with it the faint scent of salt from the distant sea. Inside the horse, the soldiers waited, their hands gripping their weapons, their hearts pounding in unison with the pulse of the city. They knew the signal would come soon. They knew the night's celebration was merely the calm before the storm. And as the moon began its descent, casting the first shadows of dawn, Troy remained blissfully unaware that its darkest hour was just beginning. The darkness inside the wooden horse was suffocating, a silence so absolute that it seemed to press against the ears of the men hidden within. Each breath was measured, each movement calculated to avoid the slightest sound. The space was cramped, the air stale, heavy with the scent of sweat and tension. For hours, the warriors had been confined in that hollow structure, their bodies aching and their minds racing with anticipation. Odysseus sat at the heart of the group, his eyes closed, but his mind sharp, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword as though it was the only anchor keeping him steady. He could hear the faint murmurs of Troy's festivities outside, the fading laughter, the distant clink of goblets, the occasional shout of revelry. The city was alive in its false triumph, blissfully unaware of the doom lying in wait within the horse. Next to him, Diomedes adjusted his grip on his spear, the cold metal comforting against his palm. His jaw was tight, his breath shallow, his pulse hammering in his ears. Every creak of the wooden beams, every faint groan of the structure shifting under its weight, felt like a betrayal, as though the horse itself might give them away. Yet he trusted Odysseus and his plan, even as the minutes stretched into an eternity. Hippias, the master craftsman who had built the horse, sat in the shadows, his heart heavy with unease. He had poured every ounce of skill into constructing the massive figure, but now he couldn't shake the fear that something might go wrong. What if the Trojans grew suspicious? What if they set the horse ablaze? He bit down on his lip, forcing the thoughts away. This was no time for doubt. Above them, the faint sounds of the city's celebrations began to fade. The streets of Troy were growing quieter, the revelers retreating to their homes, lulled into a sense of safety by the day's events. The warriors inside the horse listened intently, straining to discern every sound. Each passing moment brought them closer to the signal, the call to action that would unleash their wrath upon the unsuspecting city. Philoctetes shifted his position slightly, the cramped quarters making it nearly impossible to find comfort. His fingers brushed against the bow slung over his shoulder, its familiar weight steadying his nerves. He thought of the battle to come, the chaos and bloodshed they would soon bring to Troy. His thoughts turned briefly to the men they had left behind, waiting silently in the darkness outside the city walls, ready to storm the gates once they opened. The silence within the horse was broken only by the occasional creak of armor or the muffled sound of shifting feet. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. Each man was lost in his own thoughts, his own fears and hopes. The weight of what they were about to do hung heavy in the air, unspoken but understood. Hours passed, though to the warriors, it felt like days. The night outside was deep and still, the kind of stillness that comes before a storm. The moonlight seeped through the tiny cracks in the wooden planks, casting thin slivers of silver across the men's faces. It was a cruelly serene contrast to the violence they were poised to unleash. Odysseus opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over the men. He could see the tension in their postures, the way their hands gripped their weapons as though afraid to let go. He didn't speak, but his presence was enough to calm them, a silent reminder of their purpose. They had come too far, sacrificed too much, to falter now. Outside, the city of Troy was finally still. The fires had burned down to embers, and the streets were deserted, save for the occasional shadow of a wandering guard. The horse loomed over the square, its dark silhouette a silent sentinel against the night sky. Inside, the warriors waited, their ears attuned to every sound, their muscles coiled like springs. The anticipation was almost unbearable, a mix of fear and adrenaline that threatened to overwhelm even the most seasoned among them. And then, faintly, they heard it, the cry of a lone bird cutting through the stillness of the night. It was the signal they had been waiting for, the sound that would set their plan into motion. Odysseus straightened, his hand tightening on his sword. He exchanged a glance with Diomedes, a silent nod passing between them. The time had come. The warriors moved with practiced precision, their movements careful and deliberate. The wooden panels of the horse creaked softly as they shifted, the hidden door opening to reveal the city bathed in moonlight. One by one, they emerged, their weapons glinting in the pale light, their faces set with grim determination. The square was eerily quiet, the stillness broken only by the faint rustle of their movements. The warriors spread out, their steps silent as shadows, their eyes scanning the empty streets for signs of life. Each man knew his role, his place in the plan that would bring Troy to its knees. Odysseus led the way, his sword drawn, his gaze sharp and unyielding. His mind raced with thoughts of what was to come, the blood that would be spilled, the lives that would be lost. But there was no room for hesitation, no place for doubt. As the warriors moved through the city, they could feel the weight of their actions pressing down on them. They were not just soldiers, they were instruments of destruction, the harbingers of Troy's end. The city slept on, blissfully unaware of the danger that crept through its streets. The warriors moved like ghosts, their presence felt only by the faint whisper of their footsteps against the stone. And as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, the silence was broken by the distant sound of a gate opening, the faint clatter of hooves and wheels as the Greek army began its final assault. The hidden warriors exchanged a final glance, their expressions hard and resolute. The fall of Troy was at hand, and there was no turning back. The streets of Troy glowed with the flickering light of countless torches, their flames dancing in the cool night breeze. Laughter echoed through the city, loud and unrestrained, spilling from every corner. Goblets of wine were raised high, spilling over with red rivers that stained the cobblestones. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the Trojans were not afraid. Their war was over, or so they believed. Children ran through the crowds, their laughter sharp and bright as they chased each other under the towering shadow of the great wooden horse. Women adorned with flowers and their hair swayed to the music of flutes and lyres, their feet tapping softly against the ground. Men stood in tight circles, their voices boisterous as they toasted to their supposed victory. The heavy weight of war had lifted from their shoulders, replaced by the intoxicating freedom of celebration. Priam sat on a high platform overlooking the square, his face illuminated by the golden glow of the firelight. His aged features seemed lighter tonight, his shoulders less burdened. He smiled as he watched his people rejoice, a rare warmth in his gaze. He had not felt peace like this in years, not since the war began. His heart swelled with pride and relief. Nearby, Hecuba watched the festivities with a softer joy. She held a garland of flowers in her hands, idly twisting the stems as she glanced occasionally at the towering horse. There was something unsettling about its stillness, about the way it loomed over the square like a silent sentinel. But she shook the thought away. The gods had spoken, and the war was done. Tonight was not a night for fear. In the heart of the celebration, Paris stood with his arm around Helen, his golden goblet raised high. He was laughing, the sound full and vibrant, as though he had never known the weight of guilt or the sting of regret. Beside him, Helen smiled faintly, though her eyes wandered over the crowd, lingering on the flickering shadows and dark corners. She felt the unease pressing at the edges of her mind, but she said nothing. This was not the time. The music grew louder, the rhythm faster, as dancers spun in wild circles, their feet kicking up the dust. The wine flowed like water, filling goblets as fast as they could be emptied. The city's walls, so often lined with wary guards, were nearly deserted now, save for a few watchmen too sober or too superstitious to join the revelry. Even they, however, stood with relaxed shoulders, their gazes drifting from the horizon to the lights and sounds of celebration below. As the night deepened, the mood in the city became even more unrestrained. Men sang old war songs, their voices rough but spirited, as they recounted their victories and losses with equal fervor. Women joined in, their laughter weaving through the melodies, adding a lightness that had been absent for so long. It was as if the entire city was exhaling at once, releasing years of fear and sorrow into the night air. But beneath the surface of their joy, there were moments when the shadows seemed darker, the air colder. Some glanced uneasily at the great horse, its hollow eyes staring blankly into the crowd. It stood too still, too perfect, its massive frame an unyielding contrast to the life and motion surrounding it. A few whispered their doubts, their unease, but their voices were drowned out by the music and laughter. Cassandra watched from the edge of the square, her face pale and her eyes wide with dread. She had begged them to listen, to destroy the horse before it was too late. But they had mocked her, dismissed her warnings as the ramblings of a cursed seer. Now she stood alone, her fists clenched at her sides, her heart pounding as she watched the city's careless celebration. They didn't see it. They couldn't see it, the doom that hung over them like a shroud. A group of young men passed by her, their steps unsteady from too much wine. One of them paused, grinning at her as he waved a half-empty goblet in her direction. "Come, Cassandra," he called. "The gods have blessed us. Why do you linger in the shadows?" She turned away without answering, her gaze fixed on the horse. It seemed to grow larger in her mind, its shadow stretching further and darker across the square. She could feel it, the weight of the destruction hidden within, waiting to strike. Her chest tightened, but her voice was useless. No one would listen. The fires burned low as the night wore on, their flames reduced to glowing embers. The music softened, the laughter fading into murmurs as the revelers began to tire. Some stumbled home, their arms draped over each other's shoulders, their voices slurring as they sang. Others lay where they had fallen, too drunk or too weary to move, their bodies sprawled across the square. Priam rose from his seat, his movements slow and deliberate as he descended the platform. Hecuba met him at the bottom, her hand resting lightly on his arm. "It's been a good night," she said softly, her voice carrying a note of hope. He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the square, lingering briefly on the horse before he turned away. In the quiet that followed, the city seemed almost peaceful. The sounds of celebration had faded to a gentle hum, the streets lined with the faint glow of dying torches. The horse stood alone in the square, its shadow stretching long and dark under the pale light of the moon. But the peace was an illusion, fragile and fleeting. The city was vulnerable now, its defenses down, its people scattered and unaware. Inside the horse, hidden within its hollow belly, the Greeks waited, their breaths slow and measured, their weapons ready. They could hear the faint sounds of Troy's slumber, the soft rustle of the wind through the streets. They were patient. They had waited this long, they could wait a little longer. The air grew colder as the night deepened, a sharp chill that bit at the skin. The fires in the square flickered, their embers glowing faintly in the darkness. The city was silent now, its people lost in their dreams, unaware that this night of celebration would be their last. The night stretched on, heavy and still, as Troy slumbered under the faint glow of a pale moon. The echoes of celebration had faded, replaced by the quiet murmur of a city at rest. Yet, not all were asleep. In the deep shadows of the square, where the wooden horse stood like a silent predator, a figure moved with quiet precision. Sinan crept through the sleeping city, his steps careful, his breathing steady. His heart raced, but his resolve was unshaken. He had fooled them all, the desperate prisoner, the tragic defector, the man wronged by his own people. They had taken him in, believed his every word, and now the fate of Troy rested in his hands. He reached the horse and paused, pressing his hand to the cold, wooden surface. A faint sound from within, the rustle of bodies shifting in silence, reminded him of what lay inside. He felt no guilt, no hesitation. His task was clear. The square was eerily quiet, the embers of the once roaring fires glowing faintly in the dark. Sinan's eyes darted to the city gates, their massive wooden frames closed and barred. Beyond them, in the endless night, the Greek army waited. He knew they were out there, hidden in the darkness, their swords drawn, their eyes fixed on Troy. They had waited for this moment, for his signal. With practiced care, Sinan pulled a small torch from his cloak. It was unlit, its tip dipped in oil. His hands worked quickly, striking flint to steel, sparks flashing in the dark. The flame caught, small at first, then growing, its flickering light casting jagged shadows across his face. He held it steady, raising it high, the fire burning bright against the black sky. From his position, Sinan could see the walls of Troy, the scattered guards who leaned lazily against the stones, their heads nodding as sleep overtook them. They didn't notice him. They didn't notice the light. But the Greeks would. He knew they would. Far beyond the walls, the Greek ships waited in silence. The signal flared against the night, a single point of light in the vast darkness. Eyes sharp and watchful caught it immediately. Torches were lit in response, one after another, their flames like stars blinking into existence. The call had been made. The attack would begin. Inside the horse, the hidden warrior stirred. Diomedes tightened his grip on his sword, his muscles tense as he waited for the moment to strike. Odysseus, calm and calculating, placed a steady hand on the hatch that sealed them inside. Every man was ready, their breaths synchronized, their minds focused. They had waited for hours, cramped and silent in the belly of the beast, but now the time had come. Sinan moved quickly now, his steps swift but silent as he approached the city gates. The guards there were few, their attention dull after a night of drinking. One sat slumped against the wall, his eyes closed, his head lolling to the side. The other stood with his back turned, leaning on his spear, his shoulders relaxed. Sinan's knife glinted in the faint light as he approached. The first guard never woke. The blade found his throat, cutting through flesh and silencing him before he could cry out. The second guard barely had time to react, his spear clattering to the ground as Sinan drove the knife into his chest. The gates loomed before him now, massive and imposing, their heavy wooden beams secured with thick iron locks. Sinan reached for the mechanisms, his hands moving with practiced efficiency. The locks gave way, the chains falling to the ground with a dull clatter. He pushed against the gates, the wood creaking under his weight. Slowly, they began to open, revealing the endless darkness beyond. The Greeks were already moving. Their torches bobbed like fireflies in the distance, growing brighter as they approached. Armed and ready, they poured through the gates, their footsteps a low rumble that grew louder with each passing second. They moved like shadows, their faces grim, their swords gleaming in the torchlight. There was no hesitation, no pause. They knew what they had to do. Sinan stepped aside, his task complete, as the Greeks surged into the city. He watched them go, their silent determination filling him with a grim satisfaction. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Troy, with all its grandeur and might, was finally vulnerable. The hatch of the horse creaked open, a faint sound lost in the chaos beginning to unfold. Odysseus emerged first, his eyes scanning the square before motioning for the others to follow. One by one, the warriors climbed out, their weapons ready, their steps deliberate. They moved with the precision of men who had trained for this moment, their movements fluid and exact. The city was still largely asleep, its people unaware of the danger creeping through its streets. The Greeks spread out, their torches lighting the way as they moved toward their targets. The palace, the barracks, the armory, each had its place in the plan, each would fall before the night was through. In the distance, a dog barked, its sharp cry echoing through the empty streets. A light flickered in a nearby window as someone stirred, drawn by the faint sounds of movement. But it was too late. The Greeks were already inside, their swords raised, their attack begun. The first cries of alarm came suddenly, shattering the silence. A guard stumbled from his post, his voice rising in panic as he shouted to his comrades. The sound was quickly silenced, his body crumpling to the ground as a Greek blade found its mark. But the warning had been given. Troy began to wake. Doors slammed open, voices calling out in confusion and fear. The Trojans, unarmed and unprepared, stumbled into the streets, their eyes wide with terror. The Greeks showed no mercy, their swords cutting through the chaos with ruthless efficiency. Fire sprang up across the city, their flames consuming the wooden buildings, their smoke rising into the night sky. Sinan stood by the gates, watching the city burn. The screams of the Trojans filled the air, a symphony of fear and pain. He felt no pity, no remorse. This was war. This was victory. In the square, the great horse stood silent and unmoving, its purpose fulfilled. The flames danced around it, their light casting eerie shadows across its wooden surface. It had been a gift, a symbol of peace and surrender. But now it stood as a monument to deception, its hollow belly empty, its secret unleashed. The gates of Troy were open, the Greeks inside. The city's fate was sealed. The first screams rang out in the narrow streets of Troy, echoing off the stone walls like a thunderclap that shattered the stillness of the night. The city, still groggy from its long revelry, jolted awake in a frenzy of confusion and terror. A sudden rush of shadows poured from the city's gates, Greeks. Dozens, hundreds of them, armed and relentless. Their swords gleamed in the firelight, their faces set in grim determination. The streets, once vibrant with the laughter of the Trojans, were now bathed in the red glow of flames. The night had turned into a living nightmare. The first few soldiers of Troy tried to rally, their voices cracking in fear and disbelief as they ran to defend their homes. But the Greeks were like a flood, sweeping through the streets, pushing their way past anyone who dared to stand in their way. It didn't matter who they were, young or old, soldier or civilian, they all fell under the wrath of the invaders. One Trojan soldier, his helmet crooked on his head, stumbled in the street as he tried to form a defense. His sword was too heavy, his grip unsteady. He swung wildly, his blade catching the air, but never finding its mark. A Greek soldier, taller and more skilled, advanced on him. The Trojan's eyes widened with terror, but before he could react, the Greek's sword flashed through the darkness. There was a sickening sound, and the Trojan's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. His body crumpled beside it, lifeless. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. In the alleys, women and children screamed, running to the safety of their homes, only to find the doors barricaded or torn open by the Greeks. The very streets that had once been filled with the joyful noise of Troy were now filled with the cries of the innocent and the clash of steel. The air was thick with smoke, the smell of burning wood mixing with the blood of the fallen. The city's great walls, which had once stood so tall and proud, were now useless, only witnesses to the carnage unfolding within. The Greeks pushed deeper into the city, cutting down anyone who stood before them. A young Trojan woman, her hands trembling as she grasped a knife, rushed to defend her home. But the Greek soldiers, their faces cold and impassive, cut her down before she could take a single step. Her body crumpled to the ground, and the knife she had held so tightly slipped from her hand, spinning on the cobblestones. The night was filled with the sound of feet pounding the streets, the crackling of flames, and the distant ringing of swords. The Trojans were losing ground quickly. Their defenses were crumbling, and with each new step the Greeks took, their control of the city slipped further from their grasp. Among the chaos, a group of Trojan soldiers tried to form a last-ditch defense near the gates, but they were outnumbered. The clash of swords and shields rang in the air as the Greeks surged forward, cutting down every man who tried to hold them back. The Trojans fought with everything they had, but it was like trying to stop a storm with bare hands. At the heart of the battle, in the square where the great wooden horse had once stood, a group of Greek warriors led by Odysseus swept through the crowds, their weapons flashing in the light of the fires. The Trojans, already disoriented and in disarray, could not stop them. The Greeks moved with a deadly precision, their eyes fixed on their target, Troy's heart. A Trojan soldier, his chest heaving with exhaustion, looked up in time to see a Greek warrior's sword coming down upon him. He raised his arm to shield himself, but the blade cut through him with ease, leaving nothing but a gaping wound. Blood poured from his body as he collapsed onto the cobblestones, his life slipping away in an instant. The noise was deafening now, clashing swords, screams of pain, and the terrible sounds of death echoing through the streets. Troy, the city that had once been the jewel of the world, was now nothing more than a slaughterhouse. Odysseus and his warriors were unstoppable, cutting through the panicked crowd with brutal efficiency. They reached the heart of the city, where the royal palace stood, its marble walls now stained with the blood of the slain. The doors of the palace were thrown open, and the Greek warriors poured inside, their swords raised to take whatever they could. The cries of the royal family echoed from within, but it was too late. There was no one left to save them. Priam, the aging king, his body frail and his heart heavy with grief, was surrounded by the Greeks in his own palace. His eyes filled with tears as he looked upon the destruction of his city. There was no escape. There was no hope. The man who had once stood so proud had been reduced to nothing more than a victim in his own throne room. The streets were now a battleground, with no room for mercy. Every corner of the city held a new battle, a new struggle for survival. The Trojans, once so confident in their strength and their walls, had become prey in their own home. The Greeks showed no mercy. The swords cut through flesh and bone, the soldiers fell, and the city of Troy burned. Above the chaos, the sky was heavy with smoke, the air thick with the scent of death. The flames from the burning homes lit up the streets like a macabre glow. The Greek soldiers moved like shadows in the firelight, their faces set in grim determination. They knew what they had come for. They had come to end Troy, and now they were finishing what they had started. In the distance, the sound of more Greek soldiers could be heard, marching into the city, their footsteps a steady rhythm that echoed through the streets. There was no longer any safe place to hide, no place where the Trojans could rest. Their city, their home, was falling apart around them, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. The battle was far from over. It was a struggle, a fight to the bitter end, but Troy was already lost. Its walls, its streets, its people, everything that had made it great, was slipping away, consumed by the flames and the fury of the Greeks. The Trojans had fought bravely, but in the end, it was not enough. The city would fall, and its once proud citizens would be scattered to the winds. Troy's final moments were unfolding in the streets, one scream at a time. And the Greeks were the ones who would write the last chapter. The royal palace of Troy, once a place of splendor and power, was now a tomb. The walls, which had echoed with laughter and celebrations, now reverberated with the sounds of chaos and despair. The city was burning, its last breath slipping through the cracks of its walls like the final whispers of a dying king. Inside, the great throne room was no different, its golden columns cracked and its once proud floors now stained with blood. Priam, the king of Troy, sat slumped upon his throne, his once mighty figure now frail and broken. His regal robes, once so grand, were torn and soaked with the sweat and grime of the siege. His face, marked by age and sorrow, was lined with grief as he watched his city crumble around him. The sounds of destruction were all too clear. The screams of his people, the clash of swords, the crackle of flames, they filled the air, and with them came the crushing weight of inevitability. His mind was clouded with memories of better times, the golden days when Troy stood strong, when his children had filled the halls with joy. Now, they were either dead or scattered. And soon, he would join them. There was a knock at the door. Priam's heart thudded painfully in his chest. He knew who it was. He didn't need to see the blood-soaked soldier standing in the doorway to understand. It was Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, the one who had been raised in the shadow of the very man who had killed Priam's beloved son, Hector.
Priam's hand trembled as he gripped the armrest of his throne, a sense of dread overwhelming him. He could feel it in his bones. The end was near. There was no one left to protect him. Neoptolemus stood tall in the doorway, his face cold and unforgiving. His armor gleamed in the firelight, his sword raised in a way that sent a shiver through Priam's frail body. The young warrior had inherited his father's rage, his brutality. And now, he was here to finish what Achilles had started. Priam, who had once ruled with wisdom and grace, who had seen his children grow into men and women, now felt powerless in the face of death. He was no longer a king, he was a father, a broken old man, and a victim. His people were dead or dying, his city was nothing but rubble, and all he could do was sit on his throne and await his fate. With a sharp motion, Neoptolemus strode into the room. His footsteps echoed like a drumbeat in the silence that had fallen over the palace. Priam tried to stand, to fight, but his legs buckled beneath him. He was too weak, too old. His hands trembled as he reached out, as though to grasp hold of some last shred of dignity. "Please," Priam's voice cracked, barely a whisper in the air. "Spare me, Neoptolemus. I am but a dying old man. What honor is there in killing me?" The young warrior did not respond at first. He simply stared down at the broken king, his eyes devoid of mercy. Priam could see the anger in Neoptolemus's gaze, the fire of vengeance that burned so brightly within him. Priam knew that this was not just about him, it was about his son, Hector. About the war. About the blood that had been spilled, the lives that had been lost. "I do not seek mercy," Neoptolemus said, his voice low and firm. "I seek justice." The word stung Priam like a dagger to the heart. There was no mercy in Neoptolemus's voice, no compassion. Priam had hoped, perhaps foolishly, that the young man would spare him, that some shred of honor would remain in his heart. But there was none. This was the end. The rage of Achilles had passed to his son, and now it was Priam who would pay the price. Neoptolemus stepped forward, raising his sword high. Priam's eyes closed, and for a fleeting moment, he thought of his sons, of Hector, of the glory of Troy. He thought of the pride he had once held, the dreams of a city that would endure for centuries. But all of it was slipping away, swallowed by the flames of war. With a sudden, brutal movement, Neoptolemus brought his sword down, and the king of Troy's life was extinguished in an instant. The blow was swift, clean, there was no struggle, no defiance. Priam's head rolled from his shoulders, his once proud face frozen in an expression of disbelief. His body crumpled, collapsing to the floor in a heap, his royal blood mingling with the dust of the throne room. The last king of Troy had fallen, and with him, the last hope of the city. Neoptolemus stood over the body, his chest heaving with exertion, his sword dripping with the blood of the once great ruler. He did not celebrate, did not revel in the victory. There was no joy in his eyes. There was only a grim satisfaction, a cold sense of finality. The war was over. The city was dead. And now, even its king had been taken from the world. For a long moment, there was silence in the throne room, broken only by the distant crackle of flames and the soft whisper of the wind through the broken windows. The once glorious city of Troy, now little more than a heap of ruins, was falling apart piece by piece. Its king, the man who had led it to greatness, was gone. And with his death, the heart of Troy had been ripped out. Outside, the Greeks were still pouring through the streets, their swords cutting down anyone who dared to fight back. The city was no more than a carcass, picked clean by the conquerors. And the death of Priam was but one more stroke in the painting of Troy's final moments. Neoptolemus turned away from the body of the king, his heart still heavy with the weight of vengeance. He had fulfilled his duty to his father. He had avenged Hector's death. But in the silence of the throne room, as he gazed upon the fallen form of the once proud ruler, something in him began to stir. Was this truly justice? Was this what the gods had intended? But there was no time for reflection. The city was burning, and with it, any last vestiges of Troy's hope. The cries of the dying had finally faded, leaving only the harsh sound of metal scraping against stone and the groans of a city now crumbling into nothingness.
Troy was no more than a shadow of itself, its walls broken, its people slaughtered, and its proud legacy slipping into the dust. But for those who had been spared the sword, the torment was far from over. The women of Troy, once the daughters and wives of kings and princes, now found themselves shackled and dragged through the wreckage of their beloved city. Hecuba, the queen of Troy, had been wrenched from her palace, her royal robes torn and her once proud figure hunched under the weight of sorrow and despair. She had witnessed the death of her children, the fall of her husband, and the devastation of her home. But now, the grief that had threatened to swallow her whole seemed almost insignificant compared to the cruel fate that awaited her. Her eyes, once full of command, now stared out blankly at the scene before her, a horror she could not even begin to comprehend. The Greeks, victorious and triumphant, now moved through the streets like vultures picking over the carcass of a great beast. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and death, and Hecuba could not escape it. She had been forced from the ruins of the palace, her hands bound in thick ropes that dug into her skin, her dignity stripped away with every step. The weight of what had happened, what was still to come, settled heavily on her shoulders. And she was not alone. Other women of Troy were dragged beside her, their faces pale and worn with exhaustion, their eyes empty, as though their spirits had already departed. They had watched as their husbands, their brothers, their sons, everyone they had loved, had been slaughtered. And now, their own lives were no longer their own. They had become prizes of war, objects to be bartered, sold, or used. The proud royal family, now reduced to nothing but spoils for the victors. Hecuba's mind flashed back to the days before the war, when Troy had been at its peak, when the city had been a beacon of strength and beauty. She had been a queen, revered and respected, with a family that had brought honor to the city. Now, as she was led through the ruins, she could not help but mourn the loss of everything she had once held dear. The death of her children, her beloved Hector, her youngest son Polites, her daughters, all gone, ripped from her grasp by the brutality of war. And now she was being taken away like cattle, to face whatever fate awaited her in the hands of the Greeks. As she was led through the streets, the memories of her children haunted her. She could still hear Hector's voice, full of life and promise, calling to her in the quiet moments before the war had shattered everything. She could still see her daughters, their faces lit with laughter, so full of hope for the future. But that future had been stolen from them all. Troy had fallen, and with it, so had their dreams. The Greeks, their eyes cold and indifferent, showed no mercy. They saw these women as nothing more than tools of war, bargaining chips to be traded or disposed of at will. Hecuba, the queen, was dragged before the victorious generals, who spoke of her like she was nothing more than a prize. The men who had once stood at the gates of Troy, their faces filled with hope and determination, now turned their gaze upon her, their eyes cold and calculating. She had no power left. No strength to fight. All that remained was the haunting knowledge that the end had come. The great city of Troy, the pride of her people, had fallen. And she, once the queen, was now nothing but another captured soul, her fate sealed in the hands of men who had no respect for her dignity, her grief, or her past. But even in the face of such cruel fate, something stirred in Hecuba's heart. A flicker of defiance. For all that had been taken from her, for all that she had lost, she could not allow herself to be reduced to a mere object of war. She would not let Troy's fall be the final word on her life, or the life of her children. She would carry their memory with her, even as her body was forced into slavery, even as the chains tightened around her wrists. They took Hecuba to the Greek camp, along with the other women, the surviving daughters of Troy. There, they were separated from each other, her fate made clear. She would serve as a slave, a concubine, a symbol of Troy's fall. The Greeks had no compassion for the royal family. They had taken everything, Troy's wealth, its warriors, its dignity, and now they took its women. As Hecuba was thrust into the dirt, a thought flashed through her mind, a thought that broke her heart. She would never see her children again. She would never hold Hector in her arms, never kiss her daughters' foreheads, never speak to them again. They were gone. All of them. And now, it was her turn to be forgotten. The women of Troy were all treated the same. Their screams were ignored, their tears swept away by the dust of war. They were forced into servitude, their bodies and minds no longer their own. They had been conquered, and now they would live in a world that saw them only as trophies to be claimed, as spoils of war. In the quiet moments, Hecuba would think of her people, the men who had fought beside her, the warriors who had died for Troy. She would remember the love of her family, the pride she had once held for her city. But those thoughts brought her no peace. The world she had known was gone, and there was no going back. The city of Troy had fallen, and with it, her life. Hecuba, once the queen of a proud and mighty people, now walked the earth as a slave, her spirit crushed, her dignity shattered, her world reduced to ashes. The women of Troy had fallen into darkness, their fate sealed by the cruelty of the victors. And as they were carried away to lives of misery and servitude, there was no one left to remember the glory of Troy. Only the memory of its fall lingered in the smoke and dust. The silence in the temple of Athena was broken only by the distant sounds of the chaos outside. The walls of the sacred space, once untouched by the cruel hand of war, now stood as a fragile barrier between the gods and the madness that had overtaken Troy. The air within was thick with the scent of incense and the weight of broken promises. But there was no peace to be found here. The gods had long since turned their eyes away from the city, leaving it to burn under the fury of the Greeks. Inside the temple, Cassandra stood, her body trembling, but her eyes fierce. She had seen this moment in her visions countless times, but knowing it was coming did nothing to prepare her for the reality of it. Her fingers brushed against the cold, smooth stone of the altar, where offerings once filled the room with a glow of devotion. Now, the light was gone. The altars were empty, the sacred statues broken or stolen, and the very ground beneath her feet had been desecrated by the invaders. Cassandra, the daughter of Priam, the cursed prophetess, had known that this day would come. She had foreseen the fall of Troy, the fire that would consume the city, the death of her family. She had begged, she had screamed, but her warnings had always gone unheard. Now, even the temple, the one place left untouched by the war, was being destroyed, desecrated by the very people who had torn apart everything she had ever loved. Her heart pounded in her chest as she walked deeper into the temple. She had come here to pray, to find some semblance of solace, but there was no solace to be had. The gods were gone, and the only thing left in this sacred place was the echo of a city's last breath. She looked up to the altar of Athena, the goddess who had once watched over the city, who had granted it strength and wisdom. But now, Athena's statue stood broken, its face cracked and its body marred by the marks of those who had come to loot and desecrate. The temple, once a sanctuary of peace, had become just another casualty of war. Cassandra sank to her knees before the altar, her hands pressed against the cold stone. She had never felt more alone. Her father, Priam, was dead. Her brothers, Hector and Polites, were gone. Her city was burning, and the only thing she had left was the broken remnants of Troy's sacred spaces. Tears filled her eyes as she thought of the many times she had stood in this very spot, feeling the protection of the goddess wrap around her. That protection was gone now. The gods had abandoned them all, and there was nothing left but the ruins. The sounds of footsteps grew louder, echoing through the temple's halls. Cassandra knew who it was. She didn't need to see them to know. The Greeks had come to take her, to claim her as their prize. She had been marked for destruction from the moment she had been cursed with the gift of prophecy, a gift that only brought suffering. The warriors who had come to her city, slaughtering her people and tearing down everything she had ever known, were now closing in on her. They would not stop until they had taken everything. With trembling hands, Cassandra reached for the remnants of the altar. The sacred stone was cold and lifeless under her touch. She thought of the many times she had watched her father stand before this very altar, his face full of hope, his voice full of prayer. How had it come to this? How had the great city of Troy, the city that had stood strong for so long, fallen into the hands of these invaders? Her mind raced, and in the silence of the temple, she could almost hear the whispers of the gods. But there were no gods here now. Only the screams of those who had fought and died for this city, only the shadow of what had once been. The vision of her city in flames haunted her, and she could not escape it. Then they came, Greek soldiers, their faces grim, their eyes cold. They stepped into the temple with the same indifference they had shown to everything else they had destroyed. They saw nothing sacred in this place. To them, it was just another building to be looted, just another symbol of victory. They had no respect for the gods, no understanding of the sanctity of this space. They had come for her, and nothing would stand in their way. Cassandra stood up, her legs unsteady beneath her, her hands shaking. She was powerless here. The vision of Troy's destruction had come true. She had warned them all, but no one had listened. The people of Troy had rejected her words, dismissing her as a madwoman, a cursed prophet. Now, they were all dead or gone, and she was left to face the consequences of their blindness. She didn't fight as they grabbed her. There was no point. The city was lost. Her family was lost. There was nothing left but the pain of knowing that she had seen all of this, had known what would happen, and yet had been powerless to stop it. She allowed herself to be dragged from the temple, her heart heavy with the weight of the destruction that surrounded her. As they pulled her through the ruins, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the empty halls, Cassandra looked back at the temple of Athena. The sacred space, once a symbol of Troy's greatness, was now just another casualty of war. Athena's gaze, once so strong and full of protection, now seemed empty, her statue shattered, her power gone. The temple had been desecrated, and with it, the last remnants of Troy's glory had been destroyed. Cassandra's heart ached as she was dragged away, her body moving with the rhythm of her captors, but her mind still trapped in the temple, still mourning the loss of what had been. She had been right about everything. But it had come too late. Troy had fallen, and the sacred spaces that had once been its heart were no more. The Greek soldiers took no pity on her, just as they had taken no pity on anyone else. They had come to claim what was theirs, to strip Troy of its honor and its spirit. But what they did not understand was that in their desecration of the sacred, they had destroyed something far greater than Troy's physical walls. They had destroyed the soul of a city, the very heart that had once beaten strong and proud. Cassandra, dragged from the temple and torn from the ruins of her city, could do nothing but weep for what had been lost. And as she looked back at the desecrated temple, she realized that nothing would ever be the same again. The gods had turned their backs on Troy, and all that was left now was the echo of a lost civilization. The air smelled of blood and ash. The fires of Troy painted the night sky in shades of orange and red, casting flickering shadows across the crumbled ruins. Screams pierced the darkness, desperate cries that echoed through streets soaked in despair. In the heart of this chaos, Neoptolemus moved like a predator, his every step heavy with purpose, his every breath filled with the need for vengeance. He stood amidst the destruction, his armor stained with the lifeblood of those who had dared stand in his way. The young warrior, son of the mighty Achilles, carried a rage that could not be quelled. His father's death at the hands of Paris had ignited a fire in his soul, a fire that burned brighter with every strike of his blade. To Neoptolemus, this was not just war, it was retribution. A lone figure stumbled into his path, a Trojan soldier barely standing, his weapon clutched weakly in trembling hands. Neoptolemus did not hesitate. His sword flashed, a streak of steel that cut through flesh and bone. The soldier crumpled to the ground, his lifeless eyes staring at the heavens that had abandoned him. Neoptolemus stepped over the body without a second glance, his gaze fixed on the next target. His wrath was not indiscriminate. Neoptolemus sought those who had wronged him, those who had dared to defy the will of the Greeks. His strikes were calculated, his movements deliberate. Each kill was a statement, a reminder that the wrath of Achilles lived on in his son. Yet his brutality spared no one. Women, children, the elderly, all became casualties in his path of destruction. It was not enough for him to win, he needed Troy to kneel, to be utterly crushed under the weight of Greek dominance. Neoptolemus entered a grand hall, once a place of feasts and celebrations, now a hollow shell echoing with despair. Hecuba, the queen of Troy, huddled in a corner, her once regal form reduced to a trembling shadow of itself. She clutched the young girl close to her chest, shielding the child with her body. Neoptolemus paused, his piercing eyes locking onto hers. The room seemed to freeze in that moment, the cries of the city fading into silence. Hecuba's voice broke the stillness, her tone pleading yet defiant. "Have you not taken enough from us? Have you not spilled enough blood?" Her words trembled but carried the weight of a mother's grief and fury. Neoptolemus tilted his head, his expression unreadable. He took a step closer, his boots crunching against the shattered remains of Troy's splendor. "This is not enough," he said, his voice cold and devoid of mercy. "Not until Troy is erased, not until every drop of your pride is spilled on the ground." Hecuba's cries turned to a wail as Neoptolemus reached forward, yanking the child from her arms. The girl screamed, her tiny hands clawing at the air, but the warrior was unyielding. With a single, brutal motion, he silenced her cries forever. The queen collapsed to the floor, her sobs choking her as she clawed at the cold stone. Neoptolemus turned away, his face as hard as the blade he carried. He did not look back. Outside, the city burned brighter, the flames consuming what little remained. Neoptolemus walked through the chaos, his sword swinging in wide arcs, cutting down anyone who dared cross his path. The streets were littered with bodies, the gutters running red with the blood of Trojans. He reveled in the destruction, the power coursing through him like a storm. Every scream, every desperate plea for mercy, only fed his need for more. He found himself in a temple, its walls adorned with intricate carvings of gods who no longer cared. Priests and priestesses huddled together, their prayers filling the air. Neoptolemus sneered at their desperation. "Your gods cannot save you," he spat, his voice echoing through the sacred space. With a single, brutal swing, he shattered the altar, the fragments scattering like the hopes of those who had prayed there. The priests fell to their knees, their faces pale with terror. Neoptolemus showed no mercy. He moved through them like a shadow, his blade a harbinger of death. The temple floor was soon slick with blood, the cries of the fallen fading into silence. When he finally left, the temple stood as a hollow shell, its sanctity defiled, its gods forsaken. The cries of a woman drew his attention. Andromache, Hector's widow, struggled against the grip of two Greek soldiers. Her child, Astyanax, clung to her legs, his small face streaked with tears. Neoptolemus approached, his presence commanding the soldiers to step aside. He looked down at the boy, his expression one of cold calculation. "Your son will not grow to avenge his father," Neoptolemus said, his voice devoid of emotion. Andromache screamed, her voice raw with desperation as Neoptolemus tore the child from her grasp. Without hesitation, he carried the boy to the walls of Troy. The height was dizzying, the city stretching out below like a broken corpse. Neoptolemus raised the boy high, his cries piercing the night, before hurling him over the edge. The child's body disappeared into the abyss, his life extinguished in an instant. Andromache's screams followed Neoptolemus as he walked away, her grief echoing through the ruins. But he did not look back. He had no need to. The message was clear: Troy was finished, its legacy shattered, its future obliterated. As dawn approached, the fires began to die down, leaving behind the charred remains of a once great city. Neoptolemus stood amidst the ruins, his sword hanging at his side, his chest rising and falling with the exertion of the night's slaughter. He felt no remorse, no pity for the lives he had taken. This was his father's vengeance, his father's justice. And he would see it through to the bitter end. The city was dying. Flames licked at the crumbled walls of Troy, their roar deafening as they devoured homes, temples, and lives. The air was thick with smoke, carrying the cries of the wounded and the wails of the grieving. Shadows darted through the chaos, survivors searching for loved ones or hiding from Greek blades. Among them was Aeneas, his heart pounding as he raced through the crumbling streets, clutching his son close. He had always been a warrior, a protector of Troy. But tonight, the battlefield was no place for pride or valor. Tonight was about survival. His arms ached from holding Ascanius, the boy's small face buried against his chest. Aeneas could feel his son's trembling, hear his soft sobs muffled by the chaos around them. Behind him, his aged father Anchises struggled to keep up, leaning on a staff as he limped through the ash-strewn streets. "Keep moving," Aeneas called over his shoulder, his voice strained but firm. His father nodded, determination etched across his withered face. The weight of their escape bore heavily on all of them. Aeneas carried not only his family but the hope of Troy's survival. The street ahead was blocked by rubble, a shattered wall cutting off their path. Aeneas cursed under his breath, scanning the ruins for another way through. The distant clang of swords and guttural cries of battle told him they were running out of time. He couldn't afford to hesitate. "Father, stay close," he urged, his eyes darting toward a narrow alley to their left. The passage was choked with debris, but it was their only option. He shifted Ascanius to his back, tying the boy securely with a length of cloth. His hands were free now, but the weight of his son was a constant reminder of what was at stake. The alley was dark and suffocating, the walls pressing in on either side. Aeneas led the way, his body tense with the expectation of danger. Every sound, a distant scream, the crackle of fire, the collapse of stone, sent a shiver down his spine. He held his sword tightly, ready to strike at the first sign of a Greek soldier. They emerged into a small square, its once beautiful fountain now cracked and dry. The bodies of Trojans lay scattered around it, their faces frozen in terror. Aeneas turned away quickly, shielding Ascanius from the gruesome sight. Anchises muttered a prayer under his breath, his voice trembling with grief. A sudden noise made Aeneas freeze. Footsteps, heavy and deliberate, echoed through the square. He motioned for his father to hide behind the remains of a column, crouching low as he scanned the shadows. A Greek soldier appeared, his armor glinting in the firelight. The man's eyes were cold, his sword dripping with blood. Aeneas gritted his teeth, his muscles coiled like a spring. The soldier didn't see them at first. He moved cautiously, his gaze sweeping the square. But as he turned, his eyes locked onto Aeneas. The two men stared at each other for a heartbeat that felt like an eternity. Then the Greek charged. Aeneas met him head-on, his sword clashing against the other man's with a metallic scream. Sparks flew as they traded blows, their movements quick and desperate. The soldier was strong, but Aeneas fought with the ferocity of a man protecting everything he had left. He parried a strike aimed at his chest, countering with a swift thrust that pierced the soldier's side. The man gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he crumpled to the ground. Aeneas didn't linger. He grabbed his father's arm, pulling him out from behind the column. "We have to keep moving," he said, his voice tight with urgency. Anchises nodded, his grip firm despite his frailty. The next stretch of their escape was a blur of fire and destruction. Aeneas led his family through streets littered with the dead, past homes reduced to smoldering ruins. Each step felt like a lifetime, every moment teetering on the edge of disaster. Yet through it all, Aeneas kept moving, driven by a force greater than fear. He was not just running from Troy's destruction, he was running toward its future. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the city, the open countryside stretching out before them like a promise of salvation. But their escape was not yet complete. Aeneas turned to look back at Troy, his heart heavy with sorrow. The city that had been his home, his pride, was now a raging inferno. Its towers crumbled, its people slaughtered or enslaved. And yet, in the midst of this devastation, a flicker of hope remained. He reached out a hand to help his father climb over a fallen beam, his grip steady despite the exhaustion that threatened to overtake him. Ascanius stirred on his back, his small voice whispering, "Father, will we be safe?" Aeneas paused, his throat tightening at the question. He wanted to promise his son safety, to assure him that the worst was behind them. But he couldn't lie. Instead, he placed a hand on the boy's head, his touch gentle despite the roughness of his calloused fingers. "We will be strong," he said, his voice low but firm. "As long as we are together, we will endure." The words seemed to comfort Ascanius, who rested his head against his father's shoulder. Aeneas turned his attention back to the path ahead, his resolve hardening like steel. He would not fail them. No matter the cost, he would see them to safety. They moved through the darkness, the fires of Troy fading behind them. The night was eerily silent now, the cries of the city replaced by the distant hum of insects and the rustle of leaves. Each step took them farther from the ruins of their home, yet the weight of their loss lingered in the air like a ghost. Aeneas thought of those they had left behind, the friends, the comrades, the loved ones who had not escaped. He thought of his wife, Creusa, whose absence burned like a fresh wound in his heart. He had called for her, searched for her in the chaos, but she was gone. The grief threatened to consume him, but he pushed it aside. There would be time to mourn later. For now, he had to focus on the living. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Aeneas finally allowed himself to stop. He set Ascanius down gently, the boy's face pale but calm. Anchises sank to the ground with a weary sigh, his body trembling from the effort of their escape. Aeneas stood for a moment, his chest heaving as he looked back toward Troy. The city was barely visible now, a smudge of smoke against the brightening sky. Tears stung his eyes, but he did not let them fall. He had lost everything, his home, his people, his past. But in his arms, and the faces of his son and father, he held the future. And though the path ahead was uncertain, Aeneas knew one thing with unwavering clarity: he would not let Troy's legacy die. The ground trembled as if the earth itself were groaning in anguish. Dust and debris cascaded from the towering walls of Troy, choking the air as an unnatural rumble filled the night. Fires still burned across the city, their orange glow casting flickering shadows on faces etched with terror and despair. The great walls, built with divine hands, seemed to pulse and quiver as if they were alive and angry. Aeneas paused mid-step, his heart pounding. He held his son tightly, feeling the boy's shallow breaths against his chest. The once impenetrable walls loomed ahead of him, but something was wrong. The stones, massive and ancient, groaned under an invisible weight, their cracks widening as if some unseen force were prying them apart. Above the chaos, a roar unlike any other shook the heavens. It wasn't the roar of fire, nor the cries of men. It was a voice, deep and primal, vibrating through every bone in the city. Those who heard it knew, instinctively and without doubt, that it came from Poseidon, god of the sea, god of the earth's fury. Aeneas barely had time to think when a sudden gust of wind whipped through the streets, sending ash and smoke spiraling into the sky. The fires burned hotter, brighter, as though stoked by unseen hands. Men, women, and children screamed, some frozen in place, others rushing toward any path that promised escape. The walls began to shake violently, massive stones shifting as though something monstrous was clawing at them from beneath. Aeneas turned to his father, Anchises, who struggled to keep his balance amidst the quaking earth. "We must move," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the deafening cacophony. But even as he spoke, a chilling realization crept over him. The walls, the very walls that had protected Troy for so many years, were turning against them. Then, with a sound like thunder splitting the sky, a massive section of the wall collapsed. Stones the size of chariots tumbled to the ground, crushing anything and anyone in their path. A cloud of dust erupted, swallowing everything in its wake. Aeneas shielded Ascanius with his body, his arms trembling as he braced for the impact. The cries of the dying filled the air, a haunting symphony of human despair. Aeneas forced himself to move, dragging his father forward even as the ground beneath them seemed to shift and writhe. Every step felt like an eternity, the weight of his family and his city pressing down on him. Somewhere in the distance, a temple collapsed in on itself, its marble pillars splintering like brittle bones. The sacred spaces of Troy, once symbols of divine protection, were no longer sanctuaries. It was as if the gods had abandoned them, leaving the city to Poseidon's wrath. Or perhaps this was their punishment, a reminder of the cost of defiance. Aeneas's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden surge of water. It came rushing through the streets like a tidal wave, its icy grasp pulling at everything in its path. People screamed as they were swept away, their cries silenced as the water consumed them. Aeneas tightened his grip on Ascanius, his muscles burning as he fought against the current. Anchises slipped, his frail body no match for the force of the water. Aeneas reached out, his hand closing around his father's arm just as the old man was about to be dragged under. The look in Anchises' eyes, fear, gratitude, and sorrow all at once, burned itself into Aeneas' memory. The water receded as quickly as it had come, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Bodies lay scattered in the streets, their lifeless forms tangled with debris. The once great walls of Troy were now jagged ruins, their stones scattered like broken toys. Aeneas' chest heaved as he surveyed the devastation. The city he had called home, the city that had withstood 10 years of siege, was now little more than a tomb. But there was no time to grieve. The tremors continued, each one threatening to bring down what little remained. Ahead of him, a narrow passage through the rubble offered a glimmer of hope. It wasn't much, but it was enough. "Father, hold on to me," Aeneas said, his voice steady despite the terror coursing through him. Anchises nodded, his grip firm despite his age. The passage was treacherous, the ground unstable beneath their feet. Each step felt like a gamble, every breath a struggle. But Aeneas pushed forward, his resolve unshaken. He could feel the weight of Troy's legacy on his shoulders, the unspoken responsibility to carry its memory forward. As they neared the edge of the city, the full scale of the destruction became clear. The walls of Troy, once a symbol of strength and defiance, were now a crumbled monument to hubris. Poseidon's wrath had been absolute, leaving nothing untouched. Aeneas paused, his heart heavy as he looked back at the ruins. He thought of the lives lost, the dreams shattered, the gods who had once walked among them. The weight of it all threatened to crush him, but he couldn't afford to falter. Turning away, he adjusted Ascanius on his back and tightened his grip on Anchises' arm. The path ahead was uncertain, but Aeneas knew one thing for sure: he had to keep moving. For Troy, for his family, for the future. The dawn rose faint and gray, casting a cold and different light over the smoldering ruins of Troy. The air hung thick with smoke and the bitter scent of ash, mingled with something far more haunting, the sound of mourning. It wasn't a cry or a single wail, but a chorus of broken voices, raw with grief, rising and falling like waves crashing against a shore that no longer cared. Hecuba, once queen, knelt in the soot-stained dust. Her hands clawed at the ground as if trying to gather the remnants of her shattered world. Her voice, hoarse and trembling, carried a pain too vast for words. "My sons," she whispered, rocking back and forth, her eyes fixed on the scorched earth where her palace had once stood. "My children, my city," the syllables faltered, drowned by a sob so deep it seemed to shake her entire body. Around her, the survivors, women, children, the elderly, gathered in clusters, their faces hollow and streaked with tears. Some clung to one another as though their very lives depended on it. Others wandered aimlessly, their gazes empty, their minds trapped in the horror of what they had witnessed. The proud warriors of Troy were gone, their swords shattered, their voices silenced. Only the living remained to bear witness to the city's destruction. A young girl, no more than 10, sat by what had once been the fountain in the city square. Its marble lions, now charred and broken, no longer roared with flowing water. She clutched a doll, its face half-burned, its limbs dangling by threads, and stared at the ruins with wide, unblinking eyes. Her lips moved silently, mouthing words that no one could hear. Beside her, an old man cradled a broken lyre, his fingers trembling as they traced its strings. He had played for the kings and heroes of Troy, his music filling the halls with joy and triumph. Now, his hands faltered, unable to summon a tune that could match the weight of their sorrow. The lyre, like Troy, was broken beyond repair. At the edge of the ruins, Andromache stood tall despite the crushing weight of her grief. Her arms wrapped around her son, Astyanax, shielding him from the sight of their fallen home. Her face was streaked with soot, her hair tangled and wild, but her eyes burned with a fierce, defiant sorrow. "Look away," she whispered to the boy, her voice trembling but firm. "Don't look, my son. You are all that's left of Hector's name. You must live." But Astyanax, too young to understand, only buried his face in her shoulder, his small hands clutching at her torn robes. His muffled cries were a cruel echo of the greater lament that filled the air. Every corner of the city bore witness to the tragedy. Mothers searched for children they would never find. Sisters called out for brothers who would never answer. The gods, silent in their fury, had abandoned their altars, leaving behind only broken statues and desecrated temples. The survivors turned to the heavens, pleading for mercy, but the sky remained an empty, unyielding gray. Near the ruins of the great walls, a group of women gathered around a figure lying motionless on the ground. It was a soldier, his armor scorched and battered, his face frozen in an expression of anguish. One of the women, his mother, fell to her knees beside him. She placed her hands on his chest, as though willing his heart to beat again. Her cries pierced the air, raw and unrelenting, until her voice gave out, leaving only silence. Even the earth itself seemed to mourn. The ground, once firm and proud beneath the feet of Troy's people, was now scarred and blackened, as if it too had borne the weight of Poseidon's wrath. The ruins of the city smoldered like a dying fire, their once golden stones turned to ash and rubble. Aeneas stood apart from the others, his face shadowed with grief. His eyes swept over the ruins, lingering on the places that had once been filled with life and laughter. The marketplace, where merchants had shouted and children had played. The streets, where warriors had marched and lovers had stolen secret glances. All of it was gone, reduced to memories and ashes. Beside him, Anchises leaned heavily on his staff, his shoulders hunched under the weight of his years and his sorrow. "The gods have turned their faces from us," he murmured, his voice barely audible. "Troy is no more." Aeneas said nothing, his jaw tight as he struggled to contain the storm of emotions within him. He knew he had to be strong for those who remained, but the loss was too great, the wound too fresh. He closed his eyes, and for a moment, the memories rushed back, the laughter of his comrades, the beauty of Troy's towers at sunset, the warmth of home. When he opened his eyes, the ruin stared back at him, cold and unyielding. The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him, but he forced himself to stand taller. He had to lead the survivors, to carry their hope even when his own felt like a distant dream. In the heart of the ruins, the fires began to die down, their embers glowing faintly against the ash. The survivors huddled together, seeking solace in their shared grief. Hecuba's voice, broken but unwavering, rose above the silence. She sang, her words a lament for Troy, a psalm of mourning that carried the weight of generations. The others joined her, their voices blending into a chorus of sorrow. It was not a song of hope, nor of defiance, but a simple, aching tribute to all that they had lost. The sound filled the ruins, echoing off the broken walls and rising into the empty sky. For a moment, it felt as though the city itself was singing with them, its spirit refusing to be silenced. But as the final notes faded, the silence returned, heavier and more oppressive than before. The survivors sat in the ruins of their home, their hearts heavy with grief, their futures uncertain. The ashes of Troy settled around them, a quiet reminder of all that had been lost. The golden light of dawn crept over the smoldering ruins of Troy, but the air in the Greek camp was far from peaceful. Victory had been claimed, the city razed, yet an uneasy tension rippled through the gathered warriors. Around hastily erected fires, men whispered in low voices, their faces hard and drawn. Triumph should have brought satisfaction, but greed, resentment, and old wounds were bubbling to the surface. At the center of the camp, Helen stood, her beauty undiminished despite the years of war and the sorrow etched into her face. Draped in a simple cloak, her golden hair fell loose over her shoulders, catching the pale light. She was silent, her hands clasped before her, as though bracing against the weight of 1,000 accusations. Her gaze remained fixed on the horizon, where the walls of the city she had once called home now lay in ruin. Menelaus approached her, his steps slow and deliberate. The years had changed him, his once proud shoulders were stooped, and his face bore the scars of endless battles. Yet his eyes, sharp and unforgiving, were locked on Helen as though nothing else existed. He stopped a few paces from her, the tension between them like a drawn bowstring. "Look at me," he said, his voice low but firm. Helen lifted her eyes, and for a moment, their gazes met. There was no joy, no reunion in their stares, only the weight of everything that had been lost.
She opened her mouth to speak but faltered, the words catching in her throat. Menelaus took a step closer, his fists clenching at his sides. "Was it worth it?" he asked, his tone sharper now. "The years, the blood, the lives, was it worth it, Helen?" She flinched as though struck but did not look away. "Do you think I wanted this?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Do you think I chose this fate?" "I was taken, Menelaus." "Taken." His expression faltered, a flicker of doubt crossing his face, but he quickly masked it. "And yet, you stayed," he spat. "You lived in their halls, bore their luxuries, and now we pay the price." Before she could answer, the murmur of voices behind them grew louder. The leaders of the Greek army were gathering, their tempers fraying as they argued over the spoils of war. Agamemnon stood at the center, his voice rising above the rest as he demanded his share of the plunder. Beside him, Odysseus and Diomedes exchanged sharp words, their faces flushed with anger. Even Achilles' ghost seemed to linger in the air, a reminder of the grudges and bitterness that still simmered. "I bled for this war," shouted Ajax, his massive frame towering over the others. "I carried the body of Achilles from the field, and yet you would deny me my due? You think your strength alone won this war?" Odysseus countered, his tone cutting. "What of strategy? What of cunning? Without the horse, we'd still be battering at their walls." "Enough!" Agamemnon's voice boomed, silencing the others. "The spoils will be divided as I see fit. I am the leader of this army, and I will not have my authority questioned." A bitter laugh escaped Ajax's lips. "Your leadership brought us nothing but delay and loss. Do not think your crown shields you from our judgment." As the argument escalated, Menelaus turned away from Helen and joined the gathering, his presence adding fuel to the fire. "And what of Helen?" he demanded, his voice cutting through the noise. "She is mine by right, yet I see her standing here as though she belongs to no one." A murmur spread through the crowd, some nodding in agreement, others exchanging uneasy glances. Helen stood frozen, her face pale but her expression unreadable. The men's voices rose again, their words filled with anger and resentment. "She caused this war," someone shouted from the crowd. "Why should she go free when so many of us lie dead?" "She's a prize, like any other," another argued. "Let her be shared among the victors." Menelaus stepped forward, his hand on the hilt of his sword. "She is not a prize," he said coldly. "She is my wife, and she will return with me. Any man who dares to claim otherwise will answer to me." The camp fell silent, the tension crackling in the air like a storm about to break. Helen's gaze flickered to Menelaus, then to the crowd, her expression a mixture of defiance and sorrow. She took a step forward, her voice trembling but clear. "You speak of me as though I am an object," she said, her words carrying across the camp. "As though I have no will, no heart. Do you not see? I have suffered too. I have lost as much as any of you." The men shifted uncomfortably, some averting their eyes, others muttering under their breath. Helen's words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the human cost of their war. As the sun climbed higher, the arguments continued, the bitterness and resentment seeping into every corner of the camp. The spoils of Troy were divided piece by piece, gold, jewels, weapons, slaves, but no division could satisfy the greed and ambition of the Greek leaders. Friendships frayed, alliances crumbled, and the victory that had cost them so much began to feel hollow. And through it all, Helen stood apart, a symbol of beauty and betrayal, of love and loss. Her return to Menelaus was inevitable, yet it felt more like a sentence than a reunion. The war might have ended, but the scars it left would never fully heal. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood as the Greek soldiers roamed the ruins of Troy, their laughter echoing cruelly through the empty streets. Fires crackled in the distance, consuming what was left of temples and homes alike. The once proud city lay broken, its spirit crushed beneath the weight of conquest. But amidst their victory, the Greeks had crossed a line they did not yet understand. Within the shattered temple of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, desecration had reached its peak.
The statue of the goddess, once standing tall with its imposing gaze, now lay toppled, its marble face split in two. A group of warriors jeered as they dragged golden offerings from the sacred space, their filthy hands tearing at treasures meant for the divine. Among them, a soldier kicked at the broken remains of the statue, laughing as he spat on the floor. "Where is your goddess now?" he sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "Let her strike me down if she dares." Above them, the night sky churned with unnatural clouds, the stars disappearing behind an ominous veil. A strange wind swept through the ruins, cold and biting, carrying whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. The soldiers paused, their laughter faltering as the air grew heavier. The once confident sneer on the man's face faltered, his bravado crumbling beneath the weight of a presence he couldn't see but could suddenly feel. A low rumble rolled through the ground, a sound that wasn't from the earth, but something deeper, something older. The men exchanged uneasy glances, their arrogance melting into fear. One of them muttered a prayer under his breath, but it was too late. The wrath of Athena had already been unleashed. Without warning, a blinding flash of light split the sky, illuminating the ruins in a cold, unearthly glow. The men covered their eyes, crying out as a deafening roar filled the air. The ground beneath them buckled and cracked, splitting open as though the city itself was alive and angry. From the temple's ruins, a fierce wind howled, carrying with it the piercing scream of vengeance. The soldier who had mocked Athena stumbled back, his face pale and his breath coming in short gasps. He tried to speak, but his words caught in his throat as a shadow began to rise from the broken statue. It wasn't human, it was a figure of light and fury, its form shifting and crackling with raw power. Though faceless, it carried an unmistakable presence, one that drove the men to their knees. "You dare defile my sanctuary?" The voice was not a sound but a force, one that rattled their bones and pierced their minds. "You, who owe your victories to the gods, repay us with sacrilege and contempt." The soldier tried to crawl away, his hands scraping against the broken stones, but the shadow moved with him, its wrath unrelenting. The air around him grew unbearably hot, and he screamed as invisible flames seemed to consume him from the inside out. His cries echoed through the ruins, a chilling reminder of the price of hubris. The other soldiers fled, their armor clanging as they stumbled over the debris in their panic. But the vengeance of Athena was not bound to one place. Across the city, chaos erupted as the Greeks faced the consequences of their arrogance. Fires that had once been contained roared to life, their flames turning blue and white as they consumed everything in their path. Horses reared and screamed, breaking free from their tethers and trampling anyone in their way. The once calm sea beyond the city churned violently, waves crashing against the shore with a force that seemed unnatural. In the Greek camp, leaders who had thought the battle won now found themselves embroiled in arguments that quickly turned to violence. Men who had fought side by side for years now drew swords against each other, their eyes wild with anger and suspicion. Agamemnon's booming voice called for order, but even he was powerless against the chaos that had taken hold. Odysseus, standing at the edge of the camp, watched as the sea seemed to rise higher with each passing moment. The wind tore at his cloak, and for the first time in years, fear gripped his heart. He turned to the sky, his mind racing as he tried to understand what was happening. But he knew. They had angered the gods, and no clever words or cunning plans could save them now. Above it all, the shadow of Athena loomed, her presence felt in every corner of the city and beyond. She was not a goddess of blind rage, but her anger was righteous and unyielding. The Greeks had claimed victory through treachery, desecrated her temple, and insulted her name. They had ignored the sacred laws that bound mortals and gods, and now they would pay the price. As dawn approached, the chaos did not subside. The once proud fleet of Greek ships, anchored along the shore, was battered by relentless waves. Sails were torn to shreds, masts snapped like twigs, and the waters claimed vessel after vessel. Those who tried to escape found no refuge, the sea turning against them with merciless fury. On the cliffs overlooking the destruction, a single figure stood, her dark eyes fixed on the horizon. Cassandra, cursed with the gift of prophecy, had foreseen this moment long before the Greeks had breached Troy's walls. Her heart ached for her fallen city, but she felt no pity for its conquerors. They had sealed their fate with their arrogance, and now the gods themselves were delivering justice. And so, the night of Athena's wrath stretched on, a haunting reminder of the power that mortals so often forgot. For in their pursuit of glory and conquest, the Greeks had awakened forces far greater than themselves, forces that would haunt them for years to come. The sea was calm that morning, its surface a mirror reflecting the bruised sky of dawn. Odysseus stood at the helm of his ship, his hands gripping the weathered wood as the soft creak of the boat's timbers broke the silence. The salty breeze carried a faint promise of home, a hope he clung to after years of bloodshed and betrayal. His men were restless behind him, their laughter forced and hollow as they spoke of Ithaca, wives, and children who might no longer recognize them. But Odysseus, for all his cunning, felt a weight settle on his chest, heavier than his armor ever had. The gods had been silent, and silence from them was rarely a blessing. The fleet pushed away from the smoldering wreckage of Troy, its blackened walls sinking into the horizon. There was no triumph in their departure, no songs of victory. The air was thick with an unease no one dared to name aloud. The men whispered among themselves, their voices hushed, speaking of omens they had seen in the night, strange shadows moving against the firelight, the cry of an unseen bird that sounded like a warning. Even the sea seemed too still, its calmness unnatural and unnerving. As the sun rose higher, the first sign of trouble came. The winds, once gentle and steady, shifted without warning. The sails flapped violently, and the ship lurched as if struck by an invisible force. Odysseus barked orders, his voice cutting through the growing panic, but even he could feel the shift in the air, the presence of something unseen watching them. The waves began to swell, rising higher with each passing moment. The once clear sky turned gray, then black, as storm clouds gathered unnaturally fast. A sudden crack of thunder shattered the air, and the men froze, their faces pale. The rain came down in torrents, cold and stinging like needles against their skin. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the fear etched into every face. The ship groaned under the force of the waves, and for a moment, it felt as if the sea itself wanted to swallow them whole. "Hold steady!" Odysseus shouted, his voice fierce against the chaos. But even he knew this storm was no ordinary wrath of nature. This was the will of the gods. He could feel it in his bones, a punishment for sins they had committed, for sacred laws broken during Troy's fall. His mind raced, recalling the warnings ignored, the curses muttered by prophets dismissed as mad. Among the gods, Poseidon's fury was the most feared, and now it seemed the sea god had turned his rage toward them. The ship tilted dangerously, water pouring over the sides as men scrambled to secure the sails. One of the younger sailors, barely more than a boy, lost his footing and slipped toward the edge. Odysseus lunged, grabbing him by the arm just as another wave crashed over them. The boy's terrified eyes met his, and for a moment, Odysseus saw a reflection of his own fear. He pulled him back to safety, his muscles straining against the storm's fury. "Don't let go," he roared, though it was unclear whether he was speaking to the boy or to himself. Hours passed, though it felt like an eternity. The storm showed no mercy, tossing the ship like a toy in the hands of an angry child. Men clung to ropes and each other, their prayers swallowed by the howling wind. One by one, other ships in the fleet disappeared into the darkness, swallowed by the sea or lost to the storm's relentless march. Each time a vessel vanished, the cries of those aboard were drowned by the thunder, leaving a haunting silence in their wake. By the time the storm finally began to ease, the fleet was scattered, and Odysseus' ship floated alone on the vast, restless sea. The men were battered and bruised, their eyes hollow with exhaustion. The ship itself was barely holding together, its mast splintered and its sails in tatters. The silence that followed the storm was deafening, broken only by the labored breathing of the survivors. Odysseus sat at the stern, his hands trembling as he stared at the horizon. He had faced many trials in his life, but something about this felt different. It wasn't just the storm, it was the weight of what was to come. He could feel it, a shadow stretching out before them, a long and treacherous path that would test them all in ways they couldn't yet imagine. The men began to stir, their voices hesitant as they spoke of home, of Ithaca. But Odysseus said nothing, his gaze fixed on the distance. The sea was calm again, but it wasn't a comforting calm. It was the kind of stillness that came before another storm, a warning that their trials were far from over. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of orange and red, a faint sound reached their ears, a song, soft and otherworldly, carried on the wind. The men froze, their eyes wide as they strained to listen. The melody was haunting, beautiful and terrible all at once, pulling at something deep within them. Odysseus felt it too, a strange pull that made his heart race and his mind scream in protest. "Cover your ears," he commanded, his voice sharp with urgency. But some of the men were already lost, their faces slack as they moved toward the sound, drawn by an invisible force. Odysseus grabbed a rope, tying himself to the mast as he shouted orders to the others. Those who could still hear him followed suit, binding themselves to whatever they could find. The song grew louder, its beauty unbearable, its pull irresistible. Odysseus clenched his jaw, fighting against the desire to follow the sound, to give in to the siren's call. Hours passed, and the song finally faded, leaving the men shaken and silent. They had survived, but barely. The siren's call was only the first of many trials that awaited them, a cruel reminder that their struggle was far from over. As the stars emerged one by one, the men huddled together, their laughter and bravado gone. Odysseus remained at the helm, his eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of land. The sea stretched out before them, vast and unknowable, holding both promise and peril. The gods were watching, their eyes cold and unfeeling, and Odysseus knew they would not rest until he had paid whatever price they demanded. The ship's shadow cut through the water as the distant shores of Epirus came into view. Neoptolemus stood at the prow, his figure sharp against the pale morning light. The son of Achilles had the same piercing gaze as his father, though his eyes seemed colder, harder, as if war had carved its mark into his very soul. He clenched the hilt of his sword, the weight of it familiar but heavy with memories. Behind him, the weary crew murmured about home, but for Neoptolemus, there was no joy in the thought of his return. The oars struck the water in rhythm, but each stroke carried the sound of something darker. The sea was calm, yet the air seemed charged, as if the land ahead knew what was coming. Neoptolemus' thoughts were tangled, images of Troy still vivid in his mind. The screams of the fallen, the clash of blades, the blood on his hands, they followed him like shadows. He had taken lives, many lives, but none haunted him more than the old King Priam, whose trembling body he had struck down without mercy. Even now, he could hear the sound of the aged ruler's voice breaking as he pleaded for his grandson's life. But mercy was a luxury Neoptolemus had not inherited from Achilles. As the ship drew closer to the shore, the men grew quiet. They were not strangers to battle, but they knew that Epirus was no safe haven. Neoptolemus had left behind a land filled with tension and whispers of betrayal. His mother, Deidamia, had warned him before he set sail with the Greeks. "When you return," she had said, "you will find that blood is thicker than water, and often far more dangerous." He hadn't understood her then, but now the words lingered, cold and foreboding. The moment his feet touched the rocky sands of the shoreline, Neoptolemus felt the unease grow. The people who came to greet him were subdued, their faces guarded. Some knelt, murmuring praise for the son of the great Achilles, but their voices were hollow, and their eyes flickered with fear. He scanned the crowd, searching for something familiar, but the faces only reminded him how long he had been gone. As he walked toward his father's old stronghold, the air grew heavier. The scent of smoke lingered, faint but present, and the land seemed quieter than it should have been. When he finally reached the gates, his hands itched to draw his sword. The guards, once loyal to his family, hesitated before opening the doors. They avoided his gaze, their unease like a bitter taste in the air. Inside, the halls of his childhood felt foreign. The echoes of his footsteps seemed louder, harsher. The once proud banners of his lineage hung limp, their colors faded. He saw his mother waiting for him in the great hall, her face pale and drawn. She rushed to him, her arms outstretched, but even as he embraced her, he felt the tension in her trembling frame. Neoptolemus, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. You've returned. But you must be careful, there are those who would see you fall. He pulled back, his jaw tightening. Who dares? His voice was sharp, cutting through the silence of the room. This is my land, my father's legacy. Daedamaia's eyes filled with tears, but she said nothing more. Instead, she led him to the council chamber, where the elders of Epirus had gathered. The air in the room was suffocating, the tension palpable. Neoptolemus stood tall, his presence commanding, but he could feel the weight of their stares. They spoke of alliances and disputes, their words cloaked in politeness, but beneath it all was a current of distrust. It wasn't long before the first argument erupted. A man rose to his feet, his voice loud and accusatory. Your father's bloodline does not make you a king, he spat. You left us to fight your war, and in your absence, the land has suffered. Neoptolemus' hand instinctively went to his sword, but he held himself back. My war, he said, his voice low and dangerous. I fought for the honor of Greece, for the gods, for all of you who stood safely behind your walls. Do not question my right to this throne. The tension in the room reached its breaking point. Voices clashed, rising like a storm, and Neoptolemus' fury grew. He slammed his hand against the table, silencing the chaos. Enough, he roared. I am not a boy you can challenge. Speak against me again, and you will regret it. The threat hung in the air, heavy and undeniable. The men fell silent, their gazes dropping. But the silence didn't bring peace, it only sharpened the divide. That night, as Neoptolemus sat alone in his chambers, the weight of the day pressed down on him. The shadows in the room seemed to move, whispering doubts into his mind. He thought of his father, of Achilles, who had been both hero and monster. Was this what it meant to inherit his legacy? To be feared but never loved? To be strong but always alone? The sound of footsteps broke through his thoughts. He reached for his sword, his body tense, but it was his mother who appeared. She closed the door behind her, her face pale. They plot against you, she said softly, her voice trembling. Even now, there are those who plan to take what is yours. Neoptolemus felt his blood boil. Then let them come, he said, his voice cold. I will remind them who I am. Daedamaia's eyes filled with tears, but she said nothing more. She knew her son's heart was hardened, that war had turned him into something unyielding. She left him alone, the door closing softly behind her. The night grew darker, and the air felt heavier. Neoptolemus lay awake, his hand never far from his blade. The shadows seemed to grow longer, their whispers louder. And as the hours stretched on, he realized that home was no sanctuary. It was another battlefield, one where the enemies wore familiar faces and the stakes were even higher. The scent of the sea still clung to Agamemnon's cloak as his chariot rumbled over the rugged path toward Mycenae. The air was thick, humid, and unsettlingly still. Victory should have tasted sweeter. He was the commander who had conquered Troy, the king who had returned triumphant after a decade of bloodshed. Yet, as he approached the towering walls of his city, an unease gnawed at his chest like a beast hidden in the shadows. Clytemnestra stood on the balcony of the palace, her silhouette sharp against the fading light of dusk. Her gaze was fixed on the approaching chariot, her expression unreadable. The servants bustling around her whispered nervously, stealing glances at their queen. There was something cold in her stance, a stillness that felt unnatural. She wore no joy on her face, no tears of relief for her husband's return. Instead, her fingers drummed lightly on the marble railing, as if counting the seconds to something inevitable. When the gates creaked open, Agamemnon's chariot rolled into the courtyard. The soldiers, weary and battered from years of war, cheered weakly. But even their cries of "Hail the King" felt hollow, as though the walls themselves refused to echo the sentiment. Agamemnon dismounted, his once mighty frame burdened by years of battle and guilt. His eyes scanned the gathering, searching for his wife. She descended the steps slowly, her gown trailing behind her like a shadow. Her lips curved into a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes.
"Husband," she said, her voice smooth yet distant. "You have returned at last." Agamemnon nodded, his face weary but proud. "The gods have willed it so. Troy has fallen, and Mycenae shall rise in glory." But her smile faltered for just a moment, a flicker of something dark crossing her face. "Come," she said, gesturing toward the grand hall. "Let us celebrate your victory." As they entered the palace, the servants lined the halls, bowing deeply. Yet there was a strange tension in the air, an invisible weight pressing down on everyone present. Agamemnon's daughter, Electra, stood in the shadows, her eyes wide with something between fear and disbelief. But before he could call to her, she turned and disappeared down a corridor. The feast was lavish, with golden platters overflowing with roasted meats, fresh fruits, and goblets of wine that gleamed like blood in the torchlight. Clytemnestra sat beside her husband, her every movement graceful, her every word measured. She poured him wine herself, her fingers brushing his as she handed him the cup. Agamemnon drank deeply, his laughter echoing through the hall as he recounted tales of the war. But beneath the surface, there were cracks. The servants avoided his gaze, their hands trembling as they placed dishes before him. The flames of the torches seemed to flicker unnaturally, casting long, jagged shadows on the walls. And Clytemnestra, her eyes lingered on him with an intensity that was neither love nor hate, but something far more dangerous. When the meal was over, Clytemnestra rose, her voice clear and commanding. "You must cleanse yourself from the stains of war, my lord. The bath has been prepared." Agamemnon, his body aching from the long journey, nodded gratefully. He followed her through the dimly lit corridors to the bath chamber, where steam curled upward like ghostly fingers. The scent of lavender filled the air, masking the faint metallic tang that lingered beneath. As he stepped into the warm water, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. He closed his eyes, letting the heat seep into his battle-worn muscles. But as the minutes passed, a sense of unease crept over him. The room was too quiet. He opened his eyes, his gaze darting around the chamber, but there was nothing, only the steam swirling around him. Then the door creaked open. He turned sharply, expecting to see a servant or perhaps his wife. But it was Clytemnestra herself who entered, her footsteps soft but deliberate. She held something in her hands, a cloth, perhaps, or a robe. He couldn't quite make it out through the haze. "Clytemnestra," he said, his voice echoing in the chamber. "You honor me by attending to such simple tasks yourself." Her smile was cold, a glimmer of steel hidden behind her lips. "It is only fitting," she replied, stepping closer. "For a king who has returned from such a long absence." Before he could respond, the cloth in her hands fell away, revealing the blade she had concealed. Agamemnon's breath caught, his body tensing as realization struck. Clytemnestra. But she was swift. The blade arced through the air, its edge gleaming in the torchlight. Agamemnon tried to rise, the water splashing around him, but the years of battle had slowed him. The first strike cut deep into his shoulder, the pain searing through him like fire. He roared, his voice a mix of rage and agony. "You think I've forgotten?" she hissed, her voice shaking with fury. "You think I could forgive the daughter you sacrificed? Iphigenia's blood cries out from the earth, and tonight, she will have justice." Her strikes were relentless, each one fueled by years of pain and hatred. Agamemnon struggled, his hands grasping for the edges of the bath, but the water, once soothing, now felt like a prison, holding him down. His cries echoed through the chamber, but no one came. The palace was silent, complicit in its queen's vengeance. When it was over, Clytemnestra stood over him, her chest heaving, her hands slick with blood. Agamemnon's lifeless body slumped in the water, the once mighty king reduced to a broken figure. The steam curled around her, shrouding her in an almost otherworldly aura. Outside the chamber, Aegisthus waited, his expression grim but satisfied. He stepped forward, his hand resting briefly on Clytemnestra's shoulder. "It is done," she said, her voice steady now, as if a great weight had been lifted. But in the shadows of the palace, Electra watched, her small frame trembling.
Her father's bloodied cries still echoed in her ears, and her heart burned with a fire that would not be extinguished. The moon hung low over the shores of Troy, its pale light spilling across the ruins and painting the sands in shades of silver and shadow. The waves lapped at the coastline, their rhythm steady and soft, like the breath of a restless sleeper. But there was no peace here. The air carried a chill that sank beneath the skin, a whisper of something unseen. Soldiers still camped near the fallen city avoided the beaches at night, their voices hushed and their faces pale when asked why. It started with the sound, a low hum, like a distant war horn blown from some far-off, forgotten battlefield. Those who heard it said it tugged at their souls, a mournful cry that stirred feelings they couldn't explain. Then came the dreams. Men woke screaming, clutching their chests as though they'd been pierced by unseen spears. They spoke of fire and blood, of a towering figure whose eyes burned with anger. One man stood apart from the fear, Neoptolemus, son of Achilles. He lingered by the shore even as his comrades turned their backs, his eyes scanning the horizon. His father's name still hung heavy over him, a mantle of glory and expectation he could never escape. But more than that, he had heard the stories too. Achilles' spirit, they whispered, walked these sands, bound by rage and unfinished vengeance. The first night Neoptolemus stayed alone, the air was silent but heavy, as though the very world held its breath. He stood near the water, his sword at his side, his pulse steady but sharp. Hours passed. The moon climbed higher, and the stars glimmered like scattered shards of a broken shield. Just as he began to doubt, the wind shifted. It wasn't the sea breeze. It carried no salt, no warmth. It was cold and sharp, biting at his skin and rustling the sand. And then he saw it, a faint glow on the horizon, pale as the moonlight but shifting, twisting, like smoke caught in a breeze. The glow grew brighter, and the shape became clearer. A figure emerged, tall and broad-shouldered, his armor gleaming as though freshly polished. But his face was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes, they burned like dying embers. Neoptolemus' breath caught as he recognized the figure, the one who had haunted the songs of bards and the hearts of warriors. Achilles. His father. Neoptolemus, the ghost said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to echo from the earth itself. It was not a greeting. It was a summons. Neoptolemus stepped forward, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. "Father," he said, his voice steady but strained. "Why do you walk these shores? The war is over. Troy has fallen." Achilles' ghost tilted his head, his expression unreadable. "The war is not over," he replied. "Not for me. Not for the dead who lie unavenged." Neoptolemus felt a chill crawl up his spine. "Unavenged? You slew Hector. You stained these sands with his blood. What more could there be?" The ghost's eyes flared, and the air seemed to ripple with his anger. "Hector was a warrior. He fought with honor, and his death was fair. But Paris," Achilles spat the name, his voice seething with contempt. "Paris, the coward who loosed the arrow that struck me down. He walks free, while I wander these shores, my name tarnished by the weakness of my end." Neoptolemus swallowed hard, the weight of his father's words pressing down on him. "Paris is dead," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "He fell with the rest of Troy." Achilles' ghost stepped closer, the glow of his form casting eerie shadows across the sand. "Dead, yes," he said. "But his death was not by my hand. It was not with honor. I will not rest until his soul trembles before mine." The waves crashed louder, as though stirred by the spirit's fury. Neoptolemus took a step back, his resolve faltering. "What would you have me do?" he asked, his voice trembling despite himself. The ghost's gaze softened, but only slightly. "You are my blood," he said. "You carry my name, my strength. You will carry out my vengeance. Find his remains. Curse them. Let the world know that Achilles does not forgive." Neoptolemus felt his heart thunder in his chest. "I am not you," he said, his voice breaking. "I cannot carry the weight of your anger. The war has taken enough from all of us. Achilles' ghost reached out, his spectral hand passing through his son's shoulder, sending a shock of cold through his body. You are stronger than you know, he said. But you are not free of me. My blood runs in your veins. My rage will haunt you until my will is done. The wind roared, and the glow of the ghost flared brighter. Neoptolemus fell to his knees, clutching his head as visions flooded his mind. He saw the walls of Troy crumbling, the flames consuming everything. He saw Paris' face, twisted in fear as an unseen force dragged him through the gates of the underworld. And he saw himself, standing alone on a field of ash, his hands stained with blood that wasn't his own. When the visions faded, the ghost was gone. The waves lapped at the shore as if nothing had happened. But Neoptolemus knew better. He rose slowly, his body trembling, his mind racing. His father's words echoed in his ears, a relentless drumbeat that refused to be silenced. The soldiers found him at dawn, standing where the tide met the sand, his face pale and his eyes hollow. They didn't ask what he had seen. They didn't need to. The air around him was heavy with something unspoken, something none of them dared to name. As the sun rose over the haunted shores, Neoptolemus turned away from the sea, his steps slow but resolute. His father's shadow followed him, lingering in the corners of his mind, a reminder that some wars never truly end. The sun had set behind the crumbling ruins of Troy, casting a pale orange light over the charred remains of a once glorious city. The cries of the fallen still echoed in the winds, carried across the plains like the voices of the dead. The fires that consumed Troy had long since burned out, leaving only the bitter scent of smoke and ash in the air. Amidst the ruins, a small group of refugees gathered, their faces hollow, their bodies weary from the horrors they had witnessed. Aeneas, son of the great Trojan hero Anchises and the goddess Aphrodite, stood at the front, his face marked by the hardships of war. His armor was battered, his once proud shield now dented and scratched. He stared out at the horizon, his heart heavy with loss. The gods had abandoned Troy, and with its fall, the dreams of a kingdom that had stood for centuries were reduced to nothing more than memories. The smoke from the burning city still curled up into the night sky, as though reaching for the heavens in vain. Beside him, his men whispered of their fate. They had lost everything, family, friends, homeland, and now they had nowhere to go. The gods had promised them nothing but hardship. They had been told to flee, to escape the wrath of the Greeks and the fall of Troy, but where could they go? What hope did they have left? Aeneas didn't have answers. He could feel the weight of his destiny pressing down on him. He had been chosen, it seemed, not by his own will, but by something far greater than himself. The gods had whispered of a future for his people, a new city to rise from the ashes of Troy. But the path to that future was uncertain and filled with pain. Aeneas looked down at the refugees huddled together, clinging to one another for support. Their faces were lined with grief and fear, but there was something else in their eyes, a glimmer of hope, fragile and fleeting, but still there. He had to lead them, even if it meant facing the unknown. "We will leave Troy behind," Aeneas said, his voice firm but filled with sorrow. "We will find a new home, a place where we can rebuild. The gods have promised us a future, and we must follow where they lead." The words fell on the group like a stone thrown into a still pond, sending ripples of uncertainty and hope through their ranks. Aeneas didn't know if he believed in the gods' promises, but he had no other choice. If he couldn't lead them to safety, then who would? He had seen too much destruction, too much death, to let his people fall any further. The journey was long and perilous. Each day felt like an eternity as they sailed across unfamiliar waters, searching for the land promised to them. The seas were treacherous, filled with storms that seemed to rise out of nowhere, battering their ships as if the gods themselves were testing their resolve. Yet, despite it all, Aeneas pressed on. His people depended on him, and he would not let them down. But the journey was not without its trials. One night, as the refugees slept in the shadow of a great cliff, Aeneas was visited by the ghost of his father, Anchises. The old man's form was pale and faint, a shadow of the once great hero, but his eyes were filled with wisdom. "My son," Anchises said, his voice a whisper carried by the wind. "You are the hope of your people. Do not falter now. The gods have marked you for greatness, but you must have faith. The road ahead will be difficult, but it is a road that leads to a new beginning. A great city will rise from the ashes of Troy. Your descendants will shape the world." Aeneas sank to his knees, his heart heavy with the burden of his destiny. "But how can I lead them?" he asked, his voice breaking. "How can I bring them to a place of peace when all I have known is war?" Anchises' ghost smiled, though it was a sad smile, full of understanding. "You will find your way, my son. Trust in your strength, in your heart, and in the gods who guide you. The world is waiting for you to build it. You are the foundation of a new world. Do not let fear control you." When Aeneas awoke, his father's words still echoed in his mind. They gave him strength, but the weight of his father's vision, of the future he was supposed to create, was more than he could carry alone. Yet, he knew that he had no choice but to push forward. Weeks turned into months, and the refugees grew weary. Their spirits were tested as they faced trial after trial. There were whispers of rebellion, of desertion. Some questioned Aeneas' ability to lead them, but still, he pressed on. With each passing day, he felt his strength growing, a power he couldn't explain. It was as if the gods themselves were watching over him, guiding his every step. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the shores of Italy. The land was wild and untamed, but it was a land that offered the promise of a new beginning. Aeneas and his people set foot on the soil, and for the first time in what felt like forever, they could breathe. The weight that had crushed their spirits began to lift, and hope stirred in their hearts. But the land was not without its own dangers. The people of Italy did not welcome the refugees with open arms. There were tribes and kings who saw them as invaders, threats to their own power. Battles were fought, alliances were forged, and blood was spilled. Aeneas fought with the courage of his father, with the heart of a leader who knew that his people's survival depended on the strength of their unity. Through it all, Aeneas held onto the vision that had been given to him. The gods had promised him a future, a new city that would rise from the ashes of Troy. And in this foreign land, amidst the chaos and the bloodshed, that promise began to take shape. In time, the refugees who had once fled the ruins of Troy became the founders of Rome. The city grew, its walls rising higher with each passing year, its people stronger and more determined. The memory of Troy, of the destruction and the loss, was never forgotten, but it became the foundation for something greater. Aeneas' dream, the dream that had begun as a whisper from the gods, was now a living, breathing reality. As Aeneas stood on the hill overlooking the city, watching the sun set behind the growing walls of Rome, he knew that his journey had only just begun. He had led his people from the ashes of Troy to the dawn of a new world, and he would see them through whatever trials lay ahead. For he, like his father before him, had been chosen to build a legacy that would last for eternity. The air on Mount Olympus was thick with tension, heavy like the aftermath of a storm that had left the world forever changed. The gods gathered, each one cloaked in their divine power, their faces marked by the toll of war. Below them, the mortal world had been reshaped by the events of Troy, cities burned, heroes fallen, lives shattered. The gods watched in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, reflecting on the choices made, the lives lost, and the future that now hung in the balance. Zeus, king of the gods, stood at the center, his mighty form casting a shadow over the assembly. His thunderbolt, though still gripped tightly in his hand, seemed less a symbol of power and more a burden that weighed on his soul. The great god had watched as the fates of mortals had been twisted, pulled this way and that by the whims of divine interference. The war at Troy, a conflict between men that had turned into a divine spectacle, now felt like a stain on the heavens themselves. "A great price has been paid," Zeus said, his voice deep, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. "I fear the weight of the blood spilled will haunt us all for eternity." Athena, her eyes cold and sharp, did not look at him as she spoke. "The mortals fight for glory, for honor. What more can we expect from them? They are but pawns in a game we set into motion." Zeus' eyes flicked toward her, his brow furrowed. And we, the ones who set this game in motion, have we not failed them? His voice trembled with a rare vulnerability. They destroyed Troy. The world will never be the same. Is this what we wanted? To see them burn, to see their dreams reduced to ashes? Apollo, standing nearby, his lyre in hand but silent for once, spoke up, his voice quieter than usual. The price of victory is always high. But what of those who lost? What of the gods who did not choose a side, who were dragged into this war against their will? Hera, whose gaze was distant, turned her eyes to Apollo. You speak of neutrality, but what of the love of war that we all share? What of the pride we take in seeing our champions win? Even those who did not actively interfere were still part of this, in their hearts and their desires. Ares, god of war, scoffed from the back, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. Neutrality is a lie. Every god had a part to play, whether they chose it or not. We all felt the pull of battle. I reveled in it, as I always do. It is our nature. Zeus turned his gaze to Ares, his eyes sharp as a thunderclap. You revel in destruction, Ares. But the world does not. The world is broken now, more than ever. Heroes have fallen, entire nations have crumbled. The mortal realm will never be the same, and neither will we. Do you see what we have done? Ares grinned, his teeth white against his dark features. Victory, defeat, they are fleeting. What matters is the power we hold, the control we wield. Mortal lives are brief, but their wars, they echo through the ages. Enough, Athena interrupted, her voice cutting through the tension like a sword. We cannot keep fighting among ourselves. We need to look ahead. Troy is gone. But the consequences of what we did are only beginning. The mortals may rebuild, but they will never forget what happened. We must prepare for the storms that are coming. Zeus nodded, his mind heavy with the weight of those words. You are right, Athena. The mortals are not as we are. They live for a moment, and that moment can be snuffed out in an instant. But we, the gods, we carry the consequences of their choices. We carry the burden of their lives. The gods fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, the weight of their shared guilt hanging between them like a shroud. Each one had played their part, some with noble intentions, others with selfish desires, but none had walked away untouched. A small voice broke through the tension. It was Hestia, goddess of the hearth, standing quietly at the edge of the gathering. Do we really know what we have done? She asked softly, her eyes filled with sadness. I feel the flames of the hearth burning less brightly now. I feel the warmth fading from the world, and I wonder if we have made it colder, darker, and more unforgiving. The mortals we swore to protect, have we abandoned them? Her words were like a cold wind sweeping through the gathering, and for a moment, even Ares seemed to grow still, as though the fire in his heart had been dimmed. Hera scoffed, her eyes narrowing. You speak as if we are the ones at fault. The mortals are weak, incapable of seeing beyond their own desires. They fight and destroy, and we are forced to watch. But they cannot see the truth, that the gods have given them everything. They will never understand. Zeus raised a hand, silencing her. Perhaps they never will, but it does not absolve us of our responsibility. The Trojan War was our creation. We gave them the tools to destroy, and we watched as they used them, over and over. It is we who set the fires in their hearts, and now we must deal with the ashes. Athena closed her eyes, lost in thought. And now, what do we do? Do we leave them to rebuild a world that we shattered? Do we continue to play with their lives, as if they were mere toys? Apollo's voice was softer than usual. We do not know what will come next. Perhaps it is time for us to step back, to watch from afar, and let the mortals find their own way. Perhaps it is time to let the gods rest, to heal. But we cannot, Zeus replied, his voice firm. We are bound to them, whether we want to be or not. And they to us. The mortals may try to rebuild, but they will always remember what we did. They will always see us in the sky above them, in the winds that blow through their cities, in the hearts of their warriors. We cannot undo what has been done." A heavy silence fell over the gods as they looked at one another, no answers coming. The debate had done little to ease the burden each carried. The war had been fought, the consequences had been set in motion, and there was no going back. The gods were left with only the weight of their choices, and the echoes of Troy's fall would linger for eternity. The ruins of Troy were nothing but dust, a ghost of what it once was. The grand walls that had stood for centuries had crumbled to the earth, their stones scattered like the broken dreams of those who had fought and died. The air smelled of soot and sorrow, the weight of devastation thick in every breath taken by the survivors. There was no joy in this new beginning, no promise of peace, only the silent echoes of loss. Hector's widow, Andromache, stood on the edge of what remained of her city, her eyes hollow with grief. The pain of losing her husband in the fury of battle had not faded. It never would. She had watched her world burn before her eyes, helpless to stop the destruction that swept across Troy like a ravenous fire. Now, she stood alone. Her son, Astyanax, was a shadow of the child he once was. The young boy, too innocent to understand the full weight of his father's death, now carried the scars of war in his eyes. He asked questions no mother should have to answer, but Andromache could offer no comfort. Why did they take father away? Astyanax whispered, his tiny voice trembling with confusion. Andromache ran her fingers through his hair, feeling the cool breeze that swept across the rubble, knowing it would never be the same. Your father is a hero, my love. But even heroes must fall. Andromache's heart cracked as she spoke. She had tried to tell herself that there was hope, that they could rebuild their lives and make something of the ashes. But it was impossible to ignore the truth. Troy was no more. The gods had abandoned them, and the men who survived the war had no more wool to fight for a city that was now only a memory. The survivors were scattered, like seeds blown across a barren field, trying to plant new lives where the earth had been poisoned by the blood of their ancestors. They had once been proud, strong, a people of warriors and kings. But now, they were broken. The women, the children, the old, everyone had lost something. They all had their stories, their wounds, their reasons for not surrendering to despair. But no matter how hard they tried to rebuild, there was an inescapable truth hanging over them. The curse of Troy still lingered. Paris, the prince whose fatal choice had led to the downfall of Troy, sat in the ruins of his former palace. His once magnificent armor was now rusted, his face gaunt from hunger and sleepless nights spent haunted by memories. He had survived the war, but what was the point? What had he fought for? The women of Troy had been captured or killed, and the men who had once called him a prince now spoke of him with only disdain. His own brother, Hector, had fallen. And now, it was Paris who lived with the weight of the city's ruin on his shoulders. He had thought that taking Helen would lead to glory, to fame, to the adoration of his people. Instead, he had brought doom upon them all. He had watched the great walls of Troy fall, the city he had once loved turn to dust, and now there was nothing left but the hollow ache of regret. His hands trembled as he reached for a shard of glass, the fragments of a mirror that had once reflected his image as a proud prince. Now, it only reflected the wreckage of a broken man. He saw his face, pale and scarred, a stranger's face, and wondered if he would ever escape the curse that hung around his neck. Would there ever be peace for him? Or would he always be trapped in the nightmare of Troy's fall? Across the city, the women of Troy gathered in the remnants of what had once been a grand temple. Hecuba, the queen, stood at the center, her face a mask of sorrow. She had seen everything, her children torn from her arms, her kingdom shattered. What was left for her now? She had no husband, no sons, no palace to rule. There was only silence and the remnants of a life she could never return to. The women wept together, but there was no comfort in their tears. How could there be? The gods had turned their backs on them, and no amount of mourning could bring back what had been lost. There was no solace in the broken remains of Troy. I cannot bear it, Hecuba whispered, her voice breaking. What are we to do now? Where do we go from here? A voice spoke from the shadows. It was Cassandra, the prophetess cursed by Apollo to see the future but never be believed. Her eyes were wild with the knowledge of what had happened and of what was to come. She had warned them, pleaded with them to end the war, but no one had listened. Now, she was left to watch the world crumble before her eyes, to see the gods' wrath unfold in its full, horrifying glory. "We are lost," Cassandra said, her voice low but filled with an eerie certainty. "Troy is cursed. The gods have marked us. Even now, they watch from their thrones, amused by our suffering. They will never forgive us for what we did." Her words were a chill wind, cutting through the hearts of the women around her. They had all felt it, the coldness that now haunted their every step, the curse that clung to their souls. They would never be free. A few brave souls tried to rebuild, to create something from the ashes. Some began to gather what remained of Troy's riches, to barter for food and shelter. But what good were riches when there was no hope to be found? What good was survival when the world had turned against them? And yet, they persisted. The survivors held on to each other, clinging to the small fragments of their lives, as if their very survival could prove something, to the gods, to the world. But deep down, they knew the truth: the curse of Troy was not something they could escape. It would follow them wherever they went, and the weight of it would crush them in the end. For now, they built. They built with the broken stones of their city, the remnants of a past that could never be revived. The walls of Troy had fallen, but the walls in their hearts were still intact, and they would never forget the pain of what had happened. They had survived the flames, but the fire within them still burned. And as the survivors of Troy walked among the ruins, they knew that the curse would never be lifted. It lived in them, in the bones of the fallen, in the blood of those who had fought and died. It would always be a part of them. Forever. The air was thick with the weight of silence, a stillness that hung over the broken lands of Troy. The fires had long since died, and the great walls had crumbled into nothingness. But amid the desolation, there was one thing that still had power: the voice of the bards. They came from distant lands, carrying with them the gift of memory, the ability to make the past live again with just a few words. And it was their voices, their songs, that would ensure the war would never be forgotten. The bards were not warriors. They had not fought on the bloodied fields of Troy, nor had they witnessed the horrors of the siege. But they had seen something just as important: the stories. They knew that history was not written in the blood of soldiers or the charred remains of fallen cities. It was written in the stories that lived on after the dust settled. The events of the war, the sacrifices, the heroes, the betrayals, would be immortalized by their hands. Their songs would carry the weight of the past, like a heavy cloak wrapped around the shoulders of future generations. And so, the bards gathered at the edges of the ruins, under the shadow of what had once been the great walls of Troy. They did not need to speak of their sadness; it was clear to all who listened. Their faces were marked with the same grief that gripped every survivor. But they also had something more: an understanding of the power of memory. One bard stood, his instrument, a simple lyre, resting against his chest. His fingers hovered above the strings, poised to play, as if summoning the spirit of the past to rise from the ashes. He could feel the weight of it: the lives lost, the loves torn apart, the cities reduced to rubble. He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the silence stretch before him, as if allowing the land itself to speak. When he began to play, it was as if the world shifted. The first note rang out, a mournful sound that seemed to echo through the ruins of Troy itself. The others joined in, their instruments adding layers to the haunting melody. They sang of the great heroes who had fought and fallen, of Hector, the noble prince, whose heart had once burned with the desire to protect his people. They sang of Achilles, the unstoppable warrior whose wrath had brought both glory and destruction. They sang of the gods who had watched from their lofty thrones, indifferent to the suffering below. The song was a tapestry of triumph and tragedy, woven together by the hands of the bards. As the music swelled, the listeners, those few who had survived, closed their eyes, letting the song wash over them like a cleansing wave. They could feel the weight of it in their bones. They could see the images the bards painted with their words: the flames licking the sky, the cries of the fallen, the clash of swords against shields.
The song brought it all back to life, and for a moment, they were there again, standing on the blood-soaked soil of Troy. But there was something else in the song, a glimmer of hope, a thread of light woven through the darkness. It was not all death and destruction. The bards also sang of love, of Paris and Helen, whose fateful choice had set the war in motion. They sang of the bond between Achilles and Patroclus, a bond stronger than any weapon. They sang of the mothers who had lost sons, the wives who had lost husbands, the children who had lost fathers. And they sang of the hope that, one day, even in the face of such devastation, something new would rise from the ashes. As the music continued, the bards sang of the gods' indifference. They spoke of the gods who had once taken sides, manipulating the fates of men for their own amusement. But they also sang of the consequences of that divine interference. The gods had watched the war unfold with eyes that saw only the grand sweep of history, not the lives of the men and women who bled and died on the fields. The bards, however, understood. They knew that the true weight of the war could never be measured by the gods, who played at the edges of mortal lives. It could only be measured by the hearts of those left behind. When the final notes of the song echoed into the silence, there was no applause, no cheers. There was only a quiet, heavy stillness, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The survivors of Troy stood together, united by the song, even if only for a moment. They were not alone, after all. The bards had made sure of that. The memory of the war would live on, and the fallen would be honored. But the song was more than just a tribute to the past. It was a warning. The bards knew that the cycle of war was never truly broken. They had seen it in the eyes of the survivors, in the way they moved, haunted by the ghosts of their past, yet carrying the weight of a future they could not escape. The song was not just about what had happened. It was about what would happen again. The gods had their games to play, and the mortals were left to suffer the consequences. But the bards, with their songs, would always be there, preserving the memories of those who had fought and died. It was not a perfect immortality. The memories of war were painful, often unbearable. But they had to be remembered. For without the stories, without the songs, there was nothing. The land would become a barren wasteland, the faces of the fallen fading into nothing. The bards understood that. They understood that the past had to be kept alive, even if it meant carrying the weight of its darkness. And so, the song echoed through the ruins of Troy, a mournful tribute to the war that had shaped their world. It was a song that would never fade, a song that would live on in the hearts of those who had heard it. The bards had done their work. The past was immortalized. And the world would never forget the cost of the Trojan War. The wind whispered through the empty halls of Sparta, carrying with it the faint echo of a woman's laughter, a sound that once captivated the hearts of men and drove kingdoms to ruin. Helen of Troy stood at the balcony of her palace, her face bathed in the pale glow of moonlight. Her beauty was as timeless as ever, untouched by the passing years, yet her eyes carried the weight of 1,000 storms. She gripped the cold stone railing tightly, as if seeking an anchor to steady the tempest inside her. Was it worth it? The question had haunted her every waking moment. She could still feel the warmth of Paris's hand pulling her away from Sparta, away from her husband Menelaus, away from the life she once knew. She could still hear the promises he whispered, promises of love, of freedom, of a world where she was more than a queen trapped in a gilded cage. For a fleeting moment, she believed him. She believed she could be happy. But the cost of that moment had been a war that consumed thousands of lives, leaving behind only ashes and ghosts. The silence of the night was broken by the distant sound of a lyre, its mournful tune drifting up from the village below. Helen closed her eyes, letting the music pull her back to the past, to the days when she was still Helen of Sparta, a queen adored yet unloved. Menelaus had been a good man, kind in his own way, but there had been no passion, no fire. Her beauty was a crown she wore reluctantly, a burden that drew men to her like moths to a flame, never seeing the woman beneath. They saw only the perfection of her face, the allure of her presence, but never the restless soul trapped within. Paris had been different, or so she thought. He saw her not as a prize to be won, but as a treasure to be cherished. He spoke of a love that defied the gods, a love that could burn brighter than any sun.
But even now, as she stood in the ruins of what that love had wrought, Helen wondered if it had been real. Was she truly in love, or was she merely seeking an escape? The line between desire and desperation had always been blurred, and now it seemed impossible to untangle. The faces of the dead haunted her dreams: Hector, noble and brave, who fought not for himself but for his city and his family; Achilles, whose rage consumed everything in its path; Patroclus, whose death shattered the greatest warrior the world had ever known. Their fates had all been tied to hers, a web of tragedy spun by the gods, with Helen at its center. She had not held the sword or drawn the bow, but their blood was on her hands all the same. A soft rustle behind her broke her thoughts. Turning, she saw Menelaus standing in the doorway. His face was lined with age and weariness, but his eyes held a quiet intensity. He had brought her back from Troy, not as a victor claiming his spoils, but as a man reclaiming what was his. Yet the years had done little to mend the chasm between them. They lived as strangers in the same house, bound together by duty and the weight of the past. Menelaus stepped closer, his voice low and steady. "Do you ever think about them?" he asked. Helen met his gaze, her own eyes unreadable. "Every day," she replied. For a moment, they stood in silence, the unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Menelaus's jaw tightened as if he wanted to say more, to unleash the anger and pain that had simmered beneath the surface for so long. But he didn't. Instead, he turned and walked away, leaving Helen alone once more. She returned to the balcony, her mind racing. Love. Betrayal. Guilt. These were the threads that wove the tapestry of her life, a pattern she could neither change nor escape. She had loved Paris, but her love had brought death. She had betrayed Menelaus, but in doing so, she had betrayed herself. And the guilt, oh, the guilt, was a constant companion, a shadow that followed her wherever she went. Yet even in her darkest moments, there was a part of Helen that refused to crumble. She had been called a goddess, a temptress, a villain, a victim. She had been blamed for the war, for the destruction, for the suffering of an entire generation. But she knew the truth was more complicated. The gods had played their games, manipulating mortals like pieces on a chessboard. The men who fought and died had made their own choices, driven by pride, honor, and vengeance. Helen was no more than a spark in the tinderbox, a spark that had ignited an inferno, yes, but not the cause of the fire itself. Still, the weight of the legacy was hers to bear. She thought of the poets who sang of her beauty, of the storytellers who immortalized her name. To them, she was a symbol, a figure of desire, of destruction, of divinity. But she was also human. She felt the ache of loss, the sting of regret, the yearning for something she could never have. The poets could sing of her beauty, but they would never understand her pain. The lyre's melody grew softer, fading into the stillness of the night. Helen rested her hand against her chest, feeling the steady beat of her heart. It was a reminder that she was still alive, still breathing, still capable of feeling. The war had taken so much from her, from everyone, but it had not taken this. For all her flaws, for all her mistakes, Helen was still here. And perhaps that was enough. The flames of Troy had long since died out, but the bloodline of its people burned brightly, carried by the few who had escaped the city's fall. Among the ruins, a child's cry broke through the smoldering silence, a fragile sound that somehow endured where empires had crumbled. Aeneas, battered and bloodied, cradled his son Ascanius against his chest. His heart ached with the weight of what they had lost, but his grip on the boy was firm, unyielding. They were all that remained of a once great house, and he would not let the darkness consume them. Around him, the survivors moved like shadows, eyes hollow, their souls scarred as much as their bodies. Each step they took away from their homeland was a betrayal to everything they had ever known, yet staying was no longer an option. The gods had decreed Troy's end, but they had not erased its blood. The survivors bore that legacy now, carrying it with every labored breath, every weary footfall. Troy was not just a place, it was a people, a lineage, a story that refused to die. Aeneas felt the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders, their voices echoing in his mind as if urging him forward. His father Anchises, frail but resolute, walked beside him, leaning heavily on a staff. Though his steps were slow, his eyes were fierce, burning with a fire that even the gods could not extinguish. "Our blood will not be forgotten," he said, his voice trembling but unwavering. "We carry Troy within us. Wherever we go, it will live." Those words became Aeneas's anchor in the storm of their exile. Every night, as the survivors huddled together beneath the open sky, he would look at the faces of his people, each one a testament to resilience. There was Andromache, widow of the great Hector, her eyes distant but her posture defiant, cradling her child with a tenderness that belied her strength. There was Antenor, the wise elder, who spoke softly but carried the knowledge of a lifetime. And there were the children, their laughter rare but precious, a reminder that even in the face of despair, life endured. But the gods were not done with them. Aeneas knew this. He felt it in the whispers of the wind and the shifting patterns of the stars. They had chosen him for a purpose, though they had given him no map, no clear path to follow. All he had was the faint promise of a new home, a place where Troy's bloodline could take root and flourish once more. Yet even as he clung to that hope, doubt gnawed at him. Could he truly rebuild what had been lost? Could the scattered remnants of his people ever become whole again? The nights were the hardest. In the quiet hours, memories of Troy would creep into his mind, unbidden and relentless. He saw the city as it had been, its golden walls gleaming in the sunlight, its streets alive with the laughter of children, the songs of bards, the chatter of merchants. And then he saw the flames, the screams, the blood that stained the ground. He heard the wails of mothers clutching their lifeless children, the clash of swords, the triumphant roars of their enemies. It was a nightmare he could not escape, a wound that would never heal. Yet, amid the darkness, there were moments of light. One night, as they camped by a river, a young boy approached Aeneas with a handful of wildflowers. "For you," the boy said shyly, his eyes wide with innocence. Aeneas knelt to accept the offering, his heart clenching. The boy reminded him of Ascanius, who had fallen asleep in Anchises' arms nearby. He placed the flowers beside his son, whispering a silent prayer. It was a small gesture, but it gave him strength. Troy lived in these children, in their laughter, their kindness, their hope. And as long as they lived, so too would its legacy. Their journey was fraught with trials. The sea was merciless, tossing their ships like toys, threatening to drag them into its depths. Storms raged, and tempests roared, as if the gods themselves sought to test their resolve. But Aeneas refused to falter. He stood at the helm, his hand steady on the wheel, his eyes fixed on the horizon. "Hold fast," he shouted to his people, his voice cutting through the howling wind. "We will not be broken." And they weren't. Through every storm, every hardship, they endured. They clung to each other, drawing strength from the bonds they shared, from the knowledge that they carried more than just themselves, they carried a legacy. Troy's bloodline was their burden, but it was also their shield, their beacon in the darkness. In time, the survivors began to weave new stories from the threads of their old lives. They spoke of Troy not as a place that had fallen, but as a symbol of resilience, of courage, of enduring hope. The children listened with wide eyes as the elders recounted tales of Hector's valor, Priam's wisdom, Cassandra's haunting visions. These stories became their inheritance, a treasure more valuable than gold. Aeneas watched as his people began to rebuild, not just with their hands, but with their hearts. They planted seeds in foreign soil, crafting a future from the ashes of their past. And as he looked into Ascanius' eyes, he saw not just a son but a legacy, a bridge between what had been and what could be. The gods had taken much from them, but they had not taken everything. Troy's bloodline flowed on, its spirit unbroken, its story unwritten. And as the survivors pressed forward, their steps became lighter, their hearts a little less heavy. For they knew that Troy was not truly gone. It lived in them, in their children, in the stories they told and the lives they touched. It was a flame that would never be extinguished, a legacy that would endure for generations to come. The sea churned with an unnatural fury, waves crashing against the remnants of the Achaean fleet as they sailed home. The winds howled with a voice that seemed almost human, angry, bitter, and full of accusation.
Odysseus stood at the helm, his knuckles white against the wheel, his eyes scanning the dark horizon. He could feel it in the air, heavy and oppressive. The wrath of the gods was not yet sated. The war had ended, but the consequences were far from over. The gods had watched as mortals stained the earth with blood, defiled sacred temples, and broken the ancient codes that bound the divine and human realms together. Troy's fall was only the beginning. The gods' vengeance would echo far beyond the battlefield, striking not just the victors but their descendants, their lands, their very souls. Poseidon's rage was the first to reveal itself. The sea, once a faithful ally to the Greeks, turned traitor. Ships that had carried them to Troy with pride now splintered beneath the relentless assault of the waves. Men who had survived 10 years of war were dragged screaming into the depths, their cries swallowed by the endless abyss. The sea god's anger was not born of loyalty to Troy but of insult, Odysseus's cunning, his arrogance, his refusal to offer the proper sacrifices before departing. Poseidon had taken it personally, and now he claimed his due. Odysseus wasn't the only one cursed. Menelaus, the king who had sparked the war for his wife, faced his own torment. As his ship fought to find its way home, a thick fog descended, robbing the crew of sight and direction. Days turned into weeks, then months, and still, the shores of Sparta eluded them. Menelaus began to wonder if Helen had been worth it, if her beauty, her smile, her love could ever outweigh the lives lost, the gods angered, the years wasted. He didn't dare say it aloud, but the thought gnawed at him, a poison he couldn't purge. Elsewhere, Agamemnon, the great commander, returned to Mycenae only to find betrayal waiting for him. The god's punishment took the form of mortal hands, his wife, Clytemnestra, and her lover, Aegisthus. They welcomed him home with smiles, with wine, with the promise of rest, only to strike him down in his own palace. The gods didn't need thunderbolts or plagues, they let human greed and vengeance do their work. But the gods' retribution wasn't confined to the Greeks. The remnants of Troy weren't spared their wrath. Cassandra, the cursed seer, had warned them all, her visions vivid and unrelenting. But what good was foresight when no one believed her? Taken as a prize by Agamemnon, she saw her own death coming, along with his. She knew it wasn't just human cruelty at play, it was divine justice, weaving its intricate, merciless web. Yet knowing didn't make it easier. When the blade came, she met it with tears, not because she feared death, but because she had lived a life of truth no one had ever heard. The gods watched all of this unfold, their presence felt in every shadow, every gust of wind, every flicker of firelight. Hera's spite simmered, her hatred of Paris and his fateful choice lingering like an open wound. Aphrodite, the goddess of love who had promised Helen to Paris, wasn't spared the consequences either. Her name, once whispered with reverence, became entangled with tales of destruction, of beauty turned to ruin, of love twisted into obsession. She smiled less often now, her laughter hollow, her own role in the tragedy impossible to ignore. And then there was Athena, whose wisdom had once guided the Greeks to victory. She had turned her face away from them now, disgusted by their desecration of Troy's temples. The cries of Trojan women dragged from their homes haunted her, their prayers unanswered, their pleas for mercy ignored. Athena, the goddess of strategy and reason, found herself doubting the mortals she had once championed. She withheld her blessings, her silence speaking louder than any curse. The mortals, of course, tried to make sense of it all. They sacrificed to the gods, begged for forgiveness, promised to atone. But the gods' anger wasn't something that could be appeased with offerings or prayers. It was a force, relentless and unyielding, that would run its course no matter how many lambs were slaughtered, how many altars were built. The mortals didn't understand, they couldn't. To them, the gods were capricious, unfair, cruel. But to the gods, this was balance. This was justice. The years passed, and the curse lingered. Families were torn apart, kingdoms fell, heroes faded into obscurity. The children of those who had fought in the war grew up hearing the tales, the weight of their ancestors' choices pressing down on them like an invisible chain. Some tried to break free, to forge their own paths, but the gods had long memories. The blood spilled at Troy stained not just the ground, but the very threads of fate.
No one was truly innocent, no one was truly safe. And yet, amid the ruin, there were moments of defiance. Aeneas, carrying the remnants of his people, dared to dream of a new city, a new future. Penelope, Odysseus's wife, held her household together with strength and cunning, refusing to let despair take her. Even Helen, the woman at the heart of it all, lived on, her beauty undiminished, her story rewritten by those who gazed upon her. She became a symbol, not of guilt or betrayal, but of something more complicated, of love's power, its danger, its unyielding hold on the human heart. The gods watched, their wrath slowly fading, their attention turning elsewhere. But the scars they left behind remained. The mortals, for all their suffering, endured. They told stories of the war, of the heroes and villains, of the gods and their vengeance. They remembered, because forgetting would be worse. The tales carried lessons, warnings, truths hidden beneath layers of myth and legend. And in the end, that was what the gods had wanted all along. Not worship, not offerings, but remembrance. The war was over, but its echoes would never truly fade. The gods had ensured that. The fire was still burning, its embers glowing faintly beneath a veil of ash. A silence hung over the plains of Troy, heavier than any war cry or clash of swords. The air carried the smell of death, of broken shields and shattered dreams. Survivors moved like shadows among the ruins, their faces marked by something deeper than grief, an emptiness that seemed to ask, was it worth it? Nestor sat alone on a crumbled piece of stone, the weight of decades pressing against his weary shoulders. His hands, once steady with a sword, now trembled as he traced patterns in the dirt. He had lived through too many wars, seen too many sons leave their homes only to return as names whispered in sorrow. Yet this war, this endless siege of Troy, felt different. It wasn't just the destruction, the loss of life, or the desecration of temples. It was the absence of meaning that haunted him most. "Tell me, Nestor," came a voice from behind, soft yet edged with steel. It was Odysseus, his face as weathered as the ruins they stood upon. "You're the wise one. What did we fight for? Was it for honor? For love? For pride? Or was it just for nothing at all?" Nestor didn't look up. His fingers continued to trace the dirt, shaping patterns that only he could understand. "We fought for all of it," he said at last. "And for none of it. Honor, love, pride, they were words we used to make sense of what we couldn't understand. But the truth? The truth is we fought because we could." Odysseus frowned. He had expected wisdom, perhaps even comfort, but Nestor's words carried a harshness that felt too real. He sat down beside the old man, his own hands restless as they picked at the fraying edge of his cloak. "I don't believe that," he said quietly. "There had to be more. All those lives, all that blood, there had to be more." Nestor sighed, his breath heavy with the weight of unsaid things. He turned to Odysseus, his eyes dark and unflinching. "Do you want the truth? The gods didn't force us into this war. We chose it. Men always choose war because it's easier than peace. Peace requires compromise, patience, understanding. War requires only anger and the willingness to destroy." The words hung in the air, sharp and bitter. Odysseus looked away, his jaw tightening. He thought of Achilles, his rage and glory burning brighter than the sun. He thought of Hector, standing alone against the tide, his courage as steady as the mountains. He thought of Helen, her beauty a spark that lit a fire no one could control. And he thought of himself, weaving lies and schemes, pulling strings that led men to their deaths. "Then what do we do with it?" Odysseus asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "All this pain, this loss, how do we carry it?" Before Nestor could answer, another figure approached, his steps light yet purposeful. It was Aeneas, the Trojan prince, his face a mask of quiet determination. He carried a small bundle in his arms, a child wrapped in tattered cloth. The boy stirred, his eyes wide and unknowing, his future unwritten. "Maybe we don't carry it," Aeneas said, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "Maybe we build something new from it.
Nestor and Odysseus turned to him, their expressions unreadable. Aeneas met their gaze without flinching. The gods may play their games, but we're the ones who make the choices. We can choose to let this war define us, or we can choose to learn from it. To be better. And what would you have us learn? Nestor asked, his tone more curious than skeptical. Aeneas shifted the child in his arms, his eyes softening as he looked down at the boy. That war doesn't end when the fighting stops. The wounds it leaves behind, on the land, on the people, on the soul, they take generations to heal. If we forget that, if we let pride and anger blind us again, then all of this, he gestured to the ruins around them, will happen again. For a moment, there was silence. Then Nestor nodded, a faint glimmer of approval in his tired eyes. You're young, he said, but you speak like an old man. Maybe that's what we need, a reminder that wisdom doesn't always come with age. Odysseus stood, brushing the dirt from his hands. His gaze lingered on Aeneas, on the child, on the smoldering remains of Troy. Maybe he's right, he said, his voice quiet yet firm. Maybe the lesson isn't for us. Maybe it's for them, the ones who come after. The three men stood together, their shadows stretching long across the ruined city. They were warriors, survivors, leaders. But in that moment, they were something more. They were men trying to understand the meaning of what they had done, trying to find hope in the ashes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of gold and crimson, Aeneas turned away, the child cradled close to his chest. He walked toward the future, his step steady, his resolve unshaken. Behind him, Nestor and Odysseus watched, their expressions a mix of sorrow and hope. The war had ended, but its echoes would never truly fade. The lessons it held were not easy ones, but perhaps that was the point. Some truths were meant to be hard, to cut deep, to leave scars. Only then could they change the world. The crackling of the fire had long faded, but the memories of that night burned brighter than ever. Hecuba sat on the cold ground, her trembling hands gripping a torn piece of cloth, a remnant of her once royal robes. The sky above was no longer lit by the flames that had devoured her city, but the acrid smell of smoke lingered, clinging to her skin, her hair, her very soul. She closed her eyes, and for a moment she could still hear the screams, the chaos, the betrayal that had turned the proud walls of Troy into a heap of ash and rubble. Not far from her, a young girl named Callianera crouched beneath a makeshift shelter of broken wood and frayed sails. Her wide, haunted eyes stared at the horizon as if searching for something, anything, that might make sense of what she had seen. She clutched a small clay figurine in her hands, a trinket her mother had pressed into her palm moments before the enemy stormed their home. Her mother's voice echoed in her ears, "Run, my love. Run and don't look back." Callianera hadn't looked back. She hadn't dared. But she would never stop hearing her mother's screams, never stop seeing the way the soldiers' shadows fell over her as she fled into the night. Beside her, an older man named Philoctetes leaned heavily on a makeshift crutch. His leg, wounded years before, throbbed with every step, but the pain was nothing compared to the weight of what he carried inside. He had survived, somehow, but survival felt like a curse. He had seen his sons fall in battle, their faces twisted in pain and defiance as they fought to protect a city that was already lost. He had watched his wife's lifeless body disappear beneath the collapsing walls of their home. And now, in the silence that followed the storm, he wondered why the gods had spared him at all. The survivors of Troy were few, scattered like ashes on the wind, each carrying a piece of the city's broken heart. They were bound by their shared grief, yet each bore their own story, their own wounds, their own unanswered questions. Laodamas, a former soldier, sat apart from the others, sharpening a blade that had once been his father's. His hands moved with mechanical precision, but his mind was elsewhere, replaying the moment he had turned his back on the battle. He had fought bravely, too bravely, perhaps, but when the horse had been dragged inside the gates and the slaughter began, something inside him had snapped. He had fled, dragging his younger brother with him. They had hidden in the labyrinth of alleys, listening to the sounds of their comrades being butchered. His brother hadn't made it. A stray arrow had found him as they ran.
Laodamas had carried his body to the edge of the city before the fires consumed it, and now, as he sat sharpening his blade, he wondered if he would ever feel clean again. Andromache, once a queen, now a prisoner of fate, held her infant son close to her chest. Her husband Hector had been Troy's greatest warrior, a man of honor and strength. She had loved him fiercely, and his loss had left a void that nothing could fill. She thought of the moment Achilles had killed him, of the way his body had been dragged behind the Greek's chariot, and she felt a rage so powerful it threatened to consume her. But rage would not protect her son. Her only goal now was to keep him safe, to shield him from the cruel world that had taken everything from her. She whispered to him softly, telling him stories of a Troy he would never know, a Troy that existed only in her memories. Aeneas, the last prince of Troy, stood at the edge of the sea, his eyes fixed on the horizon. In his arms, he carried his father Anchises, who was too old and frail to walk on his own. At his side was his son, Ascanius, a boy who had lost his childhood the moment the Greeks set foot on Trojan soil. Aeneas felt the weight of his lineage pressing down on him, the crushing responsibility of being one of the few who had escaped. He thought of the gods who had guided him through the flames, their voices urging him to flee, to save what little was left. But even the gods felt distant now, their guidance as cruel as it was kind. He had survived, yes, but at what cost? His wife Creusa had been lost in the chaos, her voice calling out to him one last time before it was swallowed by the inferno. He had turned back to search for her, only to find her ghost standing in the ruins, her face pale and sorrowful. "You must go," she had said. "You must carry Troy's legacy forward." And so he had gone, carrying the weight of her final words like a stone in his chest. The survivors gathered around a small fire as night fell, their shadows flickering against the broken remains of their world. They did not speak of hope, it felt too distant, too fragile, but they spoke of what they had lost, of the people they would never see again, of the city that had been their home. They shared stories of bravery and sacrifice, of moments of light in the darkness. Calianira told them about her mother, about the way she had sung lullabies even as the walls began to crumble. Philoctetes spoke of his sons, of their laughter and their dreams. Andromache spoke of Hector, of the way he had carried their son on his shoulders, his voice full of love and pride. Their voices wove together, creating a tapestry of grief and resilience. Each story was a thread, fragile yet unbreakable, holding them together in a world that had been torn apart. The flames of Troy had taken everything from them, but they could not erase the memories, the love, the bonds that had made them who they were. As the fire burned low, Aeneas stood and looked at the faces around him. He saw the pain, the loss, the weariness, but he also saw something else. Strength. Determination. A spark that refused to be extinguished. He did not have the answers, did not know what lay ahead, but he knew one thing: they were survivors. And as long as they lived, so too would the memory of Troy. The wind whispered through the desolation, carrying the faint scent of earth and time. A pale light broke through the misty dawn, casting long shadows over the ruins of a city that once echoed with life, ambition, and the clash of heroes. The ground beneath the feet of those who stood there felt heavy, as though the soil itself bore witness to the weight of countless tragedies. Troy. A name that lingered on the lips of poets, whispered in awe and sorrow, now lay silent, its glory buried beneath centuries of dust and stone. The first sound to shatter the quiet was the scrape of a shovel striking something hard. The man holding it paused, his breath catching in his throat. He crouched low, brushing the dirt away with his fingers until the outline of a wall appeared beneath the earth, worn smooth by time but still standing, defiant. His heart raced as he traced the stones, imagining the hands that had built them. He could almost hear the murmur of voices, feel the thrum of a city that had lived, loved, and fought within these walls. A fragment of pottery was unearthed next, painted with the faintest trace of a horse, its lines graceful yet ominous. The horse, a symbol that haunted Troy's legacy. Those who gazed upon it now could almost see the wooden beast being dragged through the gates, hear the cheers of a people who believed their long siege had ended. But the truth had been far more sinister, a betrayal cloaked in a gift. The shard felt cold in the hand, a chilling reminder of the night the city fell. Further into the ruins, someone unearthed a charred beam, its edges blackened and splintered. The smell of burning seemed to rise from it, ghostly and faint, as if the wood still remembered the fire that had consumed it. A silence fell over the group as they stared at the fragment, their minds painting vivid pictures of the chaos that must have unfolded. The fire had been merciless, devouring homes, temples, and lives without distinction. Those who had survived its fury had fled into the darkness, carrying with them only what they could hold and the weight of their sorrow. A small golden pendant gleamed beneath the shifting soil, its delicate shape unmistakably feminine. It had once belonged to someone, a wife, a daughter, a mother. Perhaps it had been worn with pride, a token of love or wealth, until it was ripped away in the violence that consumed the city. The woman who had owned it was long gone, her story lost to the ages, but her pendant remained, a fragile piece of humanity in a place that had known so much destruction. And then, there was the spearhead. Its edges were dulled by time, but its presence was unmistakable, a weapon forged for war, for the defense of a city that had once stood as a beacon of power and culture. Those who touched it could almost feel the weight of it in battle, hear the clash of metal on metal, the cries of warriors who had fought not just for land but for honor, for survival. It was a relic of a time when courage and fury had intertwined, when men had stood on these very stones and faced the might of the Achaean army. The ruins revealed more than objects, they revealed stories. A broken staircase led to nowhere, its stones crumbling beneath the weight of years, but still echoing with the footsteps of those who had once climbed it. Was it a path to a temple? A home? A sanctuary for those seeking solace in the face of despair? Each stone seemed to hold a memory, each crack a scar left by the passage of time. The remains of a grand hall stood at the center of the ruins, its pillars toppled but its grandeur still palpable. This had been a place of kings and councils, where decisions had been made, alliances forged, and fate sealed. The echoes of voices seemed to linger in the air, Priam's steady tone, Hector's fervent arguments, Cassandra's desperate warnings that had gone unheard. The hall bore witness to the weight of power and the cost of its loss. Amid the rubble, a child's toy was found, a small wooden figurine, its edges worn smooth. It spoke of innocence, of a life interrupted by the cruelty of war. The child who had once held it was now a ghost, their laughter silenced, but the toy remained, a testament to the human spirit that had once thrived in Troy. It was a reminder that amidst the grandeur and the tragedy, this had been a city of families, of ordinary lives that had been swept away in the tide of history. The silence was broken by a sudden gust of wind, scattering the loose soil and filling the air with the scent of rain. The clouds above seemed to gather, heavy and brooding, as if the heavens themselves mourned what had been lost. The ruins seemed alive in that moment, their jagged edges reaching skyward as though pleading for remembrance. It was impossible not to feel the weight of it all, the triumphs and the betrayals, the love and the loss, the unyielding passage of time that had turned a vibrant city into a graveyard of stone. Troy was not just a place. It was a story etched into the earth, a reminder of human ambition and fragility. The ruins spoke in whispers, their message carried on the wind, of a city that had reached for greatness, of a people who had loved and fought fiercely, of a legacy that refused to be forgotten. The poet's voice rang through the smoky halls, weaving tales that clung to the air like incense. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that danced along the walls, as though the very spirits of Troy had come to listen. The Iliad. A song not merely of gods and warriors, but of rage, love, and the shattering cost of pride. It wasn't just a story, it was a heartbeat, pulsing through the ages, keeping the memory of the Trojan War alive. It begins with fury. Achilles, his wrath burning brighter than any torch, standing on the shores of Achaea, his hands trembling not with fear, but with insult. Agamemnon had dishonored him, and that slight, small as it may have seemed, was a spark to dry grass. The fire of Achilles' anger consumed not only himself, but all who crossed his path. In his rage, he withdrew from the battle, leaving the Greeks vulnerable, exposed, and desperate. The gods themselves leaned closer, their breath heavy on the mortal world, eager to fan the flames of discord. In Troy, behind its towering walls, another fire burned. Hector,
prince and protector, held his infant son in his arms, his armor gleaming in the golden light of the city he vowed to defend. He looked into the child's wide eyes and saw hope, a fragile hope he knew he might not live to protect. His wife, Andromache, clung to him as though her arms could shield him from the fate she dreaded. "Do not go," she whispered, her voice breaking like a wave against stone. But duty called louder than love, and Hector walked toward the battlefield, knowing it might be the last time he felt the warmth of his son's touch. The clash of weapons echoed through the plains of Troy, where bronze met bronze, and shields splintered like dry wood. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the cries of the dying. Men fought not only for glory but for survival, their faces twisted in fear and determination. Among them, Achilles returned, his rage reborn, unstoppable. His grief for Patroclus, his closest companion, was a wound that no victory could heal. He cut through Trojan soldiers like a scythe through wheat, his eyes burning with the need for vengeance. Hector stood waiting for him outside the walls, knowing he was no match for Achilles, but refusing to retreat. This was not just a fight, it was destiny carved into the fabric of their lives. The two warriors circled each other, the weight of their choices heavy in the air. When Hector fell, struck down by Achilles' unrelenting fury, it wasn't just a man who died, it was Troy's hope. Achilles desecrated the body, dragging it behind his chariot, and the gods themselves turned their faces away in sorrow. But the story of Troy was not confined to the battlefield. It was whispered in the chambers of Helen, whose beauty had lit the first spark of the war. She sat by the window, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her heart heavy with guilt and longing. She had not chosen this fate, but she bore it nonetheless, a woman caught between two worlds, loved and hated in equal measure. Paris, her lover, held her hand, his grip firm but his heart uncertain. The gods had promised him victory, but the price was becoming unbearable. And then, there was the horse. A gift left by the Greeks, seemingly abandoned on the shore, its wooden frame hollow yet brimming with secrets. The Trojans, weary of war, dragged it through their gates, their laughter echoing through the streets. That night, as the city slept, the Greeks emerged from the horse, their blades gleaming in the moonlight. The slaughter was swift and merciless. Troy burned, its flames licking the sky, and its people screamed as their world crumbled around them. Priam, the aged king, fell at the altar, his blood staining the sacred ground. Aeneas, carrying his father on his back, fled into the night, his heart breaking with every step. The Iliad does not tell us what came after, but other voices took up the tale. The Odyssey whispered of Odysseus and his long, harrowing journey home, where the weight of war clung to him like a shadow. The Aeneid sang of Aeneas, who bore the embers of Troy to distant lands, where he would sow the seeds of a new empire. The myths grew and intertwined, carrying the story of Troy across time and distance, each version adding its own threads to the tapestry. The gods, too, were part of the tale, their hands shaping the lives of men with both cruelty and kindness. Athena, with her unyielding wisdom, stood by the Greeks, while Apollo, radiant and vengeful, favored the Trojans. Zeus watched from his throne, his eyes heavy with the weight of decisions that would tip the scales of fate. They were not mere observers, they were players in the drama, their emotions as raw and tangled as those of the mortals they claimed to rule. The echoes of the Iliad reach even now, speaking to the human soul with its eternal questions. What drives men to war? What is the cost of pride? Can love survive the fires of destruction? The answers are as elusive as they are haunting, but the stories remain, a testament to the power of memory and the enduring spirit of humanity. The battlefield was quiet now, but the ground beneath told its story. Blood-soaked earth, shattered spears, and broken shields lay scattered like forgotten whispers. The names of great warriors echoed through the ages: Achilles, Hector, Odysseus. Their glories carved into the hearts of men. But the wind carried other voices, faint and almost lost, the voices of those who had fought and fallen without a song to immortalize them. Their courage was no less, their sacrifices no smaller, yet their names faded into silence. In the heart of the chaos, there was Thersites, a soldier whose face was not carved with the beauty of the gods nor blessed with the strength of heroes.
His bent back and plain features made him invisible among the golden warriors of Greece, but his resolve was unyielding. When the war raged fiercest, he stood at the forefront, his spear trembling in his hands. Not from fear, but from the weight of his determination. He fought not for glory or gold, but for the hope of a home he might never see again. His cries were drowned out by the clamor of swords, and when he fell, pierced by a Trojan arrow, no one called his name. Yet, his blood soaked the same soil as kings. Among the Trojans, there was a young woman named Laodice. While her brothers fought with swords, she wielded nothing but her hands, tending to the wounded in the dim light of Troy's makeshift infirmaries. The air there was thick with the smell of blood and death, and the cries of men filled her ears day and night. She bound their wounds, whispered comfort into their ears, and held their hands as they slipped away. Her hands trembled, her body weary, but she did not stop. When the Greeks breached the city walls, Laodice stayed behind, refusing to flee. She was found amidst the ruins, still holding the hand of a soldier she could not save. There was Dymas, a Trojan who had once been a simple farmer, his hands calloused from years of working the soil. When the war came to his land, he picked up a rusted sword that had been buried in his family's attic for generations. He stood beside the warriors of Troy, his heart heavy with the weight of his inexperience. He had never killed, never dreamed of taking another's life, but when the Greeks stormed the fields, he fought with the desperation of a man protecting everything he loved. He fell under a hail of arrows, his body shielding the young son of a nobleman who would later survive to rebuild the city's memory. The Greeks, too, had their silent warriors. Eurylochus was a young soldier, his face still soft with the traces of boyhood. He had joined the army not for the glory of war, but because his village had nothing left to give. The war had swallowed his brothers and uncles, and the fields were empty of harvest. He fought with the spirit of a lion, though his arms ached from the weight of his shield. One night, when the Trojans launched a surprise attack, Eurylochus stood his ground, refusing to retreat. His cries alerted the others, and his stand saved dozens of lives. He did not live to hear their thanks. And there was Philyra, a Trojan woman who was not a soldier but became a warrior in her own way. When her husband was killed in battle, she disguised herself in his armor and took his place. No one noticed the slightness of her frame beneath the heavy metal, nor the softness of her voice drowned out by the roar of combat. She fought with all the fury of her grief, striking down enemy after enemy. When she was finally unmasked in death, the men around her wept, for she had shown them what true courage looked like. In the shadows of these larger-than-life figures, the campfires burned low each night, and the stories of nameless warriors were shared in hushed tones. Men spoke of a Trojan boy no older than 13 who had leapt onto the field to retrieve his father's body, only to fall alongside him. They whispered of a Greek scout who had crawled through enemy lines to deliver a crucial message, though he knew it would cost him his life. These were the lives that sustained the war, the quiet threads that held the tapestry of history together, even as they unraveled. One soldier's tale lingered in the memories of those who survived. He was known only as the Runner. No one knew his true name, but he was said to have been the fastest man on either side. When messages had to be carried between distant camps, he was the one who ran, his feet pounding the earth like thunder. He knew every hill, every shadowed grove, every hidden path that could shield him from enemy arrows. But one fateful night, when the Greeks planned their final assault, the runner was tasked with carrying a warning to the Trojans. He ran through the darkness, the stars his only witnesses, but an arrow found him before he reached the gates. The message was lost, and with it, the last chance for Troy. These forgotten heroes were the lifeblood of the war, the nameless ones who carried its weight on their shoulders. They did not fight for fame or glory, they fought because they had no other choice. Their sacrifices were not lesser because their names were not sung. Their courage was not diminished because history forgot them. They were the heartbeat of Troy and Greece, the invisible hands that shaped the fate of empires. Their stories linger in the whispers of the wind, carried across the ages like a mournful hymn, waiting for someone to listen. The fire consumed everything, its roar louder than the cries of the dying. The city that once stood proud and unbroken, its walls reaching for the heavens, was now a heap of ash and rubble. Troy had fallen, its glory reduced to shadows and embers. Yet, in the stillness after the flames, there was a strange familiarity to the destruction, as if the ruins whispered of other cities, other kingdoms, other times where the same story had played out under different skies. The cycle was eternal, the players different, but the tragedy always the same. Long before Troy's towers crumbled, there was Uruk, a city surrounded by walls as strong as those of Troy, built by the hands of the legendary Gilgamesh. He was a king who sought immortality, only to find that no wall, no kingdom, no empire, could escape the decay of time. When the gods sent the bull of heaven to punish him, its destruction was a warning, a reminder that even the mightiest are not immune to the forces beyond their control. Gilgamesh stood over the body of his fallen companion, Enkidu, and in his grief, he saw the truth. War and destruction, loss and mourning, these were not the exceptions, but the rules, etched into the fabric of existence. Centuries later, another city rose to greatness, its people believing their gods would protect them from all harm. Babylon, with its hanging gardens and towering ziggurats, was a marvel of human ingenuity. But when the armies of Cyrus the Great breached its gates, the city's fall mirrored Troy's. The screams of the conquered were drowned by the march of the conquerors, and the Euphrates ran red with blood. Those who survived told stories of betrayal and hubris, of how their leaders had ignored the signs, just as Priam had ignored the warnings of Cassandra. The echoes of Troy were there, hidden in the ashes of Babylon, the same song sung in a different key. Then there was the tale of Atlantis, a city so perfect, so prosperous, that the gods themselves grew envious. Its destruction was sudden and merciless, a great flood swallowing it whole, leaving behind nothing but legends. The people of Atlantis had believed their wisdom and strength made them untouchable. They had expanded their empire, waged wars, and taken what was not theirs, until the sea claimed them. Their arrogance was no different from the Greeks who had thought their wooden horse a stroke of genius, or the Trojans who had pulled it inside their walls. The cycle continued, unstoppable, unbroken. Even the stories of the gods themselves carried this theme. The Norse spoke of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, where even Odin and Thor would fall in a great, apocalyptic war. The battlefield would be littered with the bodies of the divine and the mortal alike, the earth consumed by fire and water, only for it to rise again, fresh and new, ready to begin the same dance. The gods of Asgard knew their fate, just as the people of Troy might have sensed theirs when the first Greek ships appeared on the horizon. Yet they fought on, driven by a hope they could not name, a defiance against the inevitable. Closer to Troy, in the sands of Egypt, there was the legend of Osiris and Set. A brother betrayed, a kingdom torn apart, a god dismembered and scattered across the land. Isis, the grieving wife, pieced him back together, her tears watering the Nile. The story spoke of cycles, of destruction and rebirth, of how even gods were not immune to the forces of jealousy, ambition, and revenge. The same forces that had driven Menelaus to war, that had spurred Achilles' wrath, that had fueled Hector's desperate stand. The ruins of Troy were not unique. They were part of a pattern, a wheel that turned endlessly through history and myth. Cities rose, their walls strong, their people proud. Wars came, often for reasons as old as time, love and honor, greed and vengeance, faith and fear. And when the battles were over, the survivors stood among the wreckage, wondering if it had been worth it. The stories they told, the songs they sang, were their only way of making sense of the senseless. Achaeans and Trojans alike could not escape this truth. Their war was not the first, nor would it be the last. In India, the Mahabharata told of the Kurukshetra War, a conflict so devastating that it left families shattered and kingdoms in ruins. The warriors fought with divine weapons, their fury shaking the heavens, but when the dust settled, they were all reduced to ash and memory. Arjuna, the hero of the tale, was haunted by his actions, his victories tasting of bitterness. How different was he from Odysseus, whose long journey home was marked by loss and regret? The cycle was written not just in myths, but in the lives of real men and women. It was there in the sack of Carthage, its once great libraries burned, its people sold into slavery. It was there in the fall of Rome, the eternal city brought low by the barbarians at its gates. It was there in the trenches of modern wars, where the tools of destruction grew more sophisticated but the grief remained the same. Troy, Atlantis, Babylon, Uruk, Carthage, these were not just places. They were symbols, reminders of humanity's endless dance with destruction. The cycle was not just a story, it was a reflection of ourselves, our dreams and fears, our strengths and flaws. And as the ruins of Troy lay silent, their stones withered by centuries of wind and rain, they seemed to whisper a warning. History was not a line but a circle, and the tales of destruction were never truly over. The wind carried the faint scent of smoke and salt as it swept across the ruins, whispering through the hollowed stones and empty streets of what once was Troy. The air felt heavy, as if it bore the weight of countless voices, cries of anguish, roars of victory, whispers of love, and the haunting silence of the fallen. In the flicker of memory, it was easy to see the city alive again, its great gates standing tall, its walls defiant, its people laughing and singing, unaware of the storm that loomed beyond the horizon. Heroism and tragedy, two forces forever entwined, two sides of the same blade. Troy's flame still burns in the stories told of those who lived and fought there. It glows in the hearts of those who remember Achilles, his rage as fierce as his love for Patroclus, his sword flashing like lightning on the battlefield. It burns in the sorrow of Hector, who stood before the gates of his city, knowing he marched to his death, but refusing to let fear weaken his resolve. It flares in the anguish of Priam, the old king kneeling before his enemy, tears staining his withered face as he begged for the body of his son. Each act, each sacrifice, is woven into the eternal fire that Troy left behind. When Achilles and Hector met under the shadow of Troy's walls, it wasn't just two warriors clashing, it was two worlds colliding. Hector, the protector of his home, fought not for glory but for his family, his city, his people. Achilles, consumed by vengeance, wielded his grief like a weapon, striking with a fury that could not be matched. The duel was brutal, each blow a symphony of violence, and when Hector fell, the earth itself seemed to shudder. His body, dragged behind Achilles' chariot, became a symbol of human fragility, of how even the greatest could be brought low. But even in his defeat, Hector's courage left a mark deeper than any wound. It was his love for Troy that made him a hero, his tragedy that made him unforgettable. And then there was Helen, her name spoken like a curse and a prayer. They called her the face that launched 1,000 ships, but she was more than a symbol of beauty. She was a woman torn between love and duty, a pawn in a game played by gods and kings. When the war began, some cursed her, others pitied her, but no one could look away. Her presence was like a flame, captivating, dangerous, impossible to ignore. In her, the tragedy of Troy found its reflection, for she too was caught in a storm she could not control, her heart pulled in opposing directions, her soul weighed down by the cost of it all. The gods watched, their laughter echoing across the battlefield, their hands guiding and twisting the fates of mortals below. Athena's wisdom, Apollo's wrath, Zeus's indifference, they played their parts, their divine hands shaping the war's course. Yet even they seemed powerless before the raw emotions that spilled from Troy. The tears of Andromache as she clutched her infant son, knowing the walls that protected them could not hold forever. The defiance of Cassandra, her prophetic voice dismissed as madness as she screamed of the doom to come. The grief of the women taken as spoils of war, their lives shattered alongside the stones of their city. These moments burned brighter than any divine intervention, their human weight heavier than any god's decree. The Trojan horse stands as the war's cruelest twist, a monument to both human cunning and the price of trust. The Trojans had fought for 10 long years, their spirits battered but unbroken, and when the Greeks seemed to retreat, leaving behind the wooden offering, hope began to flicker. They believed the war was over, that they had endured, that they had won. The horse was pulled inside the gates with cheers and songs, a celebration of survival. But as night fell and the Greeks emerged from the hollow belly of the beast, hope turned to horror. The city burned, its people slaughtered, and the walls that had stood against 1,000 ships crumbled in a single night. The flame of Troy became a funeral pyre, its embers scattering to the winds. Yet even in destruction, Troy's light did not fade. It lived on in the stories carried by survivors and the legends whispered across generations. Aeneas, clutching his son's hand and carrying his father on his back, became a beacon of resilience, his escape from the burning city a promise that Troy's spirit would endure. His journey would lead to Rome, another great city that would rise and fall, its history echoing Troy's in ways both grand and grim. The cycle continued, the flame passed like a torch, each story adding fuel to its eternal glow. The Trojan War was not just a battle, it was a mirror, reflecting the best and worst of humanity. It was love and hatred, courage and cowardice, hope and despair. It showed how fragile life was, how fleeting glory could be, how the choices of a few could shape the fate of many. But it also showed how even in the face of unimaginable loss, there was something unbreakable in the human spirit. The ruins of Troy may have crumbled, but its essence, its flame, remained, burning in the hearts of those who remembered, who mourned, who honored the sacrifices made. The stories of Troy are not just about war, they are about what it means to be human. To love fiercely, to fight passionately, to grieve deeply, to hope endlessly. And in that, Troy's flame burns on, a light that refuses to be extinguished, a symbol of the beauty and pain of existence.